Go get some bigger problems. Go walk it off.
Now watch as I ask this young man about the rainbow. Do you know why he made it?
No, I don't.
To remind us that he said in...
Pause the tape. Now I remember. The rainbow was kind of God's peace offering after the flood. You know, after he murdered everybody. Ooh, my bad. I'm going to tell you what. I'm not going to murder everyone ever again until Revelation. I'm going to do it with fucking fire. So that's what they're mad about. Gang, this is what happens when you believe in a 2,000-year-old moral manual. Grow up. Roll the tape.
Ever again judge the earth and flood it with water.
See?
Do you study Bible prophecy?
No.
Do you know that the Bible speaks of us living in the last days? Did you know that?
Yes, I've been told that before.
Pause the tape. The Bible also says that if two dudes get in a fight and one dude's woman accidentally touches the genitals of another man, you're going to chop her hand off. Gang, the Bible says a lot of fucked up ass shit. Right? Again, you cannot follow the Bible word for word. One, you just can't. Two, because if you did, you'd be in jail before you got out of fucking Leviticus. Roll the tape.
Or two.
So, do you know some Christians?
I do. My father is one.
So what are some of the signs of the last days?
Sickness, or it can
You
be...
mean pestilence?
Yeah, pestilence. It
That's
can be...
like a plague, like we've just had for 2 years.
Yeah.
The way to know the Bible's God's word is just look at prophet.
Pause the tape. Go fuck yourself. First and foremost, Jesus said he would be back during the time of his disciples. Guess who lied? And again, they take their Bible, and no matter what happens, they make it conform to what's in the Bible. Again, Ray was one of these fucks, right? Again, some way, somehow, Corona is a sign of the end time because it's pestilence and plague, but then it's also the biggest hoax of all time. Again, all they're going to, again, no, if you are talking to a bunch of slapnuts, gang, who sit there and they say that rape is sign that God exists, again, no matter what the topic, they're going to take 2 scoops of God and they're going to put it on top because reasons. Roll the tape.
The only God knows the future, and he's given us the future.
Because he's a Jedi.
Scriptures, Matthew 24, Luke 21, 2 Timothy chapter 3.
Right, and Robert says, shut the fuck up. Fast forward.
It says, the Lord Jesus shall be revealed from heaven with his mighty angels and flaming fire, taking vengeance on those that know not God, and that obey not the gospel of our Lord Jesus Christ, who shall be punished with everlasting destruction.
Way neater than it was with everything stacked up all together. Now, if you want to organize a little bit more, you can actually drag everything in the category by just grabbing the category name, and you can pull it all the way down, and you can drag the entire category down, and it'll pull everything down. I have a brand new category down here, and organized. So now I'm going to show you guys something called category.
All right, I want to take a second and look at all the ones he has. He has text channels, generals, rules, welcome, we moved, memes, self-promo, we have memes. I guess we should do memes. We have streams. Videos, updates. All right, let me look at ours and update a couple of these. So one thing is I want to edit this one. Call it Watch Me. General. Memes. What other good ones did he have here? I don't know what updates would be. There's two of them. Rolls and clips. All right. Let's put Robert back on.
Destruction from the presence of the Lord and from the glory of his power.
Because that's loving. Gang, I can't believe I used to be a Christian. Let's just fast forward a little bit. It's the same Ray Comfort bullshit.
Now Jesus said, if you look at a woman and lust
Oh,
for her,
here we go. Yeah, I'm licking your balls.
There's a famous Bible verse, the wages of sin is death. In other words, God is...
The wages of sin is death. Gang, the wages of life is fucking... I don't know why the fuck I pause the tape in the tape. Go fuck yourself. It's the same Ray Comfort shit. Except now I had to do it because he's going after our LGBTQ plus fam. I will never pass up an opportunity to defend my fucking family. Okay? Same Ray Comfort bullshit. Gang, if you think being gay is a sign of the end times, please unsubscribe to both of my fucking channels. I do not want your fucking membership. I'm going to have a stroke. Gang, Uncle Bobby's giving you 3 motherfucking problems. So as a result, Uncle Bobby's going to give you 3 motherfucking solutions. First one up, Sports Wars. Shut the fuck up. The woke lunatic mob. Gang, that was ugliness. That was hate. Miss Andrews was crying because she was just dehumanized. You have 3 dudes who sat there and they punched down. Women have been turned into breeding stock, into milking cows. Miss Andrews
I don't know what that sound
was
is.
crying because she is black, she is a woman, she has a double fucking whammy, and she just learned that she is not human enough to decide her own humanity. That strangers that don't even know her have just told her what the fuck to do, and they laugh at her pain. Gang, again, that is no different than laughing at a rape victim and saying, what were you wearing? The people at Sports Wars are just fucking ugly. The sad part is, they're not alone. Can you guys hear Papa? Hashtag episode mood killer. The people at Sports Wars are just flat out fucking ugly and disgusting. Gang, do better than that. It speaks more to your humanity to hand someone a tissue who is crying than to whip out your genitals and piss on their fucking face and fucking laugh at them when they're hurting. Gang, the only logical place to be when it comes to abortion is choice. With choice, everybody wins. If you want to get an abortion, it's your choice. If you don't want to get an abortion, don't. It's your choice.
All right.
Okay, next one up. Fucking Christians who refuse to take in new information. Shut the fuck up. Again, atheism is easy. Okay? But I'm about to belch. I just belched. Hashtag unprofessional.
Hashtag unprofessional.
It becomes a chore when you guys are stuck to your script. Because your only mission is to
edit the
win.
permissions of all of these channels. So categories are basically what you see up here: text channels and voice channels. It groups everything up for you so you can neatly organize.
Oh, hang on a sec, y'all. I wanted to take a quick look at some of the other servers we're in. I'm gonna edit this and just call it. I'm gonna try to actually stick with like more concise names that also aren't ugly. Live now is better. Videos, self promo. I kind of like that. And then let's say another one. We'll call it social media. You can put post there. Now, boy. Wait, get off of it. All right, it's good. All right, disconnect. I guess it's a pin channel or something, right? But we want to put live now, videos, social media, self promo. All right, there we go. Now, let's see what Gaspar's doing. He just has general, and admin. All right, nothing to see there. Sheldon has channel rules, landing pad, channel updates. Coaching services. Yeah. I like that updates thing. Yeah, I could put updates, like new equipment. All right.
I just told you that my name is Robert Reed, but you insist on calling me Timothy Johnson. You only do that shit when you want to win. Atheism is a belief. Atheism is a religion. Blah, 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 blah. It's nothing of the fucking sort. And if you guys would shut the fuck... Again, the Uncle Bobby 3-step procedure...
A link tree page?
Step 1.
Tell me about that.
Question. Step 2. Shut the fuck up.
Also, why isn't
Step
the damn...
3,
Oh, I turned the bot off
take
maybe
new
to
information
let it reset. Let me see
and
about the bot. I think I can get the bot
change.
back.
The subject of atheism is not complicated. It's only complicated when you refuse to listen to people who are part of the fucking club. Gang, next one up. And lastly but not leastly, Ray Comfort in the light, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I turned the bot off to it because it wasn't
Not
working
only
last
is
night. I
there
wanted to
nothing
reset.
wrong
All right, let me turn it
with
back
our
on.
LGBTQ plus family members, there's everything right. You want to know why?
All right.
Because being true to yourself,
YouTube should be
be
back
you
on.
gay, lesbian, trans, bi,
Twitch should also be on.
intersex, asexual, everyone on that spectrum, being who you are, being a weightlifter, being a Christian, being a long distance runner, being a Star Trek person, a Star Wars, being
All right,
your
let's
honest
try it.
and authentic self makes you happy. And when you're happy, the person next to you is happy. Again, sometimes, gang, I say shit. I'm like, I'm not as dumb as I fucking think I am. I have been saying this quite literally since elementary school. Gang, there's a handful
And listen to
of
me.
universal
I'm
languages.
sick of it. I'm
One of
taking
them
the
is
gloves
math.
off. Yep, that works on
2 plus 2 is the same in Africa as it is in
YouTube.
Austin,
And then
Texas.
let's see.
What was it? There was 3 of them. Math. I can't remember the second one. But you know what the third one was? Smiling.
Again, I don't know what the hell I'm
Smiling is a
talking
universal
about.
I told y'all, man.
Welcome
Twitch
to
is
a total
faster.
stranger.
Twitch is faster.
Look them dead in their fucking eye.
YouTube punk, go ahead and try yours again, buddy. It's a landing
You know what we're gonna do to you?
page
The exact same thing.
for
What was the
all
third one?
your
Mathematics.
social media sites, homepage, etc.
Fuck,
Yeah,
I
I should
can't
do
remember. But
that.
again, I'm not as fucking stupid as I think I am. Being who you are makes you happy, which in turn makes the person next to you happy. That's the thing that these Christians don't seem to quite understand. Right? Because, again, they think that they're hot, steaming piles of fucking monkey shit.
Yes.
So if they think that's about themselves, gang, what do you think they believe about
That one, that is,
you know what?
that's
Fuck.
a fucking baller one.
Continue to be your fabulous motherfucking self, no matter how it is you identify.
I'll hook you up though since it didn't work
If
the first
being
time.
who and what you are makes you happy, do that shit. I'm living my truth. You should live yours. And here's the thing, gang. Don't worry about the fucking haters. End of the world, blah, 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 blah. Again, if it's that fucking important, have Jesus come down here and tell us his goddamn self. Until then, fuck him. If you're trans, be trans. If you're cis, be cis. As much as I hate to say it, if you're an Atlanta fucking Falcons fan, be a fucking Atlanta Falcons fan. You like pineapple on pizza? Dude, I don't give a shit. Gang, at the end of the day, do everything you can to go to bed every night with as big as a motherfucking smile that you got. And if nothing else, go to bed happy because you made those haters madder than a motherfucker because they hate your honesty. Be happy because it makes you fucking happy, but kind of get a glimmer and a gleam in your eye knowing
All right,
good and
y'all.
goddamn
I'm gonna
well
hit a
you
quick
make
commercial
one more
break, and when
hater
I come back,
mad than a
we are gonna
motherfucker.
watch some Neil
Gang,
deGrasse
the big guys held you
Tyson
long enough, and now
before I
he's
go into
signing
this
the fuck
lab
off.
meeting.
This is the art season in New York. At the Metropolitan, the Guggenheim, the new Whitney Museum, Museum of Modern Art, and here at the elegant Wally F. Art Galleries, where art lovers see a show that marries art with fashion. This abstraction, called Caperland No. 1, is not a painting and it's not on canvas. It's printed on Caperland nylon and can be worn. So fashion models walk through the art galleries wearing chic dresses in the same prints that are framed to hang on the walls like old masters. And what's more, this art is washable. Leading dress designers think the bigger, the bolder, the wilder the print, the more artistic the dress, such as the dresses styled by Cobb's Corner. And the same bold prints look even more so in dresses for little girls by Tiny Town Togs. But is it really art? Or is it just another fashion fad? Maybe it's both, now that a posh art gallery gives its nod of approval to the print explosion in fashion today.
This is soap. You can wash your face with it. It can make your face feel nice and fresh and clean and dry. This is cleansing cream. You can cleanse your face with it. It can make your face feel nice and soft and smooth and greasy. This is Bactine medicated skin cream. It is a new thing. It is a washing cream. You wash your face with it. It makes your face feel nice and fresh and clean and nice and soft and smooth and not dry and not greasy. And while it's at it, Bactine is also antiseptic. It cleans deep down to pores and makes your face feel safe from ugliness-causing germs and bacteria. Bactine does a lot of things that soap and cleansing creams just can't do. But it doesn't get rid of freckles either. The washing cream.
Alka-Seltzer invents a new disease, the blahs. The blahs is kind of like the blues, only physical. It's when you're down in the dumps and you don't know a cold is working on you. It's when you're not feeling right, but you don't know what's wrong. It might be a headache on its way, a stomach ache on its way. Oh, the blahs. Who needs them? You know, we wouldn't have invented a disease unless we had something to take for it. Alka-Seltzer. If Alka-Seltzer can take care of real big upsets, think of what it can do for a simple case of the blahs.
All right, folks. Thank you all so much for joining me. Appreciate all your watch time and your support. Thanks to YouTube Punk and Nano for holding it down in the chat here. Definitely want to work on a lot more stream stuff. Just to let y'all know, I got a meeting at 6, so I'll be taking a break for about an hour at 6. I'll probably put on another. I'll probably just put on some of my. I'll put on like a video or one of my old podcasts or something for y'all guys to watch while I do that real quick. I'm hoping in the future to be able to stream those meetings. In the meantime, I'm gonna keep working. I'm gonna put on this Neil deGrasse Tyson Star Talk. So let's go ahead and get to that. Just wanted to take a moment, kind of pull up the bigger camera, just show y'all some love and thanks real quick. All right, let's get to it.
What about milkshakes?
Oh!
I like.
By the way, I love milkshakes, by the way.
Oh, yes. What about milkshakes?
Oh!
I like.
By the way, I love milkshakes, by the way.
I love a milkshake.
Thing. It's my favorite thing.
Something in common.
I would, if it was one of the food groups I would bring on a mission to Mars, is milkshakes.
I would too.
I think we got a movie.
Live from the Beacon
Live.
Theater
Oh, that
in New
looks
York
good.
City, and beaming out across all of space and time. This is Star Talk, where science and pop culture collide.
Welcome to Star Talk Live from the Beacon Theater in New York City.
Yeah, I think this. I'm excited about this actually.
We explore the depths of our search for life on water worlds, from the bottom of the Earth's oceans.
And yeah, there's plenty of volume on my mic.
Jupiter's moon, Europa, and beyond.
I'm like whispering and it sounds really loud.
Is comedian Eugene Merman. Eugene, come on out. Eugene, the voice of Gene.
All right.
The little boy Gene on Bob's Burgers. And one of my favorite comedians, Eugene Merman. Excellent. Joining us tonight on this subject is...
Man, I don't even have any gain on the compressor.
Kevin, come on out. Kevin.
I gotta have some trim or something going on this. What do I have going on this?
Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena,
No
California.
trimmer gain.
Also joining us is deep sea oceanographer Julie Hubert. Julie, come on out.
No boost on the gate.
Julie.
The compressor's on, but there's nothing on that. Man, it's just getting a really hot signal. That's great.
So, Gene, who do you have for us tonight?
I have
All right.
comedians. First, I'd like to bring out John Mulaney.
John, pleasure to meet you.
All right, I pulled down the gain slightly. I think it should still be fine. I just think there was like plenty of volume, so it really shouldn't matter. I'm even gonna sit kind of quite a bit back and see how that goes.
All right, Julie, Kevin, you do ocean research.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
go
I'm
under the ocean,
sitting
and
pretty
you find
far
oceans
away,
on planets, or
talking
moons,
very-
or anywhere else you can find them. And how are they related? Other than that, I know
Talking
they're
very
made of
quietly,
water.
and it's
Very
But
good.
Otherwise, why does your research intersect?
Sure. Well, I
All
study
right,
life at the bottom of the ocean.
the gate's coming in and out though. I got to work on that.
Single cell life that basically eats rocks to get energy, and that's kind of a weird way to make a living. But we think
For the things that eat the rocks?
Just need to lower the threshold.
for you, it would, it'd be strange. But we think some of the ways that life works at the bottom of Earth's oceans are applicable to how life might be surviving outside of Earth.
Aliens. Say it.
Okay, aliens.
Okay, so do you care about the oceans as places where you find water, or do you also care about life in these exotic spots?
Oh, both, absolutely. And simply put, when it comes to the search for life elsewhere, if we've learned anything about life on Earth, it's that where you find the liquid water, you generally find life.
So this is life that thrives in extreme environments.
Yeah, and it isn't just the bottom of the ocean. I mean, there are extreme environments everywhere. The New York subway is an extreme environment. I mean, when you think about how life has to get by down there. So there's lots of really interesting examples, but from the bottom of the ocean to the desert to the ice, all sorts of places.
How far down at the bottom? Like,
But at the bottom of the ocean?
yeah, like meaning how, like if you're at the edge, it's...
All right, I just need to adjust this gate real quick. Oh, okay, I can get it out way down at like minus 45. All right, I'm gonna go to like minus 42. The goal is so that hopefully it won't close when I'm back here talking quietly. So now I'm sitting quite a ways back from it, and All right, sorry about that. There was some charger noise I was getting there, and I thought that was going to the stream, but it's not. All right. This is fine. I just need to do this quick test. I was just testing to see, because I like to sit quite a ways back and also talk softly, so I just want to make sure that's coming through. So now I'm sitting back quite a ways, and you're still hearing me talk. All right. And the gate's still up high enough that it gates out the air conditioner. Yeah, matter of fact, you still only hear me talk when I'm speaking. And I'm still quite loud. All right, so now all I need to do is turn the air conditioner off.
Right.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Oh,
Now you
okay.
should be able to hear.
20,000 leagues under the sea is the only example I have.
Of the ocean.
Yeah.
So let's test them. So how big is a league?
All right, thanks for bearing with me.
What should it be, Ellie?
It's pi miles. Right? Yeah.
No, I'm not. You can't just throw in pi and think you're getting the right answer here.
I established myself as a scientist by using pi.
Between 3 and 4.
Yes, roughly.
So Kevin, if you're thinking about the rest of the universe, but you need representative places on Earth, what places call to you?
So
Dropping a mill on
planet,
everybody.
our beautiful home is obviously covered in life. And so when we think about building these bridges to assessing whether or not some of these other worlds could be habitable, we look for these environments on Earth that are extreme and don't have too much life. So the bottom of the ocean, the dry deserts of the Atacama, the
Miami?
Miami, yeah, potentially. Antarctica, the Arctic, places that are icy, dark, cold, deep. These are some of the conditions that we think exist on these worlds out there in the solar system. And so if life exists in those environments, we can study, as Julie does, the metabolisms, the way in which they feed off the rocks, and then see whether or not someday, with our robotic vehicles, whether or not life exists.
You did
under
say
those
they
conditions.
feed off of the rocks. They eat rocks.
And
that's
gases
badass if you could just eat rocks.
Yeah.
I'm thinking.
Sure. So they're eating chemical energy that they're extracting from Earth's crust. And at the bottom of the ocean, you have seawater moving through those rocks, and it releases energy like hydrogen and methane and sulfur. And there
Molecules that have energy contained in them.
Yeah, and they can use that to then make enough energy to build a cell and keep growing.
So, yes. Yeah, front row, yes.
Go ahead.
This is one thing I need to get past. Are we talking about like they're like chewing on rocks, or am I totally wrong?
So you can actually think about it like the microbes that live on your teeth. You know when you go to the dentist and they scrape all that stuff off?
I haven't been in 2 years.
Okay. Well, that's what I'm talking about. They're coating the rock and extracting energy from it through seawater or sea ice or things like that.
And they just absorb it through
Well, they bring it
suction?
into their cell and create energy.
Right.
Yep. Go to the dentist.
Now, Julie, why is the deep sea considered Earth's final frontier?
It's so out of sight, out of mind. It's so inaccessible. And if you think about the size of our planet.
Why is it inaccessible? It's just down a couple of
Right.
miles.
So
We've been to the moon. Why is the bottom of the ocean inaccessible to you?
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to get there.
So was the moon. Why is
Well,
I can take an anvil and drop it. It'll get to the bottom of the ocean.
And I can throw an anvil towards the moon.
might not work out.
But a key thing, like, we can point a telescope at the moon and get incredibly high-resolution images of the surface of the moon.
Yeah.
But the same thing that gives the ocean life, the water gets in the way of our ability to map the bottom of the ocean. On any given dive, Julie's looking at a few 100 yards, I don't know how many leagues, but of space.
So I got to ask both of you, you both think about and have been to these depths where none of us can see. It's where the sun don't shine. Is there any really creepy stuff you've seen?
I mean, I think the most fascinating part of it is once you leave that sunlit zone, and to save battery power, you turn off all the lights, you turn off all the things that make noises. It's very quiet and dark. And then all of a sudden, looking out the windows, it just lights up around you because of all this bioluminescence that these organisms are creating. But you can't actually see the outline of the organism. You just see trails of light everywhere. And your imagination.
Bioluminescence.
Bioluminescence.
This is like fireflies.
Yeah, it's the way organisms who live away from the light can communicate, can find each other, can attract prey, all of these things.
Or they can just swim at a higher depth and then
they would die there because I would eat them. They stay down. I can't get my little hands on them.
What does it sound like down there?
So in my experience, it's really quiet.
No,
to my ears.
Boop, boop. We know this on every submarine TV show. There's this sound.
Yeah, we don't actually have that. Just putting it out there.
Just putting it out there.
Just putting it out there. But actually, if we have put microphones on the seafloor, and you can hear all sorts of crazy stuff, like the Earth's crust cracking, and you can.
That was an audible gasp.
That would be like you wouldn't believe what some of the fish are saying.
I just can't believe.
You just lost your breath on that.
Pardon me?
You just lost your breath on that.
I did.
That's called a nerdgasm, by the way. I wanted to know. Yeah.
I am one of you.
Yeah, an uncontrolled, guttural.
I was so
I do call it the nerdgasm as well, so that's official terminology.
Simple woman. And so I can imagine what a graham cracker crust cracking sounds like. So when you said the microphone can pick up the sound of the Earth's crust cracking, first of all, it makes it sound very fragile in a way. I mean, if a microphone can pick that up.
Well, I mean, the Earth's crust is constantly.
Yeah, this is nice. I don't even really need to be close to that microphone. I can sit back here and talk softly, and you'll still hear me.
But yeah, it makes a lot of noise actually, and organisms in the ocean can make a lot of noise. Just a lot of it we can't actually hear. It's not tuned to our frequency.
So, Kevin, you had an expedition to something called the Lost City. What is that?
Lost City is a type of.
Apparently not any longer.
Right, it's found.
The found city.
And it's a type of hydrothermal vent. You go down there, it's about 1 kilometer below the surface, and it's this beautiful white cathedral of rock on the bottom of the ocean. This hydrothermal chimney stands a couple 100 feet high, and it's just stunning. And it's not powered by the spreading rock. The hydrothermalism is powered by a chemical reaction called serpentinization, which is sort of similar. You know the hand warmers that you get on a really cold day to put in your gloves? That's an exothermic reaction, a reaction that creates heat.
We get those on set when it's below 60 degrees. And
Yeah, sorry, this mic is now so sensitive. I gotta be careful with it.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like that at the bottom of the ocean.
Okay.
So it's a chemical reaction that releases energy.
Exactly.
And it manifests in the form of heat.
Right. And interesting chemistry.
Okay, is there life down there?
And lo and behold, there is.
So how does that relate to the origin of life on Earth?
Sure. So a lot of people think very early in Earth's history that the deep ocean was a great place that life could have begun. It was sort of protected from all the bad stuff that was happening up here. And you had all this
like asteroid impacts and things.
Yeah.
Noah's Ark, that stuff.
And you had all this chemical energy that these organisms can extract, and it did not rely on, photosynthesis or the sun. So scientists are really interested in trying to make that connection as well.
And so we think a place like Lost City might have been where the origin of life occurred on Earth. And tying it back to our exploration of the solar system, one of the key questions is the origin of life easy or hard? If it's easy, then life will be any place where the conditions are right. If it's hard, then life might be quite rare.
All right, we're going to find out more about alien life lurking at the bottom of the sea when Star Talk continues. We're back on Star Talk, live from the Beacon Theater, New York City. We are talking about the search for alien life on other planets. Julie, you're looking for life not only at the bottom of the ocean, but below the bottom of the ocean. What's that about?
No farting.
So the ocean doesn't stop at the seafloor. So the seawater is moving through the crust, and with it, bringing
All right,
life,
I'm really
energy,
excited, man. There's just so much going on right
ton of
now.
life actually living.
All right, let's get this Discord
That is
going.
crazy. So
All right, we're looking in the
air, on the
subcategories.
surface, in the water, and below the water in the crust that's below the oceans.
Correct.
Okay.
So life in the dark, very broadly. And this whole program is about studying those life forms at
Is this
the
what I've
bottom
heard
of
of?
the
It's called the
ocean.
deep biosphere?
Yeah, the deep biosphere. I mean, we have found evidence for life miles beneath the seafloor.
And when you say evidence for life, do you mean like microbes, or do you mean tiny, so not like tiny horses even a little? or any other kind of, just only microbes, not even...
I guess there isn't probably
there's some
subcategories.
worms, maybe.
All
that
right!
Worms.
No,
Strapping
it's-
together more than one cell.
Yeah, I mean, we're mainly talking microbial life, which for most of Earth's history was a microbial game. So the organisms living deep beneath the seafloor, are some of our most ancient relatives to many life forms that we have here now.
Has anyone discovered
Oh, good. I'm glad you're enjoying this.
A talking crab?
a talking crab like Sebastian?
Oh. That would be, and who's musically inclined.
Okay,
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like if a crab could say even 3 words, I'd be like, that's pretty good, crab.
that counts as a talking crab. Yeah.
And so what she's finding beneath the ocean,
Yeah, I haven't seen them before.
Does that have any correspondence to what people are trying to find on Mars?
Dude, I don't even know what these noises are. Like, there are devices making noise. I don't know which computer it is or which
We're educated
tablet or
of
phone.
food
I'll
chain
figure it
as
out.
being,
It's all right. It'll be
based
okay.
on photosynthesis.
It's just audio.
Right. So the plants use the sunlight, the animals eat the plants, and then more animals eat those animals, and so on and so forth. The connection with the rocks has really been
That would mean
one-
we are all solar powered at some level.
at some level,
Yes.
right? But the
Looks like everybody's hungry.
But so this kind of food chain at the bottom of the ocean is driven by chemosynthesis, the chemistry coming out of the hydrothermal vents and the rocks, et cetera. And so that's a kind of new framework to think about the food chain. And we can take that chemosynthetic food chain and say, would it work on Mars or Europa and these other worlds?
Because on Mars, without an ozone layer, the UV would be quite hostile to any biology on the surface.
Right.
So there's a lot of talk that if it's going to have life, it would be beneath the surface, and we have the water bias. So let's look for water beneath the surface, and maybe there's life thriving there.
That's right. And so if you go down in the surface, there could potentially be life on Mars. We don't currently have a program to dig that deep. Our exploration of Mars with rovers like Curiosity, it's going up a mountain with all sorts of different geologic layers, and we're looking for evidence of life in the past, extinct life. So we're looking for fossilized microbes. And
How do you find fossilized microbes? Seems hard just from what I know.
There's actually lots of fossilized microbes in New York. You see these patterns in the rocks that are created by the microbial mats. So if you think of microbes as living in a community, they kind of build up their own little cities. And then something changes, And those
Probably the economy.
Well, no, you're absolutely right. The chemical economy changes.
Yeah.
And that the microbial.
Give him credit for getting that right.
No, but it's a good analogy. And so, so the microbes then become lithified. They turn into rocks. And we've got evidence of ancient microbial life on Earth going back billions of years. And that's amazing. And we look at those rocks, and then the Curiosity rover is looking for similar kinds of rocks
Current
on Mars.
rover of record on Mars.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, the only problem with that is that you can't go up to one of these ancient rocks.
I do
and
not
extract
know
DNA or
why
protein
we're
or
supposed to
amino
be
acids.
reading this
So
for
as
today. I'm just
exciting
gonna be
as
like,
it
I didn't
would
have
be to
time to
find
read it,
fossilized
Why
microbes,
not?
but I read the abstract
those compounds don't last that long.
because I don't have time to read it, but I read the abstract.
No actual biomolecule.
What if you spit on it?
Oh my goodness.
Then you would find your DNA death.
I told you, I hang out with these micro nerds.
And so,
A CRISPR gene editing. No, I don't want to spend 20 minutes reading about CRISPR gene editing. It would take me, I'm kidding too, it would take me like an hour or two to read that whole paper.
which, if we study it, could then reveal interesting.
And it's not even, it's not the new gene editing technique.
What water does.
The new bleeding edge in gene
Dry
editing.
riverbeds, river deltas, floodplains. And so
I kind of think it's interesting, but I don't want to read about it.
Coursed heavily over its surface.
That's
right?
right.
A water world.
Right.
Covered by water.
Yeah.
Okay. So what might that have been like long ago?
All right.
Been pretty Earth-like, and on Mars, that evidence shows that.
All right,
there might have been an ocean in the northern hemisphere. So Mars
I don't
would
think
have
there are
had all this
categories. I don't know
water
why I
in
was
the
thinking about
north.
subcategories. I don't think
could
that's a
very well
thing.
have been
I don't really
habitable
need
for life
them.
as we know
All right,
it.
I just
It
was
might have been
interested.
very
Let's just
Earth-like. The sun could have
go
powered life in that
see
ocean.
what else we got here.
there's also
Oh,
one problem.
somebody said something about that page with the link thing. YouTube Punk was
Curious
saying
if
that.
there's a
Let me go
separate
see
independent
in the
origin
chat.
elsewhere. Is the origin of life easy or hard? Well, on Mars and Earth, we're close neighbors. And so in the early
YouTube
history of the solar
Punk.
system, Earth and Mars were sending rocks
A
back and
link
forth.
tree.
And some of the microbes that
Yeah, I
like
should just put. All
might
right,
have been
so
eating
in
those
the
rocks, and they might have hitched a ride
in
from
the
Mars to Earth,
pocket
Earth
locker
to Mars.
thing,
And so it
I
could be
should
that
have a
life
page.
on Mars has the same tree.
Actually, just
as
at
life on
top, I
Earth,
should have a page.
which would not be conclusive as far as a separate origin.
Let's go beyond Mars now.
Right.
And so why
Yeah, I should have it in
are
here.
both of you so hooked on water? That seems so Earth life biased. Could you have life based on some other fluids?
Links.
Limiting your search.
Oh, yes. What about milkshakes?
Oh!
I like
By the way, I love milkshakes, by the way.
I love a
favorite thing.
milkshake.
It's my favorite thing.
something in common.
I would, if it was one of the food groups I would bring on a mission to Mars, is milkshakes.
I would too.
I think we got a movie.
And then this should have all of my channels.
Okay, so milkshake world.
Right.
So tell me.
So the key motivating.
Why are you so
All right,
biased?
let me switch over though. I got to get ready to go to this meeting, so let me get ready to do that. All right, so what I got to do is on this computer, I got to pull up my Zoom.
So it's not that we're not thinking about those things. We are looking for things.
Let's go with
but when we
this.
search for
Let's
life
go
beyond
with
Earth,
this.
we have to
Let's
generate
go with
an hypothesis. You have to, and the hypothesis is
Let's
if you bring
close
together
all
water,
most
some
of
chemical
this, at
energy or
least.
solar energy,
energy,
energy
Yeah,
and the
let's dip
elements, the
dive
building blocks
socialize
for
on
life,
that.
if you bring together those keystones, you
Um,
formulate the hypothesis that life as we know it could
other
arise. Saturn's moon,
bookmarks.
Titan.
Where you look, what kind of places are you looking?
Well, so we've got these ocean worlds of the outer solar system. These are moons of Jupiter and Saturn, possibly even,
Name a few.
Europa and
Travis
Enceladus, Titan. Those are sort of
incorrect. There we go. Launch the
prime ones for
meeting.
the search for
Open the
life. There's also
Zoom
They all
meeting.
have liquid in them.
Right. So these
All
are
right,
these are oceans that
now
are covered in
Taz
ice.
the speaker and the microphone.
Exist.
I
vast
hear it.
liquid
It's coming
waters. And in
out
the case of
here.
Europe, we're talking about
Yep.
an ocean that is
Then it's coming out
100
here.
kilometers, about 60 miles in depth. That's about 10 times.
You don't even want to know how many leagues.
A billion leagues
So,
under the
yeah.
sea.
And then it's coming over here.
So you do the math, and
All right, so what I need to do with
in all of Earth. If there's that much water, could there be? And that is a motivating question.
That
for us.
excites you.
Yes.
All right. When we come back, we will discuss the search for life in the oceans of worlds beyond when Star Talk continues. We're back on Star Talk, live at the Beacon Theater. We're talking about the search for life.
And now you can still hear
ocean
me.
worlds and beyond.
But I hear two of me, which isn't good.
So Julie, we've got a portfolio of space worlds. Which one of those would you want to explore first?
When I walk
So I should
through
go
the chemistry,
home.
Europa is a great candidate for supporting life forms similar to some of the life forms we find at the bottom of the
Go to
ocean.
the outputs.
So if you find life on Europa, you'd have to call them
Don't send
Europeans,
it back to
right?
mom either.
Is there the same, you know how there's Uranus and
All right.
Uranus?
So now,
I mean,
yeah, now there isn't two of me.
Or no?
Yeah, when you're older than 8 years old, yeah, you pronounce
It's
it
called
Uranus.
Uranus?
Yes.
Now I'm back in. You can hear me on
Uranus?
stream.
Definitely not when you're giving a talk to 8-year-olds.
Until you're 8 years old, yeah, it's Uranus. But after that, it's Uranus.
Sometimes you're never corrected.
No, so
thought it was-
it's from the Greek. It's from the Greek, and if you look at the Greek spelled in Greek letters,
Which is actually
and then you
then
you pronounce them, it's Uranus.
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 Sorry.
So that was my question. Does anyone pronounce, is it spelled, is it Europa? Or,
It's Europa. Europa and Zeus had a little thing.
okay.
Get back to where you guys were coming. So where you want to go to Europa?
Yeah, so walking through the chemistry, what we know about Europa from flyby missions, what we know about Enceladus from flyby missions, there are a lot of good ingredients for life.
Life
So,
as we know it.
Life as we know it. So for example, Enceladus's ocean is being spewed out into space, and the Cassini mission was able to capture some of that material and measure it
The
in
Cassini
space.
mission to Jupiter that
Yes.
stayed, and
To
it
Saturn.
to Saturn. Didn't only look at Saturn, it looked at many of the moons
Many
of
of the
Saturn
moons,
as well.
and in that plume of material, it found things like hydrogen and methane, and also little particles that suggest it has a rocky core.
So why is it spewing oceans into space? That's unusual or no?
That's unusual, and I have no idea.
It would be better.
No, isn't it true that
this
the
microphone.
heating of the interiors can
No, this
actually
microphone.
trigger evaporation of the water, and it's got to come out. The pressure has to release, so it punches through the ice, and you get these ice volcanoes. Volcanoes not the exact right word, but they're geysers.
Geysers,
Yeah,
there you
yeah.
go.
And geyser is even not quite the right physics. The term cryovolcanism is used.
Because that has more syllables. Geyser, yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank God we're not saying geyser. We would all maybe remember.
Okay, cryovolcanism.
Yeah,
So
and-
cold volcanoes.
And we don't yet actually know the detailed physics of what's happening, but on Enceladus is a tiny little moon. It's 500 kilometers, 300 miles in diameter, and it's getting tugged and squeezed by Saturn. And you look at the surface, and the ice is all fractured. And so as those fractures open up, the ocean below is exposed to the vacuum of space.
Now I'm
Much of
in.
that
You guys
liquid
can
water,
hear
it just
me.
essentially boils out. And it may also be geyser-driven physics, which has to do with pressure. But that's why it's jetting out, because the ice is fracturing and allowing the ocean to just escape
Being
to
sucked
space.
into space.
Yeah.
So there was a movie called The Europa Report. In fact, it's on. It did feel like it needed some kind of reaction. Let's try that again. There was a movie called The Europa Report.
Oh.
And you were a scientific consultant on that thriller. Is that right?
That's correct. And I've done some science consulting on different things, but when that team came to me and said, we want to make a movie about Europa. I was like, oh, but this is my baby. We gotta get the science right. And they were fantastic. They actually got a lot of the science of like the radiation on the surface of Europa. Europa is bombarded by these charged particles, electrons.
From Jupiter.
From Jupiter.
Yeah.
And so you don't want to send any astronauts to Europa because they'll get cooked by that radiation very quickly. But that's what happens in the movie. And spoiler alert.
Don't give it away.
But I got to give some of the ending of the film because I want your comments on it. In the Europa report, they do find life, and it looks for all the world squid-like, or basically, or what's the general term for these creatures?
Cephalopod.
Cephalopod?
Cephalopod.
It looks cephalopoidal. Okay. How real? Julie, have you thought about how realistic that is?
I have thought about it. I don't think it's very likely, personally.
But there was yet another movie that had a cephalopodal alien. It was the movie Arrival.
It's a great way to end a movie, right? Cephalopods.
If it's in that many movies, it must be a real thing, right?
But let's not miss the big picture here. Part of what's fun about this is like, for so long we've thought about little green men on Mars. Now we're thinking about octopi and cephalopods on Europa, and part of why we went with the cephalopod and Europa report is because if you think about evolution in an ice-covered ocean, and you think about evolution of intelligence and then technology, cephalopods can use tools, right? Those tentacles can do things. You can be a tool-using octopus. Fish, not so much, right?
Totally not.
And so that was part of the rationale.
I tweeted recently that if an octopus wanted to imprison non-human, to jail them up, they'll have to put you in a room where the exit door had 3 doorknobs, and then you wouldn't be able to get out. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I like that. Yeah.
What? I'm just.
That's good.
Right? That's just kind of cool.
Just one of the reasons to never be in a room with an octopus.
Up next, we're going to discuss the future of exploration undersea in the farthest reaches of space when Star Talk continues. We're back on Star Talk live from the beautiful Beacon Theater right here in New York City. So, Kevin, what is in store for us? We've been talking about doing this search in the solar system, but what about the doing of it? So what's coming up what's the future of Europa?
Yeah, it's a great question. And part of what's exciting about being alive today is that for the first time in the history of humanity, we actually have the tools and technology, the scientific robots, to go out and potentially answer this question of whether or not we're alone. Does biology work beyond Earth? And so think about it. We've been asking this question
forever.
Yeah. And now we can potentially answer it. And the way in which we will potentially answer it is by sending spacecraft, robotic spacecraft, no humans, to...
Boo. Lame.
So,
all right, we'll send Eugene on the next one, yeah.
I am very impressed by robots.
So first up is a mission that NASA has approved to fly by Europa. It's called the Europa Clipper. And it will orbit Jupiter and make some 40, 45 or more flybys of Europa and map it out in wonderful detail. All sorts of instruments on board.
Just to be clear, exploration, generally you want a map of where you will go next.
Right.
Right, and so you don't go there, start digging immediately.
Right.
You want to characterize the environment that you are about to occupy.
That's right.
Okay, go on.
Yeah, and so the Galileo spacecraft was the first spacecraft to orbit Jupiter and to give us the initial reconnaissance of Europa. And then the Clipper mission will do an incredible job of giving us stunning images and close-up detail, spectroscopy to help us figure out the surface chemistry, ice-penetrating radar to figure out the ice thickness and the cracking of the ice. And that information could then feed forward into a mission that goes down to the surface where we can then actually dig into the ice and start looking for...
So you're going from an orbiter to a lander.
The mission after that.
And how many years into the future is this.
Right, so here's where it
flipper
gets
radar.
depressing.
That's where it gets exciting.
Right, so this business is not for the faint of heart.
By the way, this is the first rule of science. Whatever experiment you do, make sure the results come before you die. Okay? This is.
That's a rule with a lot of jobs.
So I started working on Europa in the year 2000 or so. The Clipper mission, if all goes well, it will get to the launch pad in the year 2022, 2023. It then takes several years to pinball through the solar system and get out to Jupiter. But it'll get there, if it launches in the early 2020s, it gets there to Europa in the mid to late 2020s. And then after that, we would potentially send a lander, and that lander wouldn't get there until the early to mid to late 2030s or possibly the 2040s.
Wow.
The renovators moved a toilet in our bathroom from this corner to this corner, and it took 2 years. So that doesn't sound like that long.
Yeah, it's very similar.
So Julie, if you had the choice, would you pilot a sub in the oceans of Europa, or would you send robots to do that?
I would send robots to do that. Most of these types of jobs, you should send a robot. I won't even send a person to an exploding underwater volcano on Earth. So I'm certainly not going to send them on a 5-year journey out into the outer solar system.
Well, but what's the best? Okay, so forget the outer solar system, Earth. What's the best way to explore Earth? Is it without the people? So what's the need to do that if you can just send a robot and you don't even have to worry about bringing it back?
Well, I think there's an important role for both in all exploration. Humans are wonderful storytellers, and having the experience of doing the exploration and being in the environment you're studying, it's incredibly powerful. But there are situations where it simply doesn't make sense. And you can do better science.
Like inside of volcanoes.
Like inside of volcanoes, like Europa, and even some really, really extreme depths if you want to spend a long time on the seafloor.
So what are the tech challenges going to Europa and trying to get through the ice?
Well, there are many.
Name 6.
So arguably the biggest challenge is that radiation environment. So unlike the deep ocean, you can't bring a robot back up and take out your screwdriver and fix it. Once something leaves the launch pad, it's out there, it's done. You're not going to be able to break out the screwdriver. And so you have to have everything tested. The mantra at JPL is test as you fly, fly as you test. And so just get your robot ready for that environment. One of the tricky things is that the robot then has software on it and it's running through programs, and radiation noise hits on a microprocessor can cause the software to do weird things. So once you enter the Jovian environment, the Jupiter environment, the radiation around Jupiter could cause the robot's brain to kind of go a little haywire.
And be like flirty or like weird, like inappropriate?
Wait. So how is it getting through the thickness of the ice?
Right, so here's, part of what's interesting about this kind of exploration is that the technology exists. It's hard. We could melt through the ice with a melt probe that has a nuclear power source or even some variation on a solar power source if you had a big enough array. We don't need to invent warp drive to get to Europa's ocean. The technologies are out there. They're hard, they're expensive, but we can do it. There's not like new physics that we need to invent. And so the Europa Clipper mission will fly by. Then we'll have a lander at some point, and that will sample the surface and help inform how to design a melt probe that could go all the way through the ice. And then out of that melt probe would be a submersible that would run with a lot of autonomy, a lot of smarts, and that's where the partnership between Woods Hole Oceanographic and JPL comes into play, where we're trying to take some space technologies and apply it to our ocean to design robotic vehicles that are small, tiny, and robust and easily deployable.
Julie, what innovation are you just waiting for?
Well, one of the benefits of working on Earth is that
It's a great sentence.
is that as hard as it is, I can still go on a ship. I can use a submersible. I can bring samples back. I can, sequence the DNA. I can grow the microbes. One of the biggest challenges to working in space is that you have to just bring the whole lab with you out there. And so where we really need the innovation is basically, taking our science to the environment so that we can make the measurements in the environment and get the data back without bringing samples home. And so Clipper's an amazing mission, but we need to get on the surface of Europa. We need to get those samples with the right sensors to try to detect evidence of life.
Okay. We'll have more for the search for alien life on Water Worlds when Star Talk continues. We're back on Star Talk live from the Beacon Theater, New York City. So Kevin, Julie, lightning round here. You ready? When might we discover alien life? Kevin.
Within the next 2 decades, depending on whether or not we commit to it.
Julie, if we find that life, what might it be like? Alien life.
I think it will be using energy in a similar way to how life uses energy here.
Okay, and likely to be microbes, not whole
Microbial
macroscopic.
life, yes, single-celled life.
Single-cell life. Okay, when we discover life, what then? Is that a good or bad thing? And the reason why I ask that is NASA has a branch of itself called planetary protection. And it does 2 things. When we leave Earth and go to places, it wants to protect those environments from our contamination so that when you do study it scientifically, you're not accidentally studying your own rhinovirus that you sneezed on the spaceship before you launched it.
Right.
A. B, if you bring samples back, you don't want that to contaminate us. So, is it a good thing or a bad thing that you want to go find life and study it and bring it back here?
But, so let's put this into context. Over 400 years ago, Galileo turned the telescope to the night sky and discovered the moons of Jupiter. And in so doing, we were able to then understand that physics, the science of physics, works beyond Earth. And in the decades after that, with spectroscopy, we would come to learn that the principles of chemistry work beyond Earth. And then with our robotic exploration of the solar system, we would come to appreciate that geology works beyond Earth. But when we think of that 4th fundamental science, biology, when we think of the phenomenon that is us, life, we have yet to make that leap. We don't yet actually know whether or not biology works beyond Earth.
Or is the same elsewhere as it is on Earth.
That's right. But we have this potential to revolutionize our understanding of whether or not biology is a singularity on our home planet or a universal phenomenon throughout the universe.
Julie, are you on the universal side of that argument?
Well, and also to be clear, I don't want to bring it back to Earth. I think we need to be able to study it out there because of exactly what you're talking about. I think we need to preserve and protect on both ends of it. And so I think we need to raise a generation that first cares about this ocean and this planet and wants to understand how it works, and then we can take all of those lessons in technology and put them out
You want people to care about the oceans?
I want people to care a lot about the oceans. Yes.
What's the future in your field?
I think we're looking at a new age of ocean exploration, and it's one where we develop new technologies, new robotic capabilities to explore our ocean, and those serve as a bridge for someday exploring these oceans beyond Earth. And so there's this beautiful partnership where we learn more about the home planet while also building the capabilities to explore these worlds beyond Earth.
So valuing home, you suspect, will empower us intellectually, emotionally, spiritually, to value other things that we find out in space.
100%.
Let me get some parting thoughts from you guys. Ellie.
Well, I want to thank you guys because I read a lot. I'm not a scientist. Finally, I'll come out and say it. And I read a lot of things that sound scary and hopeless. And so hearing you guys speak intelligently about life on Earth and life beyond Earth, possible life beyond Earth, has given me great comfort this evening. So thank you for letting me listen to it and every now and then talk about milkshakes.
Yeah,
Eugene.
I would say that listening to both of you, it makes the search very practical. Like it sounds like it's like you're looking for microbes. You're not looking for people or creatures to destroy us. And there's something really just kind of life-affirming about it.
And
so John, I saved you for last. Just because you're so well dressed all the time.
Thank you so well. I wore ocean blue. And I'll say this. I know many people are looking for E.T. or a way to live on Mars like Matt Damon, but I think that if we can just find the smallest microbial or IKEA-like life, we'll achieve something that a little guy named Galileo achieved, and that was knowledge.
So I'd like to offer some parting thoughts of my own. Anytime you read about a scientific discovery in the paper, someone was working on it for 10 years. And you never saw or heard of them because they were busting their ass trying to get a satellite to fly, trying to get a submersible to get to the bottom of the ocean, trying to get data that you can trust and then understand it and interpret it and then publish it. So I'm delighted to have the two of you on this program. And I think of what your exploration has done for the world. Consider, if you go far enough back in time, the academic scientists of the day, they were called natural philosophers. Philosophy, you break that word apart, is lover of knowledge. And if you were a natural philosopher, you were in search of knowledge that came to you from nature. Back then, there were no sort of stovepipes of one science versus another. That would come later, as people who studied life, they realized they needed different methods and tools, different tactics to understand life than the chemists needed to understand chemicals, than the physicists needed to understand matter, motion, and energy. So what arose in recent centuries is that the natural philosopher split out, and then you got the biologist publishing their own works, the chemist, the physicist, the astronomer, studying everything that's not on Earth. So then what happens? Wait a minute. Does nature split up into these professions? Does nature care that your textbook looks different from that person's textbook? No. Nature is one. Nature is a whole. And so what began to happen in the 20th century? You started finding previously distinct fields coming together. We start stapling together previously distinct paths of inquiry. And now we learn that life isn't just separate from even the rocks. Oh my gosh. There are rocks you wouldn't have had unless life had been operating, and you have life that you wouldn't have had unless you had the rocks for them to thrive on. So now we have, is it biogeology? What's the new thing we're stapling together because of the work you're doing? So I foresee a time in the not so distant future when all the scientific professions are stapled together as one, just as nature had intended all along. That is a cosmic perspective. Thanks for coming out tonight. Join me in thanking our panel.
course, on theological and political disagreements. But I found that sometimes he can be a little bit arbitrary in how he practices what he preaches.
Okay, I'm gonna fast forward it here.
Right, moving on. Next, we come to the apologists. And again, apologetics is my area. And I've got to say, there has been plenty of rethinking.
Life, but a really bad afterlife called hell, and that you don't want to go there. And so 1,000 pine points to Salem. Salem's a Christian who loves me more than any other atheist out there, I think. Goni, go? You can't demand pine points. What do you think this is? This is not a democracy. This is not a place where you demand your rights. And watch your language, Goni, go. There's Christians here. Is this your first Pine Point, Salem? It is. Congratulations. Can you imagine heaven's going to be like going with me to the luxurious Tropicana Casino and Spa in Las Vegas? That's what heaven's like. Going with Pine Creek to Vegas. Okay, the title of this is Hell's for Christians, Not for Unbelievers. I'm not backing down on that. I'm right. Why am I right? I'll tell you why I'm right. Why hell is for Christians and not unbelievers, not non-Christians. It's because of this. Man, let me get rid of Jonathan Pritchett for a second. Oh, that's me. Oop. Let's go there. There we go. This is why hell is for Christians and not for unbelievers. It's because a Christian telling an atheist, or a non-Christian, they're going to hell is as scary as a child telling an adult they're not getting any presents from Santa. The reason why it has zero effect on non-Christians, atheists in particular, when you talk about hell, is because we don't believe hell exists. I've always said that if you're a Christian, your number one priority is to convince people that there is an afterlife. Your number one priority is to convince people that there is not only an afterlife, but a really bad afterlife called hell, and that you don't want to go there. And it's a binary choice according to Christianity. Whenever you say not heaven, you're really saying hell. And whenever you say not hell, you're really saying heaven. And so the whole point of Christianity is to convince people that there's a place called not heaven, hell, and you don't want to go there. And if there is no hell, there's no need for Jesus, but there is a hell, so you need Jesus. And so you need, the belief in hell supersedes the belief in Jesus. I'll say that again. The belief in hell supersedes the belief in Jesus, because if there is no hell, if there is no not heaven, Jesus is not necessary. He's not needed. And so what I find interesting is when guys like Jonathan Pritchett goes to Rethinking Hell conferences. This was published August 31st, 2019, just a few days ago. And you hear Christians talking about hell. It kind of amuses me because it reconfirms my point of this video that hell is for Christians. It's for Christians to talk about. It's for Christians to struggle with. It's for Christians to be scared of when they're backsliding. And it's for Christians to think about, oh, maybe I'm not saved. Hell is all for Christians. It's not for unbelievers. Okay, so this is a long video, but I'm just going to play parts. I watched this at 3x. It's like an hour and a half long, so 3x made it much shorter. And I just took some timestamps, and I'm going to play some of this, some parts that were interesting.
Now, at last year's conference, and you can see previous presentations on Rethinking Hell's YouTube channel if you're into YouTube. I have been consuming massive amounts of those videos in the past few months leading up to this. But at last year's conference, Dr. Preston Sprinkle, who's an amazing guy, amazing scholar, he gave an outstanding presentation that I encourage those of you who haven't seen it to go check it out. But in his presentation, he went first, and so I'm doing the same opening night thing that he did, and I don't know if I'll be as good, but he had mentioned that in the months leading up to doing the conference, he said he had to take those months to really nail down where he ultimately stood on the issue. And so he didn't want to get on this stage and said, I don't want to be wishy-washy. Well, I had a different reaction when Chris Date invited me to come give this presentation because I needed the past few months to figure out how I can get on this stage and defend being wishy-washy on the issue. So that's where I'm at. I'm wishy-washy. I'm sitting on the fence. That's where I'm at, firmly on the fence.
Okay, so here we have a Christian apologist named Jonathan Pritchett. He's often found on Braxton Hunter's channel. I think he's associated with Trinity. What do they call themselves? Trinity Apologetics University Seminary for Life. I don't know. Online. I don't know. He's on the fence when it comes to hell. What I would love to have a list of important things found in the Bible, like hell, that Christians are on the fence with versus the Christians are, can I use the word certain or confident, very, very confident of? I encourage you, if you're a Christian, make at home, get yourself a journal, lick your pen, and write things I'm confident in, things I'm on the fence on, and make a list and send it to Pine Creek, will you? I'm very curious.
And I want to communicate that if you are on the fence, it's perfectly fine to be on the fence. As Pastor Wade had mentioned,
It's perfectly fine to be on the fence about hell. Is it okay to be on the fence on the resurrection? I can't imagine any Christian saying yes to that. It's okay to be on the fence when it comes to the resurrection. What about when Jesus is going to return? Post-trib, pre-trib? What about how people even become Christians in the first place? Is it through regeneration first or repentance first? What can you be on the fence on open theism versus predestination? Can you be on the fence on things, simple things like women's role in the church? Where do you draw the line on where you can be on the fence and where, no, we know this, we got this one licked. We know what this is.
There are three views broadly within Christendom and even in evangelicalism. Those are the conditional immortality view, which is the majority of the Rethinking Hell advocates, the evangelical universalism view, and, of course, the traditional view.
He's about to say something really amazing coming up. That's why I'm playing this section of the clip.
Now, I'm really sitting on the fence between the traditional view and the conditional immortality view. I really haven't looked enough into universalism to understand quite all of the arguments in it, but
I'm scared to even summarize the three views because I'll be accused of strawmanning no matter what I say, but that's okay. Okay, Christians, if you're listening, I'm about to strawman you. Here it comes. Here's my strawmanning. The traditional view just is basically humans are going to suffer in some way forever and ever and ever, eternally. The conditional view of hell is basically that, well, you're only going to suffer on the condition that you don't believe in Jesus, and it's going to be for a certain time, but not forever, not eternally. And people who will not suffer, it's on the condition that they've accepted Jesus Christ as their Savior, blah, blah, blah. And the universalist view is basically that everybody at some point eventually will end up in heaven. So those are my straw man three views of hell.
I don't know. For me, just me, I think probably one of the other two are more likely. So I understand with the universal reconciliation view why people like, say, Russell Moore or J.I. Packer. I understand why they say they would like for universalism to be true. I mean, after all,
here it comes.
You don't want to think about even loved ones and friends and family having to spend all eternity in hell. And so there's a part of us that wants to hope for universalism.
There's a part of us that wants to hope for universalism. Why? Because we all have family and friends. I'm speaking on behalf of the Christian. We all have family and friends that are not Christians. So we hope all of them will end up in heaven.
And I understand that. But to be honest with you, I don't even know if I agree with that. I feel like that I should, but I'm reserved about that because if I want that and it turns out that the traditional view, say, for instance, is true.
If I want universalism, I'm speaking for Jonathan here. If I want universalism, if I want everybody to end up in heaven, and it happens to be that the traditional view of hell is true, meaning that most people will end up suffering for eternity,
then am I saying that I'm more loving and more merciful and compassionate than God? And I don't.
Yes, you are saying that you are more merciful and compassionate if you say that you hope everybody ends up in heaven, but it turns out that God planned it or set it up in a way that most people end up in hell.
Is true, then am I saying that I'm more loving and more merciful and compassionate than God? And I don't want to say that. So
I don't want to say, this is amazing to me. I don't want to say I'm more compassionate and loving than God because then I might as well be God. But what does that say, Jonathan Pritchett? If we had I don't even have an envelope here, but if we had an envelope with, just like with Johnny Carson that had the truth in it, the absolute objective truth, contained in that envelope was the truth that the traditional view of hell is correct. Anybody who does not confess with their mouth that Jesus Christ is Lord is doomed for eternity in hell. And not only that, but most people will end up there, like maybe more than 50%. It could be as high as 90% of every person who've ever walked on the face of this planet. What if it's true that they end up in hell forever and ever and ever? There's no changing it. There's no hope. They're doomed forever. What does that say about your God if you internally say, I hope that's not true? I hope universalism's true. What's going on with you, Jonathan? What's wrong with you? There's something wrong with you, Jonathan, if you are more loving than your God, right? More compassionate than your God, right? There's something wrong with you, Jonathan Pritchett, if you're actually more merciful than your God, right? Right. Okay, so I'm going to fast forward it here. I played that just to get to that part. To me, this is why I asked the poof or drown question, by the way. It's to pit the Christian against to pit the Christian's intuitions of what's right and wrong against their God. Because their God drowned people. Some Christians believe that. And they don't want us to, babies drowning, we don't want that. And here Jonathan Pritchett's admitting he does not desire this traditional view of hell to exist, because it makes him look more merciful than his God, more compassionate than his God. And he feels uncomfortable with that.
Or you're on the fence, or you're a little bit wishy-washy, that's perfectly fine. So by this point in my Christian maturity, I've already ironed out what I think are the essential doctrines of historic Christian orthodoxy, whether you're Protestant or Catholic or Eastern Orthodox or whatever. And I think I've decided that the reality of hell is an essential doctrine.
Okay, that's interesting. So the reality of hell is essential doctrine.
But I don't believe that the nature of hell is essential. So along with Fudge's permission and simply taking the time to hear the cases out...
why isn't the nature of hell essential? That's interesting to me. And again, the theme of this video is that hell is for Christians. Hell is for Christians. Hell is for Christians because non-Christians don't believe in the Christian hell. So when we're talking about hell, we're talking about the hell that the Christians believe in and struggle with and talk about and argue about.
I'm perfectly fine to just sit here on the fence for a while. And I invite you to do the same if you so choose to do so. The presenters here are going to represent different perspectives, so hear them all out. So when people...
Is it okay to be on the fence when you're talking about the resurrection, what people saw back 2,000 years ago? And these are things that, they're historical events. Is it okay to be on the fence on those things, but not something that's for eternity? How can you be okay with the nature of hell or the nature of heaven even if it lasts forever?
People talk about this, you get a lot of rhetoric, and a lot of Edward Fudge's interlocutors and a lot of his debate opponents, they were not nearly as gracious towards him, sadly. And there's a movie called Hell and Mr. Fudge. I think that if you haven't seen it, it's a wonderful Christian movie, and I don't normally recommend too many Christian movies because they're kind of, but this one is a good one. And so many of his interlocutors and opponents, they weren't very gracious, and that's why I so appreciate churches like this one. Again, I just have to restate that allow people to breathe and to think. But so when you hear people ratchet up the rhetoric, like they sound really panicky. You need to affirm this view. This is the view you have to believe. And if you don't, they have all kinds of names for you.
Okay, I'm going to say this now. I'll probably repeat myself later, but this is why hell is for Christians, because your view on hell will determine whether or not you remain a Christian in many cases. So if you are an 18-year-old Christian man listening right now, a young man, and you are watching pornography, and you're a Christian, and you feel guilty about it, it's eating you up inside. If you believe hell is just a place where you might be in a little bit of pain or whatever, but eventually it'll go away, like you'll just poof, God will annihilate you. If that's your view of hell, man, okay, I can deal with that. That's not so bad. maybe I'll just give up on this Christianity thing because it's just so much darn work. Maybe I'll just, as long as I interact with the ladies in a responsible and smart way, the consequences here on planet Earth won't be so bad, and the consequences eternally won't be so bad because I'll just be gone. I'll just die, and I will. Come to think of it, I'm speaking for the Christian right now, the Christian male struggling with pornography. Come to think of it, I really don't want to live forever. The idea of heaven going on and on and on and on. Really, sounds like a bore to me. I know my pastor told me that it's going to be great and we're going to do great things, and it's just, don't worry, it's going to be great. But really, forever, maybe I'd rather not live forever. Yeah, I'm okay with that. See, do you see, Christians, how your view on hell and heaven and eternity, how it will impact maybe the choices you make in life? Okay, I'm going to fast forward it here. Oh, and let me say this. The reason why Christians are rethinking hell, here's my theory. I don't know if it's true or not, but I think it's pretty close. The reason why Christians are rethinking hell is because Christianity is dying. And so Christians are wondering, why is Christianity dying in the West? In the West, let me be clear. It's thriving in places where there's no internet. Sorry, was that mocking? But it's true. I think because in the West, when you have a woman who's married to a man who leaves Christianity, that woman is more likely to change her view on hell. Why? Because she can't bear to think that the man that she loves is going to spend eternity in conscious torment. So then this Christian woman, she finds on YouTube a channel called Rethinking Hell and thinks, oh, wait a minute. My husband is not going to suffer for eternity. He's going to be annihilated at some point. He'll just poof, he'll die. He'll be burned up. So that's a little easier for the Christian wife to handle than picturing herself in heaven, trying to enjoy heaven while her husband or her son or her daughter is suffering for eternity in hell. How can you enjoy heaven then? But conditional annihilation type idea, well, yeah, you know what? I still wish my loved one was here with me in heaven, but if they're just gone and they're not suffering, then what great loss is that? This is why hell is for Christians. The whole topic of hell is not for non-believers, not for Hindus or even Muslims. Well, Muslims, they have their own version of hell, but it's for Christians to argue about and discuss and fret over. Actually, I take that back. I remember hearing, was his Cosmic Skeptic? I remember seeing a short clip of him admitting, I think it was on Braxton Hunter's channel, he showed that. Maybe not, I don't know, but I remember him still admitting that he is scared about hell. For the record, you could hook me up to a lie detector. I'm pretty confident about this. I have no fear of hell anymore. Maybe for the first 6 months of leaving Christianity a long time ago, but I have zero worry of an afterlife that's going to cause me pain and suffering.
I've been in evangelical circles long enough that I know this kind of fake alarmist windbaggish rhetoric when I hear it, so you need to learn to screen that out and just breathe deeply. A little over a year ago, agree, and should not question each other's orthodoxy because of it. Well, I say amen to that. If there is anyone who is on the fence like me or moving towards the fence, here's why it's okay, regardless of where you are on this debate. What you believe about hell is not what determines whether or not you go there. It's what you believe about Jesus that determines whether or not you go there.
See, this is interesting. What you believe about the nature of hell doesn't ultimately determine whether or not you go there. It's what you believe about Jesus. But, Jonathan Pritchett, if there's no hell, in other words, if there's no non-heaven, because whenever you say hell, you're basically saying not heaven. And whenever you're saying heaven, you're saying not hell, because it's a binary, according to Protestants at least, it's a binary eternal destination. If there is no hell to talk of, then who cares about Jesus? Really? Do we really need Jesus to even have ideas of pacifism and turning the other cheek? Really? Do we need Jesus for that? Do we need Jesus to help us be kind to our fellow human being on this planet? Really? You really think you need Jesus for that? Do you even really think you need Jesus to have this idea of changing your attitude or what's in the inside versus your actions and so forth? No, you don't need Jesus for that. Another human could have come up with that, no problem. The reason why you need Jesus in Christianity is to go to heaven or not go to hell. And without these things, there's no need for Jesus.
So this is why it is okay, as you consider these things, but while you're considering these things and hearing out the other presentations and doing your own research and all of that, because you're obviously theologically interested people to be here on a Friday night listening to me. So as you go about your research, I want you to watch out for certain things that go on in these debates. As far as Rethinking Hell and conferences go, an interesting thing happened at the Together for the Gospel conference last year. Al Mohler, who I mentioned earlier, had an interesting onstage discussion with Ligon Duncan.
By the way, the guy on the left is a really conservative, is he with the Gospel Coalition? No, I forget. But he's a very conservative, traditional view of hell type of guy.
And last year's Rethinking Hell conference came up, and I found this discussion quite perplexing, to say the least. Now, don't get me wrong, I am a big fan of well-placed cheap shots at the expense of others. I'm sorry, it's just part of my nature. But Al Mohler's opening swipe, where he said that the long history of, quote, rethinking hell goes all the way back to hath God said, took me by surprise, as if to insinuate rethinking hell goes all the way back to the devil himself.
Yeah, it's basically, so if you question the traditional view of hell in this Alan Mohler's point of view, you're basically, you're like Eve in the garden talking to Satan, like, hath God said, thou shalt not eat of the fruit? Oh, it scares me that I know that so well.
Why did it take me by surprise? Well, this is because anyone who listened to his debate with Chris Date that I mentioned earlier, if you listen to that, Al Mohler didn't seem particularly interested in what God hath said on the subject, and rather, in response to all of Chris's biblical arguments, just once again referred again and again to church tradition, and really had nothing meaningful to say about Chris's biblical arguments. So, in any case, he's having this conversation with Dr. Duncan, and before he concludes to let the other guy speak, he's discussing 19th century liberalism.
Okay, here's another example. He's explained a situation where two Christians are arguing about this. This is why I entitled the video the way I did. Hell is for Christians. It's not for non-believers, not for non-Christians.
He's discussing, excuse me, he's discussing the Vatican, and he concludes with this fallacious guilt by association. He says there's a trajectory here. Either in the Vatican or we see in Rethinking Hell as a conference in Dallas is the idea that maybe we can put this odious, hated, completely embarrassing doctrine out of sight and out of mind, end quote. Now, I found this very odd, and I hate to say it, but I found it somewhat disingenuous as well, because Dr. Al Mohler knows better. The very last thing that Chris Date said in their debate against one another, representing Rethinking Hell, he said, I don't think that if the traditional view is true, that it paints God out to be an unjust or an unjust ogre. We need to accept whatever Scripture says, whichever the side of the debate it supports.
I still find it interesting that Christians say stuff like this. We have to accept whatever Scripture says. Why? This is a bit of an aside, but this is the crux of it all, really. We have to accept whatever Scripture says. Why? Christians, why? Because these are the words of God. Let's assume that's true right now. Let's assume that the Bible equals Scripture and Scripture equals the Word of God. Huge leaps right there. And that all that's found in the Bible is Scripture, and all that Scripture is the Word of God. Still, let's assume all that's correct. Why ought someone obey it? What's the worst that could happen? If annihilationism is true, well, then God's just going to frown at you, and then when you die, you go poof, you're gone. Maybe you'll get a little slap on the wrist. But what's so bad about going against Scripture? What's so bad about not believing Scripture? This is why the traditional view of hell, I think, is needed amongst Christians to keep them in line. Because you need this huge stick in order for at least, I'm going to say, half the population of Christians to get in line and view Scripture in a powerful way and obey it.
So when people suggest that Rethinking Hell, when he suggests to his crowd that Rethinking Hell thinks that hell is an odious and hated and completely embarrassing doctrine, that's a complete misrepresentation. In fact, we are the ones in the Rethinking Hell are the ones who are talking about hell the most, it seems like these days. So.
Yes, we are the ones talking about hell the most. That solidifies the title of my video. Hell is for Christians. It's not for unbelievers. This whole topic, this whole belief system is for Christians to struggle with. It's for Christian wives to worry about their husbands who have left Christianity. It's about Christian parents to worry about their children who have left Christianity. It's about Christians to argue against each other what exactly hell is, because if it is eternal torment, man, that makes us look more merciful than the God that we serve, and that doesn't really sit well with us, and people are leaving Christianity because of it. Hell is for Christians.
So I don't know what he's on about. But why do I bring this up? I bring it up because it is important to watch out for things like this, especially when you're not on the side of the majority. Folks like Dr. Mohler have often called for respectful and charitable public discourse on theological and political disagreements. But I've found that sometimes he can be a little bit arbitrary in how he practices what he preaches.
Okay, I'm going to fast forward it here.
Right, moving on. Next, we come to the apologists. And again, apologetics is my area. And I've got to say, there has been plenty of rethinking.
By the way, apologetics, what's Trinity? Oh man, what's the name of the university? I'm curious if Jonathan Pritchett, if you ever watched this, or Braxton Hunter, would you give me a discounted rate if I got a PhD from your online university? Would you give me any type of financial support? I'm serious. I bet you I could finish your classes and courses in record time. Well, unless you're going to be unfair with me and slow me down. But I think it would be really cool if Pine Creek, Camille Gregor gave me this idea, and he wants to do this too. So Camille Gregor and Pine Creek, Doug, what kind of deal can you give us if we end up getting some degree from your online university? I think that'd be kind of cool.
Hell happening here. I like to call the standard apologist view the eternal conscious separation anxiety view. Probably the greatest living apologist of our time, here is what William Lane Craig has to say about hell in a popular YouTube clip. He says, I don't think that hell is what is depicted in medieval paintings of torture racks and pincers and red-hot irons and things of that sort. It seems to me that the essence of hell is what Paul describes in 1 Thessalonians 1:5, and he means 2 Thessalonians 1:9, where he says they shall suffer the punishment of exclusion from the presence of the Lord and from the glory of his might. And I think that... Okay, see, this is not going to do it for that 18-year-old Christian guy who's struggling with pornography. What's so bad about hell is all it is the exclusion from the presence of the Lord. Oh, hey, I can handle that. Like, what's so bad about being excluded from the presence of the Lord? See, these are the issues that I think Christians struggle with, because if all hell is a separation from God, that's not so bad. At least it's not suffering. At least it's not like being burned alive. Is the anguish of hell. It is separation from God, from all that is good and all that is beautiful and lovely, to be left with one's own crabbed and selfish heart forever. And I think this is the essence of what hell is.
Yeah, and see, I don't find that bad. And I think there's a lot of Christians out there, especially young males between ages 18 and 22. If hell is just a separation from God, from all that is good and beautiful and lovely, to be left with one's own crabbed and selfish heart, well, that's not so bad.
And selfish heart forever, and I think this is the essence of what hell is. The separation view. Another example of this from an apologist would be from Sean McDowell. Oh. He says, don't get me wrong, after he talks about what hell isn't. He says, don't get me wrong, hell is a terrible place. It is a horrible place. You see, the reality of hell is described as fire, it's described as darkness, but the worst part of hell is relational brokenness.
The worst... Okay, no, I don't buy this for 1 second. The worst part of hell is relational brokenness. Boo-hoo. Okay, Okay, let's make... Hey, thank you, James Wright, for the donation. Don't spend it all in one indulgence. I won't spend the $4.99 all in one place. Okay, now I want Christians to be extremely honest with me right now. What would you rather have? The woman of your life... 90% of the people watch this channel, and most channels like mine are male. So if 90% of you men out there, if you had a choice between losing the love of your life, that gorgeous woman who just really loves you and you love her and all that stuff. Okay, imagine you lose that. Okay, that's pretty bad, right? Just imagine you lose your wife in a car accident or your girlfriend in a car accident, whatever. yes, that's painful, right? You're probably going to mourn, at least to some extent, for the rest of your life, and probably for a year following the death of your loved one, you're going to mourn. Like really, really cry. What would you rather have? That type of pain, or a pain where I take a lighter and I hold it underneath your arm until it just burns and burns and burns. And then I do that with, I take gasoline and I just roast your other arm. And if I could just do that forever, just start burning things and having that physical pain forever and ever. Tell me you'd rather lose your wife than do that. This is why I don't buy this. But the worst part of hell is relational brokenness? No. No, 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 no. Not even close. There's so many people who have lost loved ones, and yes, it's painful, but they go on to live their lives, they find a new loved one, and they don't, take anything away from the past relationship. They have great memories and so forth, but they get over it. But we're talking about the traditional view of hell, which I think Sean McDowell believes, which is more akin to what I'm describing, of having that lighter underneath your arm and just roasting that flesh.
So no, hell is not a divine torture chamber, but hell is a terrible place, so y'all don't get him wrong. Space prevents me from giving a nearly endless stream of quotes like this from my apologetics crowd. But I think one more example will make the point. At his debate with Chris Date on this...
Oh, I notice it's either Jonathan or Hunter's in the live chat. So what kind of deal are you going to give me on me and my friend Camille Greger? I think you saw him. He loves history. He's a historian. What kind of deal would you give us? In fact, maybe even the atheists listening will support me and Camille to get a PhD from your program. Would you allow an atheist? Question for Hunter Braxton. Would you allow atheists to get PhDs in your program?
This issue of the nature of hell. This is how Phil Fernandez answered an audience member's question about what would you say to somebody who would happen to them if they reject the gospel. Fernandez says, you will be eternally separated from the one source of joy that mankind has. And I think C.S. Lewis was right when he talked about hell. The doors are locked from the inside.
Thank you for the donation, DB Cisco. If hell's the absence of God, how would you tell the difference from reality? That's a great, great question. How do you tell the difference between the God who's there for you versus the God who isn't?
That people don't get out of hell is because they don't want to be in heaven praising God for all eternity. Now, you see, he gives...
Yeah, and what's so bad about that? This is why I think hell is for Christians. It's not for non-believers. It's not for non-Christians. Because that whole idea of being in the presence of God only makes sense to the Christian.
Gives the apologist's answer. My point is not to say that all of these eternal conscious somethings are wrong by any means. But my only point here is to demonstrate that hell has been rethought plenty within Christianity in general, and even within conservative evangelicalism in particular, for a long time now.
Yeah, and the rethinking of hell is between, okay, how many people are we going to lose? We're going to probably lose a lot of the female side of the balance if we keep on preaching this eternal torment. Because, women tend to be more compassionate and merciful and loving than us stubborn men. But if we get rid of the traditional view of hell, then we got all these young males, man, they might leave Christianity if they go, oh, really? All I lose is this relationship to God, and I'll just be annihilated, and I won't even feel sad about losing that relationship because I'm gone. I won't be thinking, that's not so bad. Okay, I can now start living the life I want to. See, this is the trade-off that pastors and apologists have to deal with. We're going to lose these compassionate, merciful type Christians if they are convinced that traditional view of hell is somewhat scripturally correct, but we need that heavy stick for these young men who...
Interestingly enough, here's how Chris Date at that same debate answered the nice little lady's question. He says, he will die, and he will rise to be judged. He will face the shame and the guilt of the sinful life that he has lived, and he will be brought to tears. He will be brought to knees in shame for what he has done, and he will be sentenced to death. He will die a violent and painful death. He didn't say it like that. And then he will miss out on an eternity of life. You see, there's a big...
Yeah, so basically you feel shame and then you die. Now, what about the Christian who actually is fearful of living forever? This would be a good thing, yes? In fact, here's the strangest thing about Christianity. This is amazing to me. There are Christians out there. In fact, what's his name? Michael Jones from Inspiring Philosophy. When I interviewed him, he admitted that he had a fear, at least past tense, he had a fear of living forever, even in heaven. Can you imagine if you are a Bible-believing Christian and you have this fear of living forever, and you believe in annihilism, that you're annihilated, and you don't want to live forever? You almost have to reject Jesus and reject Christianity in order to get that fear subsided, because you don't want to live in heaven forever, because you just that terrifies you. Well, Doug, don't be silly. No Christian is scared of heaven. Come on. Will you be surprised? It's not so much, sure, the joy and love and all that stuff is great. I make joy and love some. Yeah. But that idea of just forever and ever and ever and ever, it terrifies some people. I don't want to live forever. So even if I believe that the resurrection of Jesus Christ is true and Christianity is true, but I don't want to live forever in heaven, I'm stuck. What do I do? Like, hey, God, I don't want to go in heaven. Why not? I just don't want to live forever. Okay, well, but you have no choice because you're a Christian. Well, what do I have to do if I don't want to live forever? Well, you have to reject Christianity. Okay, I guess I'll reject it then. What's the worst that could happen? Well, I'll give you a slap on the hand, make you feel shameful, and then I'll poof you. You're gone. See, this is the danger of any view of hell other than the traditional view, because that's not so bad.
Big difference in how Chris Date from Rethinking Hell is answering the question and how contemporary theologians and contemporary apologists in my field are answering this question. It's hard to disagree with Edward Fudge when he says this: what happened to the old-fashioned hellfire preaching by those who say they believe in unending conscious torment? If one reads the sermons by the old masters, Wesley, Edwards, and Spurgeon, and the like...
Okay, Eddie the Atheist came late. I feel like subtracting pine points from you, Eddie, for being late. But this is Jonathan Pritchett. He's associated with Braxton Hunter on his channel. And this is a Rethinking Hell conference. Basically, Christians are Christians in the past they're arguing about what hell's actually all about. And this is causing problems amongst Christians. And I'm making this video to show that the whole topic of hell is for Christians. It's not for non-Christians, not for non-believers. And by the way, this guy here is, I guess, an expert. I've heard his name before. I always call him Elmer Fudd instead of Edward Fudge. But anyhow, he basically says the Old Testament doesn't talk about eternal torment. And he's right. And this is what I brought up with, what's his name? Jonathan McClatchy a long time ago. I said, you believe in hell, eternal torment? Yes. And Jonathan McClatchy says, yes, I do. And I said, well, it's not found in the Old Testament. And he said, yeah, it is. And he brought up Isaiah, which kind of alludes to it. But it's more or less, if you look at the entirety, the Old Testament is silent about the concept of people suffering in eternal torment forever and ever. And this is what Edward Fudge is saying.
Compares that preaching with the offerings of any well-known traditionalist today, the difference is more than striking. The irony is that many of today's traditionalists accuse conditionalists of having
all right, guys. Thank you guys so much.
All the evidence seems to be to the contrary, at least with the Rethinking Hell crowd, is perhaps the other way around.
Yeah,
so I
had a lab meeting. We ended it early. My advisor and I had a follow-up meeting. I needed to let him know that I was trying to get a second computer. Yeah, I need to get a new work computer. I tried to order the most badass work computer I could get. I also let him know that I needed a new computer for streaming and recording. So yeah, Yeah, I really, man, I just appreciate you guys for coming through, checking out the stream. I'm going to get back to work here. So I'm excited because I want to work on the stream for a good while, maybe do some gaming later on tonight. But I'm just so pumped. Like, I just got a bunch of new equipment. I think I'm going to maybe potentially be getting a new computer or two. We'll see. I just appreciate the support I've been getting from my advisors and the viewers in the community. Appreciate the YouTube achievements that I've gotten on the Pocket Locker channel and the Hot Program channel. I think I'll be getting those similar achievements on the Jay Bundy channel coming up soon. So Yeah, appreciate everybody. Thank y'all so much. I'm gonna pull up the bot too, and drop some channel currency on everybody. Let me get set up here for our next scene. It will be back to me working. Yep. And then we'll go with the mini Doug. And let's also, I want to bring my other camera back up. You know what? I'll bring up the side camera. No, I can't bring up the side camera. Let me think. I want to bring up the droid oh yeah, this will work because Doug's up in the corner now. All right, great. I'm gonna cut in 3, 2, 1. And real quick, I need to listen to this thing about mods. This is the computer I'm trying to get maybe as my streaming computer. It's just got plenty of I/O in it. I think it's got really fast storage. It's a gaming PC. I'm not really too interested in using it for gaming, but I might, because it's got 3 display ports and 4 USB 3, 4 USB 2. I think that just will take care of sort of like my webcams and capture cards. Another USB-C. Like, yeah, I just think this would be great. I don't know if my boss can swing getting me this and an M1 Ultra Mac, but if he can, it'll be my superhero. All right.
You should be very, very concerned about what is the phrase, air conditioning the concept of hell, making it less bad. Because I think you're in trouble, especially with young males who call themselves Christians. If the worst that could happen is...
I'm really happy with the way our sound's been. I was going to look at some limiter stuff, but I want to get back to this Discord business.
Gone. You won't feel anything. That's not so bad.
Again, it's by far not the only rethinking of hell that has been going on. So again, this is why I suggest it is okay to be on the fence and think about these things, or rethink them, as it were.
Let's clear my thinking by clearing these
Walls'
tabs.
book, Heaven, Hell, and Purgatory, Alan Bandy, a Southeastern theological seminary professor. At the time that he wrote this anyway, he said something that I find quite agreeable. He says, first,
Firefox is good. That keeps our media on another fader.
Again,
but right now we're listening to Doug, so we don't need any of this.
Large enough to allow
we're working on our Discord. Let's leave that up.
Of eschatology and the afterlife.
Oh, this is just in our
some diversity. By the way, for the record, I think the traditional view of hell is the correct one scripturally, and it's based on what Jesus said. It's even based on you guys remember the parable in the Gospel of Luke?
We want to keep their games up here. We definitely want to get rid of Zoom.
The talents and investing and all that. It's based, the parable, even though it's make-believe, it's based on real things that people believed back then, like investing, like with the talents. And I think that the Gospel author of Luke had the traditional view of hell in mind when he made that parable up of Lazarus and the rich man, of saying that there's heaven and there's hell and there's a separation between you can't go back and forth, and hell's forever, and it's really, really, really bad, and it's forever, 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 and it's like to the point where a drop of water, it's so bad, if you just had a drop of water,
I got to do this links channel thing. All right, let me.
So I do think, even though I don't believe hell exists, that scripturally, that the traditional view of hell is the correct one.
Of Jerry Walls. I am a huge fan of Jerry Walls. Jerry Walls is
I
almost as awesome in my book as James
channels.
Spiegel that I mentioned earlier.
And by the way, I will say that the view of hell according to Paul is different than the view of hell according to Jesus, and which makes sense if you just view the Bible as a man-made book. But for Christians, that's a little bit of this is why they're struggling. This is why there's this conference, Rethinking Hell, because what Jesus says seems to put pressure against what Paul says, puts pressure on what the Old Testament says.
But like Bandy and others, when it comes to Protestant purgatory, I think he might be a little out to lunch. But I do not think that Jerry Walls is off the evangelical reservation. There is absolutely enough room in the tent of evangelicalism for diversity when it comes to the exact nature of the afterlife. For example, who here knows what heaven's going to be like?
Well, this is great.
No good and
I
evil.
love Jonathan Pritchard for asking this question.
Life, for example, who here knows what heaven's going to be like? I mean, really. We have pictures.
Who here in my live stream says they know what heaven's going to be like?
Hot program.
Now, sure, you can give some vagueness. That's going to be great. It's going to be loving. There's going to be no sin, no pain, no suffering. But let me ask you, can you belch in heaven? Can you fart in heaven? Can you hear things in heaven? Can you drop something and will it fall and make a noise when it falls in heaven? Will there actually be mansions in heaven? Is heaven on earth? Is heaven somewhere else? Will you have past memories in heaven of what things were like when you lived on earth? Will you remember people who were not Christians while you're in heaven and that they might suffer? Like, Christians, I think you need to admit that you know nothing. You know nothing. Almost, let me rephrase it. You know almost nothing about the afterlife.
Hot program.
And yet this is where you put all your eggs in. That there's this heaven, there's this hell, and heaven's good and hell's bad, and I want to go good, I don't want to go bad. So, but then it gets back to the title of this video. Hell is for Christians, not for non-believers.
In the Bible, we know that it's going to be fantastic, but if you ask me, what do you think heaven's going to be like? You know, I don't know. I know that it'll be fantastic. I know that it'll be spending all.
See, Christians are even smiling right now. Like, there's a lot of Christians who don't like what I'm saying, but when I say, "Can you fart in heaven?" You're smiling. I can see it. You're smiling behind your computer screen.
Eternity in the presence of the Lord, basking in His presence instead of the sun. I know that I'm going to be walking with Jesus, and the friends that I had
Let's do
that have gone on before me, my family members. I'm going to see my Father again in heaven. But what are we going to do? I don't know. But I think that people.
Okay, this is interesting. I know I'm going to sound like a schmuck for saying this.
Jay Bundy, hot
for people who have lost loved ones,
Pocketlocker86,
family, or should be loved ones.
Pocketlocker86.
Do you really want to spend eternity with your family in heaven? Like, think about Thanksgiving. Think about the arguments you get in. Like, are you saying heaven's going to be so great that when you're with your family, your loved ones in heaven, that you're not going to even argue? Like, is that even you anymore? Like, part of your identity is your weaknesses and your arguments and all that friction that goes on here. Like, is this like Wii U? Is heaven Wii U, where you got like avatars and that funny music and you're just going and you're
pretty much? It's like Wii U. That's hilarious.
It sounds to me like heaven is a glorified Wii U game.
Should be allowed to think about that and think out loud about that kind of thing. And same thing with hell.
I want to get rid of this page.
Of course, we can have diversity of views on that as well. Clearly, the traditionalist position has had plenty of diversity, as we've seen. It's enough diversity that I think this eternal conscious something else of our contemporary scholarship, they can hardly justify being called the traditional view anymore. So the line in the sand for evangelical orthodoxy cannot be reduced to, well, it's okay, whatever you think about hell, as long as you think the damned are going to be awake. If that's what it's come to, then I'm sorry to my dear friend Lindsey Brooks and Marvin Jones, but the traditionalist crowd, you've got some more work to do. Best I can tell, here is where the conditionalists and the traditionalists essentially agree. They all agree that hell is real. They all agree that hell is horrible. And they all agree that hell is final and hell is eternal.
Doug muted again.
Hey, it doesn't matter if I was muted because God heard me. That's what matters. God knows my heart. So I disagree with Jonathan Pritchard here that even Christians agree that hell is final and eternal.
And we should take the issue very seriously, and we need to be preaching the gospel of Jesus Christ to people so that our friends and loved ones and neighbors that we are to love as ourselves don't go there.
Okay, this is gold. This is beautiful. I've been saying this for years, that the reason why Christianity exists is to avoid hell. And when I say avoid hell, remember, there's a binary choice. Not hell means heaven. Not heaven means hell. So the belief in hell supersedes the belief in Jesus. And this is what evangelism's all about. It's to what?
The issue very seriously, and we need to be preaching the gospel of Jesus Christ to people so that our friends and loved ones and neighbors that we are to love as ourselves don't go there.
Don't go there? Where? Hell. But what's so bad about going to hell if you're just going to be zapped out of existence? That's not so bad. In fact, that's preferable for people who don't want to live forever.
Whatever it's like. But I also want to suggest a few things that I think can improve this debate a little bit. As far as the rhetoric back and forth, I think the less of this impugning motives to either side. The conditionalist with some of that moralistic judgmentalism, or some of those overly charged emotional arguments. The traditionalist saying, well, you're just doing this because you're capitulating to culture, or these guilt by association fallacies, or the charges of liberalism or air conditioning hell, or like Sonny Hernandez said, you are heretics or whatever. We don't need any of that in this conversation. This is a conversation for serious thinkers. Because think about this for a second. Just as someone can be more of a Calvinist than you are, someone can be more of an Arminian than you are, someone can be more of a cessation.
Okay, this is beautiful. Jonathan Pritchett, you've made my day here. He's going to make a list of all the things that Christians disagree with, and some major things, major things. Take a listen to this list.
Second. Just as someone can be more of a Calvinist than you are, someone can be more of an Arminian than you are, someone can be more of a cessationist or charismatic than you are. If you listen to the Southern Baptists on Twitter these days, someone can always be more complementarian than you are. Someone can always be more whatever than you are. And they can always say, if you're not as whatever as I am, then you go to the theological left. That's not helpful. And this last thing, remember when I read Hernandez's comment, I was going to get back to this explicitly teach his business. This is not popular for me to say, but in this debate, we could use a lot less of people saying the Bible is clear in their arguments. Let me give you an example so you can see what I mean.
What? You shouldn't say the Bible is clear?
In their arguments. We could use a lot less of people saying the Bible is clear.
We can use a lot less of people saying the Bible is clear. Are you saying, Jonathan Pritchett, that you're okay with more Christians saying the Bible is unclear? I don't think you're saying that, but it sure sounds like it.
In their arguments. Let me give you an example so you can see what I mean. Anyone in this room egalitarians? I'm an egalitarian. Oh, hey, there's a couple other egalitarians. So imagine we walk up to our complementarian.
So egalitarians basically throw away, shun all that women with head coverings and women in the church type stuff.
Friends and say something like this. The Bible clearly says, I do not permit a woman to teach or have authority over men. She is to remain silent. So clearly, Chris Date, this obviously means that some rich Artemis priestess gals in Ephesus are only temporarily banned from teaching until they learn, so that then they can go teach and have authority over men. Is that clear? Probably not. What about...
Probably not. Not clear about women's role in the church.
Calvinists. Are there Calvinists in here? I know there's Calvinists in here. What if the Arminian walks up to you and says, hey, the Bible clearly says that Jesus is the propitiation for our sins, and not our sins only, but sins of the whole world. So clearly, limited atonement is false, and you're going to stop believing in that.
Yeah, clearly Calvinism is wrong.
Because Jesus died for every single human being on the planet, including Pharaoh and the Amorite high priest. You going to buy that, Calvinists?
No.
Probably not.
All right.
So when you say these kinds of things, that's kind of what both sides sound like when they say the Bible is clear on this.
Yeah, and isn't it interesting that one's personality type seems to go hand in hand with the theology they hold? If you are more of a compassionate, loving person, you're more susceptible for rejecting the traditional view of hell. If you are more a person who is about free will and moral responsibility over God's sovereignty and justice, you're more likely to be a non-Calvinist versus a Calvinist. I tell you, I think whether you're a man or a woman, whether you're 65 or 15, a lot of your theology is going to be tied up in who you are, not who God is. I think there's even Christians who agree with me on this one.
Yes. The traditionalists will say things like, the Bible clearly says that the wages of sin is death, and fear the one who can destroy the body and soul in hell. So clearly and obviously this means the damned are going to live forever and ever and ever and ever and always. Not clear to me. But the conditionalists, they say the Bible clearly says that the smoke of their torment will rise forever and ever, and the wicked will have no rest day and night. So obviously this imagery in Revelation means that they will be annihilated and this will all come to an end very quickly.
See, you know what's interesting here?
I had the page pulled up before. I don't know how I did it, though.
Where the Bible clearly says
shows you
something,
I don't use Facebook.
But means something else according
Facebook.
to how people interpret it. What if the Bible clearly says that Jesus rose from the dead and appeared to people, but that's not really what it means? Did you know there's Christians who actually believe that? that the Bible says that Jesus rose from the dead and
What
appeared to people,
the
that's not actually
frick?
what happened or what it means, that it's more of an allegory or of a parable or a spiritual resurrection. Did you know that? That there's Christians who believe that? Now, I know if you're a real Christian, you don't believe that. And those guys are just those liberal, left-leaning, granola-crunching, tree-hugging
Oh,
type
I know.
Christians.
I see what I can do.
But it's amazing to me how Jonathan Pritchard can say the Bible clearly says.
I just realized one is
Calvinism's true.
Pocketlocker and one is Pocketlocker86.
You buying that? No. The Bible clearly says this. The Bible clearly says that. But somehow it doesn't persuade you, right? In the same way, the Bible clearly says that Jesus rose from the dead and appeared to 500, but maybe that's not what really it means, or what it's really. It's not what the moral of the story is.
Using phrases like this doesn't really make your arguments more persuasive, but sometimes, not always, but sometimes it can sound a little silly. I want to be clear. There are certainly things in the Bible that are absolutely
All right,
clear.
that's my personal
Oh, I want to hear these.
Apparently, not everything in the Bible is equally clear to everyone on every issue, though.
Oh, my Lord.
I want a list, Jonathan Pritchard, if you ever hear this, I want a list of the things that the Bible is absolutely clear of. That, let's be reasonable. Let's say 95%. You know, alpha, if you're taking statistics, alpha 0.05 is pretty common. So let's go 95%.
The meeting
What
was
do you
fine.
think 95%
It's just
of all Christians would agree with.
not being able to
how long
find
is
my
that list?
Facebook page.
I imagine maybe 3, 4, 5 points. Is it bigger than that?
And again, that's where we need room to
How did I
breathe and
do
to
it
think
over
and to dialogue
here?
about these. Of course, we're not the only ones who talk about
Yes, this is sped up. I always leave this number up here. Roger Wade, it's at 1.3, so it's sped up 30%.
hell. Culture talks about hell quite a bit. And if you listen to some of our traditionalist friends, they're probably, because preachers don't preach hell anymore or something, maybe it's not fashionable in contemporary churches, culture talks a lot about hell in a lot of different ways. When I was in junior high, this was how hell was talked about. Hell, according to culture, was infinity push-ups by Colonel Oates, for those of you who have seen Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey. But the eminent theologian Ted Theodore Logan said that you can probably endure it if he'll let you do it girly style.
Oh.
Here are some other comments, popular quotes from culture on hell. You've probably heard some of these. Go to heaven for the climate and hell for the company, says Mark Twain.
Okay, all these quotes that Jonathan Pritchard's putting up here is confirming the title of my video here, that hell is for Christians. It's not for unbelievers.
So this is hell, says Sartre in his play No Exit. I'd never had believed it. You remember all we were told about torture chambers, the fire and brimstone, the burning marl, old wives' tales. There is no need for red-hot pokers. Hell is other people. If I'm going to hell, I'm going playing the piano, said Jerry Lee Lewis. Huxley said that maybe this world is another planet's hell. Isaac Asimov said, I don't believe in an afterlife, so I don't have...
If you're a Christian listening, take these
Seriously.
quotes to heart. And what are all these
Girly
quotes
style.
actually saying to you as a Christian?
to spend my whole life fearing hell or fearing heaven even more. For whatever the tortures of hell, I think the boredom of heaven would be even worse.
Seriously.
And atheist comedian Ricky Gervais, he says, a Christian telling an atheist they are going to hell is as scary as a child telling an adult they are not getting any presents from Santa. And from next door in Arkansas, where I'm from, I heard this a lot when I would evangelize to my fellow Arkansans. They would say to me, yeah, I don't know about Jesus. I'd rather party in hell than play a harp in heaven, yeehaw.
So what are all these quotes saying to you as a Christian? It's saying that when you use hell, if you ever mention hell to a non-Christian, they're going to maybe not outwardly,
so this is the link.
They're inwardly just either laughing at you, or they're just going to. They're
This
thinking
is
to
the link
themselves,
we
"Okay, I
want
gotta
on
back
the
up,"
Discord.
and slowly nod, because they don't just. They'll think you're nuts. I think Sam Harris said it the best, although I do like the Ricky Gervais one that's on this list. But Sam Harris said, okay, you're a Christian. This is to the Christians out there. There's a chance that Islam's right. And if Islam is correct, now I know Christians are saying, no, there is no chance. Please just give me a little bit of grace for like 30 seconds. Hypothetically, Islam is correct and Christianity is wrong. It's false. And there is such thing called a Muslim hell. Now, my question for you is, do you think you're going to lose sleep tonight? Because I just said that, like that there's a possibility that there's something called a Muslim hell. and that you, Christian, if you are a true Christian, you're going there. You are going to the Muslim hell. There's a possibility that's true. Show of hands, Christians listening right now, show of hands. Press 1 if you think you're going to lose sleep tonight over that. Press 1 now if you actually think the fact that I said this to you, that you're going to be anxious and worried about being wrong about Christianity, and you will be up all night because you're worried that you're going to go to the Muslim hell. I doubt there's not any of you who are worried about that, right? None of you Christians are worried about that. In the same way, non-Christians are not scared one bit, not one iota. Well, I shouldn't say all of them, but most are not scared one iota about the Christian view of hell. That's why hell is for Christians. You need to convince non-Christians that hell is real. The belief in hell is way, way, way more important than the belief in Jesus if you want people to become Christians.
So, again, no matter how scary you make hell, or even how much you want to air condition hell, whatever you do with hell, the intent on stealing as much fear as possible or less fear as possible, that really doesn't work on everyone anyway. We must indeed warn about the reality of hell. That's a biblical imperative. But for some in our increasingly secularized culture, no matter what you say about it, it may not even be the most persuasive thing you can talk about with people when you're evangelizing to them, saying, believe in the gospel or this will happen to you, go to hell.
Right.
Now, some final thoughts about evangelism. I'm still one of those people who really believes in evangelism, evangelistic preaching, evangelistic revivals and crusade meetings. I believe in personal evangelism above all. That's how a lot of people come to know Christ, is because they meet brothers and sisters in Jesus and they share the gospel and their testimony with them. And so this is very important to me, so I want to make a few comments on 6 items as I bring this to a close.
Oh, this is very interesting to me. Will evangelism be successful without a traditional view of hell? It goes back to what a lot of people came late, but it goes back to what I said earlier, that it's a trade-off. The more compassionate, merciful type people, aka women, tend to be more compassionate and caring about other people, more empathetic. I think it's because of evolution. And so the traditional view of hell is going to cause a woman to leave more often than a man. However, the traditional view of hell is going to keep more men in Christianity than women because of this view of you need this big stick. Don't you dare think those thoughts. Don't you dare go on that website, because all those who live this way shall not inherit the kingdom of heaven. And what's the opposite of heaven? Hell.
Number 1, you should not decide doctrinal questions based on pragmatics.
We should not decide doctrinal questions based on pragmatics. But Jonathan Pritchard, you just admitted that you're on the fence on this one, right? Jonathan, you hear me? You admitted you're on the fence on this one. So in your mind, you can go either way. Why not take the view of hell that's more pragmatic, that will keep the most people? If you're big on evangelism, you should take the view of hell that will keep the most people in Christianity or get the most people into Christianity.
Now, this should go without saying, but there are issues on both sides of this debate that have overly concerned themselves with
is there like a Muslim name generator
online? The traditionalists
online?
have maintained that the conditional immortality view is simply not scary enough. And that this is exactly what so many atheists and skeptics believe was going to happen.
Right. It's not scary enough, not for atheists. It's for your own Christians, your own backsliding Christians. You need to keep hell scary for the 18-year-old male who's struggling with looking at women.
Happen to him anyway. But on the Christian view, you just have to wake up and die all over again. Well, regardless of these kinds of complaints, I don't think that those kind of complaints determine what is true and false.
Of course not. But we're talking about, hey, if you can go either way, the pragmatic view is how we got to keep most people in Christianity.
The Bible determines that. And on the other side,
the Bible determines that, but you just admitted the Bible can clearly say something, but that's not what it means. So how do we know what the Bible clearly determines?
Traditionalists have argued, and this is rather odd to me, that since the time of the ancient people to the present, the fear of death and other annihilation is even scarier to some people than suffering eternal conscious torment for all eternity.
True.
But yet at the same time, they say that unbelievers find it more palatable than the traditional view when they're sharing the gospel, so it may make the gospel more receptive to them.
Yeah, so my advice is, Jonathan Pritchard, if you're evangelizing and you're talking to a female, 22-year-old woman, you shouldn't be talking to this woman alone, Jonathan Pritchard. You have another woman with you. Otherwise, you could be accused of things. And then you should lean towards the conditional view of hell, that hell's not really that bad and you're just poofed out of existence. But if you're talking to a young male, 18 years old, who struggles with porn and so forth, then I think but still has like some traditional view of, has heard of Jesus, knows what hell, the traditional view of hell is. You need to really solidify that with that person. So you gotta pick your audience. You gotta know your audience, is what I'm saying.
But what this is, if the person doesn't accept the gospel, we are left wondering, buying into these arguments, how we end up with lost people who are going to have a fate that they are incredibly frightened of, and at the same time find far more palatable than the eternal conscious torment that you said some of them might prefer. And if you don't understand what I just said, I don't either. I'll let them clarify that one for me. It's weird. Either way,
the bottom line is, Jonathan, you got to know your audience.
Both sides make these sort of pragmatic arguments. and I get it. Pragmatic arguments are part of the conversation.
Didn't earlier you just say, well, no, you said it doesn't determine truth. And I agree with that. But if the truth, we don't know the truth, and people are going either way, why not go to the pragmatic at that point?
Just like philosophical, theological, and exegetical arguments are part of the conversation. But these kind of concerns...
Dan Edwards is saying, Doug is really going after those horny 18-year-old Christians. There's a reason I'm picking on those 18-year-olds.
All right, this is...
It's because I think this is the most vulnerable demographic amongst Christians today. It's the late teen, early 20 male. And I think that demographic is struggling more so than other Christians. I truly believe this, based on all my conversations I've had for 30 years. And I think that in order for them to stay in Christianity, that you need to strike the fear of the Lord in those guys. In fact, you need to not only mention hell, but, so I'm talking to apologists and pastors and evangelists right now. This is what I think you need to do. Not only should you stick strong to the traditional view of hell, but you need to scare these kids into thinking that every time they look at porn, that they're opening up a doorway for the evil one, for Satan to get in, and then they might actually become possessed with the devil. If you want to, by the way, I think all what I'm saying, if you do this is immoral. But if your goal
until you have victory,
that demographic in Christianity, this is what you need to do. This whole idea of God's loving and you
he caught him slipping.
Relationship, for that demographic, that's not going to work. You got to have that stick in order to keep them in line.
Shouldn't be the ultimate deciding factor for anyone on what the Bible teaches in this matter. Number two, having theological options within historic orthodoxy actually helps when you're engaging in personal evangelism conversations. Now, I know it may not seem so, because a popular complaint that Christians hear is, why do Christians always disagree on so many things? And why are there so many denominations and so forth? Isn't God clear?
Isn't God clear? I think just earlier you said no, that it's clear what it says, what the Bible says, but not what it means.
Actually, if you take the time to talk to them, most people who are reasonable find that as you share with them the beauty of the unity and diversity of Christian thought throughout the centuries, and that theology, like anything else, science, history, or whatever, has its disagreements. Because it's not that God is not speaking clearly, it's that we may not be understanding rightly. But you also can share with them that there is tremendous...
Yeah, it's always the Christian's fault. It's never God's fault that he couldn't come up with a system. He could have just put it in your brains what the correct view of hell is, what the truth, what the truth of hell is. He could just stuck it in your brains that every human being would know.
Disagreement within all the streams of Christendom as well, pointing out the difference between essential, secondary, and tertiary doctrines. It makes sense to most reasonable people. Now, I said most reasonable people. I didn't say most people are reasonable, but most reasonable people understand that, and that kind of settles it down when they complain about the different views. And even with respect to the nature of hell, and trust me, hell comes up when you're talking to lost people. You can say that,
Yes, it does. In fact, I try every which way I can to get a believer, to get a Christian, to even say the word hell. You know how difficult it is to get a Christian to say that word, hell? Like, I don't know how many times I've asked, what's the worst that could happen if I'm not a Christian? I tell you, it's like Christians will say, well, the worst that would happen is you're missing out on a love relationship with the creator of the universe. And I just, no, that's not the worst that could happen.
You know, it helps to say there are three broad views within evangelicalism. This is what I believe, but this is what other perfectly reasonable Christians believe about this. Some people believe the traditional view, some people believe the conditional immortality view, some people believe in evangelical universalism, and sharing that with them kind of makes them more comfortable that they're allowed to think too, and that we have been thinking about these things.
Nope.
So even on
We
hell,
don't
there's
give a shit,
certain places
bro.
we agree it's horrible and you don't want to go there, but we also all agree on one thing.
Why is it horrible if it's basically you'll get a tongue lashing, like, how dare you not believe in me and reject me? Now I'm going to have to poof you out of existence. I can think of worse things. That's like your... Well, I just...
Hell is also avoidable for those who repent and believe the gospel. And so when it comes to these sorts of theological options, I prefer the faith-seeking understanding path as opposed to dogmatism demanding certainty.
What?
The faith-seeking understanding path as opposed to dogmatism demanding certainty.
You prefer faith-seeking over dogmatic certainty. Are you dogmatically certain about the resurrection, Jonathan Pritchett? Are you dogmatically certain about that? Curious to see how you would answer that question.
This has always been productive for me in my life. It's been productive in my evangelistic endeavors when I'm asked about these different beliefs. And so becoming more familiar actually helps. See, God forbid we be thoughtful, though, according to some people, because some people prefer belligerent chest thumping about these issues. I don't, and I don't commend it. I have actually been that.
Do you chest thump over the minimal facts, or that Jesus Christ rose from the dead, or that the Bible is God's word and inspired? Do you chest thump over those things?
That guy before. Don't be that guy. Number 3, it is noteworthy that the apostles did not really describe hell in their preaching at all, though they mentioned wrath and judgment. In whatever shape that the Spirit influenced Luke to summarize the preaching of the apostles in the book of Acts as they were witnessing to Jews and Gentiles, while wrath and judgment were present in their sermons, embellishments as to their nature was not. And by the way, even the word hell, Gehenna itself, is entirely absent from their preaching in the book of Acts.
Yeah, I would agree, but the Gospels and the red letters of Jesus, that's where it's not absent.
As we said, Jesus went on about hell, and no one else did. Jesus didn't really go on and on about it. You could say he talked about hell more than everyone else, but Jesus talked about a lot of things. Now, I'm just pointing this out. I didn't write the Bible, but this is what we find there in the Bible, and this is what we don't find there, and it raises an interesting question. While hell is part of the Gospels and part of the gospel, how important is it really to go on and on and on about hell in our preaching and our evangelism in the first place?
How important?
It may not even be that central. That's not the thing that we should focus on.
We shouldn't focus on hell? See, this is where I vehemently disagree, because when you say the word hell, Jonathan Pritchett, what you're saying is not heaven. Hell equals not heaven. There's a binary choice. Unless you're Roman Catholic, there might be another option. But in Christianity, there's a binary thing happening here. Heaven and hell after you die. Earth is just a vapor. It's just a welcome mat to the afterlife. And so every time you say that hell is not the focus, what you're saying is that you're saying that one's after where their destination in the afterlife is not to be focused on? Of course, this is what it's all about. Your focus should be going to heaven, right? That's the focus, to spend eternity with heaven. That's the same thing as saying not going to hell. So when you say your focus should be God and heaven, that's the same thing as your focus should be not going to hell, because it's a binary choice.
Number 4, both views present a view of hell that is horrific and serves as a strong motivation to trust Jesus. Even considering that our culture is taking hell less and less seriously in certain crowds, the Spirit will still use it as a strong motivation to bring people to Christ. After all, if hell is real...
I think the Spirit, as you say, is going to be a motivating for those backsliding Christians, or people who are raised in the Christian culture and still have this fear of hell in their mind. Yes, this, what you call the Spirit, I think, is just your conscience saying, oh, what if hell is real? What if hell is true? You don't want to go there. You better become a Christian and follow Jesus.
Hell is eternal and hell is horrible. It should do that very thing. Now, I hear that some people will argue that that hell shouldn't be a motivating factor for faith. I want to push back on this a little bit. I think it's actually a great one. If we trust the Spirit in the sanctification process, hell, or whatever you make of it, it's not going to be the only reason this person remains in the faith, or even the main reason that they stay in the faith. The Holy Spirit will show them all the other beautiful things about Christianity and Christ and God. But I still want to say it might be a good reason for some people to trust in Christ initially.
Yeah. Initially, it's like it might be good to have this fear of going to hell for eternity initially, and then you can learn about all the great stuff of the relationship with God later.
Number 5, some people reject Christianity because of the traditional view of hell.
Yes.
We've all heard this many times.
Some, but those are only the people who believe that hell exists, which means they probably came from a Christian background, which means they're more like backsliding Christians than really non-Christian.
People like Bertrand Russell on down. However, per point number 1, this is not a reason to get rid of the
change this to
traditional view.
11. Thank you. That way it's 11
You don't get rid of a
both
view just
nights.
because people don't like it. Also, conditionalists, they are still right about this, maybe in a trivial sense. Some people
live
do
at 11 on the
reject the
weekend.
gospel because they can't square that with hell and they just don't want to believe it. Now, it's one thing if the traditional view is false, but I've always had my doubts that the only reason why some people reject hell, or a big reason why people, some reason why people reject Jesus, or that a big reason why they reject Jesus is because of the traditional view of hell. I think that love of self and sin is ultimately at the root of all disbelief. And so again, if the traditional view is true, you don't get rid of it because it is a stumbling block to some people for receiving the gospel.
Yeah, no. This is exactly why this Rethinking Hell conference and why this Rethinking Hell YouTube channel exists, Jonathan Pritchett. It's because this is what happens. This is exactly what happens, I think. Christians read the Bible and they start really thinking about this idea of eternal torment. And they think to themselves exactly what you said at minute 12:36. So if you came late, remember time.
And I think I'm going to do
that. They don't want to view themselves as more compassionate, more merciful than the God that they worship and serve. And so they think, well, wait a minute. If my loved ones are going to hell and if this eternal torment thing is really true, I wouldn't do that. I'm
going to leave that for now. I think I might add another late night show
then
on
what happens
Friday
is
night.
Phase 1 is the questioning. Phase 2 is
we have a powerful cumulative case.
We have a powerful cumulative case. I'm trying to think, y'all. Should we? I think we should do another show
other things.
on Friday.
This is mostly stories. Phase 4 or 5 is maybe I'm not a Christian anymore. This is the progression, Jonathan Pritchett, and this is why some Christians, in my opinion, are abandoning the traditional view of hell because they're realizing that it's causing people who are already Christians to leave Christianity, especially those Christians.
Yeah, I think I want to do like a late night.
They can't bear to think, they can't bear to go on to think that the God they worship and serve will
like gaming
have
or
this
something.
eternal punishment system in place for their loved ones.
I'm just going to call it Late Night Live or something.
And finally, number 6. Did you know that some people actually do embrace Christianity because of the traditional view of hell? And this has been the case.
Yes, I agree.
For centuries.
But I think those people are steeply deep within
Nah,
the
I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it
with,
alone. I'm gonna do maybe unscheduled streams and videos. But I'm thinking, I don't know. What if I don't know. I might want to go on dates or something.
In terms of Jesus talking about hell,
Friday
the apostles
nights. I
discussing
want to
wrath
leave
and
my
judgment,
Friday nights
they
open.
weren't actually opposed to
But
bringing
I
in
will
elements
probably
of fear
start
into their
live
evangelistic
streaming. I mean, I
preaching.
live stream
They're
every
called
day.
warnings for a reason.
Yeah,
But I might start doing live shows on Jay
They
Bundy
were
on
severe
Friday
warnings,
nights too.
and they should still be present in our evangelistic endeavors today, regardless of what view of hell you land on. So, on behalf of the fence sitters and any of you who may wish to join us, it's nice. It's not as bad as it looks to sit on a fence.
So the view,
And actually, it'd be good for us to do no good and evil on Friday nights.
You cannot be a fence sitter on the resurrection, of course.
I want to offer this final plea to everyone, even to those who are firmly committed to one side or another. Give everyone some breathing room and dial down the rhetoric and stop ratcheting up the stakes.
Ask
One thing I've
Tux.
noticed is that evangelicals will often judge brothers and sisters in Christ for thought crimes far more harshly than God ever will. And this is
what?
Notices that evangelicals will often judge brothers and sisters in Christ for thought crimes far more harshly than God ever will.
Humans judge other humans for thought crimes more sternly or harshly than God would? Even as a former Christian, I don't know if I would buy that.
And this is just unfortunate to me. It's weird.
Weird.
I want you to know that hell is a very serious issue. But coexisting perspectives on this issue is not that big of a deal. But we've heard stories of pastors losing their jobs.
Well, okay. Hell's not your stance on hell's not a big deal, Jonathan Pritchett? Okay, pretend I'm a Christian for a second, Jonathan. I'm a Christian now. You know what? I don't think the resurrection of Jesus Christ is that big of a deal. Like whether he actually bodily rose from the dead or whether it was a spiritual, it's not a big deal. What's, the Bible clearly says that he appeared to others. It clearly says that, but that's not what it means. What's the problem? What's the problem, Jonathan Pritchett? If I'm a Christian who says that it was a spiritual resurrection, not a bodily one. The body is just meat. Jonathan Pritchett, it's protein. Jesus' body was protein, nucleic acids. It was meat. You're saying that this meat had to die and come back to life, that a piece of flesh has to die and come back to life in order for eternity. Come on, Jonathan. Your theology is so pedantic. What if I'm a Christian and believes these things? And there's Christians out there who do, like the John Dominic Crossan type people who thinks that this is more of a parable, a story. What's the worst that could happen if I have that view, Jonathan Pritchett? What's the worst that could happen if I don't believe that Jesus Christ rose from bodily from the dead? What's the worst that could happen? You go to hell. That's the worst that could happen. And remember, going to hell is the same as not going to heaven, which should be the focus. The focus should be going to heaven, spending eternity with Jesus, right? So even the resurrection comes back to this idea of hell.
I've read numerous stories on Facebook from the Rethinking Hell crowd about people who lose friends over this. Really. And there are professors who could lose their seminary positions. I'm thankful that I work at a seminary where whatever I believe about this, I get to keep my job. That's great. But I know that not everyone does. And I have colleagues, and some of my friends know this. We have colleagues that they don't even want to say what they believe about this view out loud in other seminaries because they risk.
Jonathan Pritchett, now this is going to be like Christians are going to think this is very devilish of me to say, but I think Jonathan Pritchett's
the late shift
that a lot of Christians don't want to say what their view of hell is because for fear that they will lose their position or status within the in-group that they belong to. And this is why I think many times when I even try to get a Christian to say the word hell, they don't bite. It's like, I don't want to go there. I don't want to go there. and I think Jonathan Pritchett's right. Some people have been fired over their views of hell.
Losing their jobs. I don't find that at all very pleasant of a situation for evangelicalism. I wish it could be better. I'm calling for it to be better. See, dialing up the rhetoric and ratcheting up the stakes on this is not helpful, and it's not welcome. And neither is ostracism for where you land on this. I know that you had mentioned, Pastor Wade had mentioned that Paul Young himself holds to the universal reconciliation view. And the things that people say about him on the internet are terrible if you've ever read them. And if you haven't, don't. So the reality of hell is an essential matter for all Christians. But as to its nature, there is plenty of room for disagreement and differences.
Oops, sorry.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to take all.
That was a bad still. Okay, imagine, replace hell with resurrection here.
Essential matter for all Christians. Terrible. If you've
I
ever
like
read
this,
them.
the late shift. Or after hours with Jay Bundy.
So,
Ooh.
the reality of hell is an essential matter for all
punk.
Christians. But as to its nature,
YouTube
there is plenty
punk.
of
I
room
like
for
this.
disagreement and differences.
There's plenty of room for disagreement and differences in the nature of the resurrection. Maybe it was bodily, maybe it was spiritual.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to take all of your questions.
Oh, most Fridays.
There was only one question that I really liked in the Q&A section. And again, I watched this one time before at 3X. And it was by, I think, a lady who asked, why are we even talking about this?
And always just stick to the language of the Bible. Because everyone agrees on what the Bible says, they just disagree on what it means.
Excellent.
Everyone agrees what the Bible says, but not what it means. I don't
Yeah,
know
I
if
like
go that far.
after hours
Disagreements
with
what the
Jay
Bible
Bundy.
says
Man, I like that a lot.
Because everyone agrees on what the Bible says.
We're gonna
just
have to
disagree
do
on
that for our Pocket Locker after party streams.
Thank you.
We're gonna
for
have to have an
your
after party
presentation.
streams
You
for
mentioned
like
that throughout,
normal after parties, and
Christian
then
history, that
after
there has been
hours
these three
for.
positions that have come up at different times. My question.
One note here.
I think maybe 1 a.m.
I want to point out that to me, it appears that this.
I think I'll plan for the shows to be from 11 to 1. That way they're no more than 2 hours, which is usually what we try to do for Hot Program 2, 3:30 to 5:30. And then at 1 o'clock, we'll plan to do the after hours. And we'll do those on... We'll definitely do them for right now. We can do those on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Yeah, I'm good with it. I might have to change it at some point. And like I said, there may be times where I got to figure something out as far as a date or something like that. But for now, I like it. Yeah, for now, I really like it. I think it'll work. Plus, I think eventually I may be able to get it set up to where I don't have to do every single episode. Hopefully, I can get it set up to where if I want to do something and go out, maybe like, Tux and No Name can host it, or, Tux and MyOneBlack Friend, or we can get somebody to fill in. But yeah, I think this is going to be good. And it'll make me kind of like the weekend late night crew. You can be with the late night crew all weekend. It'll get me 3 shows on my channels. And then I think I'm going to do Casual Fridays with Jay Bundy. Yeah, we got to get we got to name the stuff to do throughout the week, because a lot of this stuff on the Pocket Locker channel, I want like the Pocket Locker channel to be the place for the after parties, because the idea is that I want the Pocket Locker channel to promote Jay Bundy to promote the Pocket Locker channel. So the idea is if you watch the late night show, and then you're like, oh, cool, where's the after party? Oh, the after party is that after hours with Jay Bundy. How do I watch that? Oh, I got to go over to Pocketlocker86. So that, I think, will be how that works. Because it'll also give us some shows on the Pocketlocker86 channel, which will help somewhat, because it'll help break up the sort of 8 to 10 hour streams that we tend to do. All right, so I think these are all great ideas. We'll see how a lot of it comes together. We'll be putting it together in the next few days. I like these names a lot. Let me get a screenshot over here so that I can record them, and I'm gonna save it as show name ideas 1. The late shift I really, really like. Man, I like the late shift a lot. I think that'd be, yeah. Let's see if Tux likes that, because we're the late show crew. Let's see if we can, all right. Let's ask Tux if I'll give Tux the option to take it for No Good and Evil. Do you like the late shift for a podcast, for a live show name on the No Good and Evil channel? What was the US? Ooh, Up All Night or something like that. Yeah. Yeah, especially with that call me, pick up the phone. You don't have to be alone tonight. What is tomorrow? Is tomorrow Thursday? I got to do things for Thursday. What are the things I had to do for Thursday? Oh, I got to look at the Mike Weiser
is
thing.
Empty. Like, look at that whole right wing is empty, and there was a view showing the other direction before. Just the center
Up all
part,
night.
and even the center part, I don't think is full. Like, it's Christianity in the West is dying so fast, except for, I would admit, evangelical type Christianity is so stubborn and incestuous that it's, I mean that literally in Alabama.
Oh,
but,
he had an idea.
yeah,
All right, that means I can still use the late show for
dying so
something
quick,
else.
It's just like,
Question is,
I might do it
what
for my
factors do
stuff
you
with
think-
Rodrigo. We'll see. All right. Yeah, I got to just get me and Tux going.
are contributing or have contributed to this controversial debate at this time in mankind's narration?
yeah, so what has contributed to why we're even rethinking hell? Okay, before Jonathan answers, my answer is because people are leaving Christianity. This is why this whole rethinking hell's happening, is because wives are seeing their children and husbands leaving Christianity, and they can't live with the idea of worshiping a God that will punish them for eternity. Have a system.
All right, guys, we got to start No Good and Evil this Friday.
Another reason is there needs to be
whatever this is going to be called, probably the late shift.
Christians into Christianity. Otherwise, they'll say, "Oh, well, being annihilated, that's not so bad."
Why is it happening now?
Well, there's an interesting thing, and I think, of course, Marvin Jones is going to talk about the early church in his presentation, but there's an interesting thing that throughout the centuries, every now and then a view will turn its head against the traditionalist view and it'll die back down. But I think Chris Day was telling me that somewhere around, early 20th century, late 19th century, that they thought that this, when was it? Mid-19th century, they thought that the traditional view was going to be over with. We're talking about conservative theological Christians at the time. It'd be anachronistic to call me.
Amongst all the other things we got going on, we're going to start the No Good and Evil podcast with Tux TV this week on Friday night. I'm gonna end up live Friday night on No Good and Evil at 11, Saturday night on Jay Bundy at 11 for Late-Night Counter-Apologetics, and Sunday live on Jay Bundy for audiobook commentary. And maybe we should call the audiobook commentary the Late Night Book Club, because I've been trying to think of a name for that, and the Late Night Book Club, I think, might be a good way to go. Or Late Night Books.
Evangelicals, but they really thought this was going to take off, and then of course it dies it down again. I think there's several factors in culture now that has brought this back, and why I don't think this is just a hobby horse for the.
The obvious answer is, Jonathan, is because Christianity is dying in the West. That's why the rethinking hell is rooting its ugly head.
Rethinking hell, folks. You can go back to The Shack, for example, put this out in culture. Rob Bell put a book out in culture. Preston Sprinkle and Francis Chan put out a book. And of course, this stuff kind of starts in the seminaries. And I know the standard thing, oh, don't go to seminary because they're gonna mess your mind up from all you were taught by your mother and father. And some of that's true. Some of
You're better off going to seminary rather than watching shows like mine.
it isn't, and some of it's actually necessary. But these kinds of things, and I wish it wasn't like this, but these kinds of things, they start initially in the seminary ivory towers where people are tossing about ideas. And then they will tell it to their students, and then their students will go talk about it to the churches, and it kind of filters down from there. I prefer, this is why I love my seminaries, I prefer a filter up from the churches into, that's why we only have faculty.
I still think it'd be cool if I got a PhD from their seminary.
Church that have actually been pastors or
Dr. Pine Creek. In fact, on the Jonathan Pritchett or Hunter Braxton Hunter, if you're listening, I want my diplomas to say Pine Creek. Dr. Pine Creek.
Associate pastors in churches because they know what they're talking about.
Can I get a Dr. Pocketlocker on my PhDs,
but I think it just
please?
starts there, and it sadly filters down, and then if somebody will put out a book, and then all of a sudden, here we go again, and it's the debate all over again. And like I said, when it was The Shack or it was Rob Bell, if you read the internet on this stuff, this debate gets ugly, really ugly.
But the question is, why?
The audiobook show. Every Sunday I do audiobook commentary. We've been going through Christopher Hitchens' God is Not Great. That's so yeah, it's like we've been going through the God is not great. See, the religion is bad for your health, religion is false. Religion kills. I gotta organize this stuff. It's not organized. That's why it's hard for people to tell that these are different shows. But really, there's two different shows here. There's like this is audiobook commentary, and then this is Late Night Counter-Apologetics. So Late Night Counter-Apologetics is on Saturday, and then the book thing is on Sunday, and then I'm trying to release just more videos. So we'll have to make playlists for Late Night Counter-Apologetics, the audio book series, which I guess we'll call Late Night Books or Late Night Book Club or whatever, and then the videos, which I'll just have a separate thing for videos that people can, where I can drop videos on people. Yeah. So that's what I was referring to there.
Eyes are popping up their head now. Yes, Rob Bell wrote a book.
And again, a lot of this stuff is I don't have the channels organized the way they should be. I just kind of started making stuff, and that's why you see I'm spending a lot of these streams trying to catch up on stream stuff so that I can get more organized. But once we get stuff organized, it'll be easier for people to tell what's going on.
Because Christianity is dying. It's because my wife saw me, married me, a Christian, and saw me leave Christianity, is now rethinking hell. My wife is, I think, rethinking hell because she cannot bear the idea of me, or maybe even her kids, spending eternity in torment. Like, who wants to believe that? Christians, raise your hand. How many Christians out there want to believe, whether it's true or not? I'm just asking, what your desire to believe that your loved ones will spend eternity in torment. Like, nobody wants that, right? So what ends up happening? Well, if the Bible's not clear on it,
purple haze all in my brain.
Maybe hell's not that. Maybe
Man, I'm really happy with
that's that. And then my wife
how well all the purple haze stuff
bit.
Worked out.
Okay. Yeah, he doesn't exist anymore, but at least he's not in pain.
I got Heartbreak J and Purple Haze. Very happy with both of those.
Oh yeah, I'll take questions from Christians now.
But y'all can see my collection of Heartbreak tights.
Was fun. This is very enjoyable.
I'm building up.
I'm a sick guy because this is enjoyable to me.
I've got like
Professor Pine
5 or 6 pair of HBK tights now.
Oh, it'd be so sweet if
I got the rocker tights. I got the black and red. I got the all black. I got the white and gold WrestleMania. I got the black
Go
and
ahead,
blue.
Braxton. I know you're still in here. You can plug your own.
Oh no, maybe I didn't get the black and blue. I got the all black.
Get a PhD from your online
black
university,
and blue, and I got
can't
the
sign a
Marilyn
statement of
Monroe
faith
ones.
because I'm an honest guy. So, if you have a statement of faith,
ACBC.
I believe that the Bible is the holy, inspired Word of God. I can't sign that. Sorry.
Atheist Club Book Club.
Give you money and get a PhD.
I kind of like that actually. Or you could do ABC, the Atheist Book Club, but I like ACBC because it plays on the. What does that play on the?
Professor of Divinity.
What's the organization that or like?
I'll have the floor.
It's kind of like an ACDC, right? ACBC.
Doesn't God reign in hell?
I want to see if I could put like the lightning bolt in the middle of the name.
If God reigns in hell, then
if I could do that, that would be perfect.
Oh, you mean the other type of rain?
Like a lightning bolt emoji, AC, lightning bolt emoji, BC, ACBC.
That's
let's try
Lucifer's dominion. What? Braxton has an online university? Yes, everybody go check it out. I think we should get 100 atheists to sign up for his online course. We should be sponsored. Wouldn't that be amazing if atheists started going to seminaries?
These are really great, guys.
Wouldn't it be amazing if like
see how Doug is like prophesying the vision that we now have for the Church of the Flying Man?
Traditional view. It seems like, yeah, great question. Christians are all over the map on that one too. On where do babies go? Most Christians don't have the guts.
See these heartbreak tights? I mean, come on.
They tend to be.
Come on. Heartbreak Jay's got the heartbreak tights on. Come on. I mean, I'm just on another level.
The Prost version of hell is clearly wrong. Prost. Catholicism has the correct answers. Catholics have the most original connection of Jesus to apostles. Yo, Catholics.
I'll show you guys
Cheers for
since we're
Catholics.
doing
You gotta make
behind
sure-
the
actually, you gotta
scenes.
say Roman
I can
Catholics,
show you
right?
guys since we're doing
Because
behind the
Catholics
scenes.
is-
I
Protestants are
have
technically
HBK
Catholics
tights. I get them
because they're part
mostly
of the
from
church, but
Redbubble.
They're not Roman Catholic.
I have these.
Pine Creek, can I use Pine Points? to get out of
Actually, let's
hell?
do some
Yes, you may.
unboxing. Let's do some unboxing because I think I got
have
new
been
ones.
told on good authority that Jesus accepts payment for sins in both his blood and Pine Points. Okay, that's
Yeah,
I
like
apologize,
that.
that's a
Exactly
joke.
like that. YouTube
Joke.
punk.
True.
I'm
atheists go
actually
to
copying
seminary.
it, so I don't even have to look for the. I'm copying it, so I don't have to
Hell
look
is
for
for
the
Christians.
characters.
Hell is not for non-believers.
And
You know
look, I
why?
made
'Cause
this
non-believers
channel
don't
on the
believe in hell.
server called Pocketlocker Only. It's just so I can copy and
In
paste
fact,
things for
I'm gonna leave
myself.
This code up. Actually, I have to go like that. I have to go like that.
And then, like, if I want to, like, you're like, why would I not just put it on a notepad or something like that? It's so that I
Hell is
can
for
access it from
Christians.
either
It's for
computer.
backsliding Christians. It's for non-backsliding Christians.
All right, so
how many Pine Points would I need to get out of hell? That's quite a bit. Well, if it's a
so look, Heartbreak J, y'all can see it. I got these are the black ones I got on.
Pine Points to go to the Tropicana.
I got some other new ones.
Hell, you need at least 100,000. Are the Christians laughing? Can you tell? You see, but this is the thing. I wish I could. What Christians would say is my machine right now. My machine is turbo. But I want you to see
those
my comments and how
I have those rockers ones from when he was in the rockers
and smiling.
And I have the black and red ones, and I have the.
I hope you can see it in my demeanor,
the white
in my eyes, and my voice tone.
JFK.
I'm not
Heartbreak
BSing you. That this
Kid
doesn't
tights.
bother me. The idea of hell. Now it interests me.
But these are the WrestleMania 12s.
Years, professing Christian for the Calvinists out there. It interests me to see Christians battle back and forth.
Brand new.
But I think you
Brand
can tell
new
in my
Heartbreak
demeanor
J
that
gear.
I truly don't believe in hell. So if you want to convert Pine Creek, Doug, you first have to convince me that hell is real.
Champions have championship responsibilities. You got to keep the wardrobe game fresh. And if you're
You really wanna
Heartbreak
spend
J,
eternity
you
beside
got to have the
Heartbreak
real Heartbreak J tights.
Actually, I like Side more than a lot of other apologists. Sadly, I have to admit, but yeah, well, yeah, because he at least says it. He doesn't pussyfoot around. He's not scared to have people hate him.
Amazing, amazing.
But Doug, you're getting your philosophy from an atheist comedian. No wonder you're lost. Yeah. But Christians actually agree with what Ricky Gervais is if you change a few words. A Muslim telling a Christian that they're going to hell is as scary as a child telling an adult they're not getting a present from Satan. You see what I did there, Christians? A Muslim telling a Christian they're going to hell is as scary. Christians are not scared one bit about going to the Muslim hell. In the same way, atheists are not scared one bit of going to Christian hell. I think that empathy, that viewpoint, causes empathy. And you can say, oh, yeah, I completely understand. This is a Christian speaking right now. I completely understand that.
All right, I got more unboxing to do, but I want to do some more work.
As a Christian value, hell's real, and that heaven's real, and you want to have this relationship forever. And even if they don't want a relationship forever, you got to convince them that they do need that relationship forever. Doug can't know if he wants to spend time with Sai. Moderator Chet, please don't talk in all caps, please. Please don't shout that I want to spend time with Sai. Pine Creek, have you ever been slain in the spirit? No, I was never that type of emotional Pentecostal type Christian. I've never had that fire in my belly.
All right.
Welcome here, Barbara Hartley. Have I ever seen you here before? I think your name looks new. Hey, Jordan W., you say, but you can't prove it in reality. I try to shy away from using the word prove. It's kind of like a dirty word to me because
all right,
I was kind of in the scientific realm for a while. I have a master's in analytical chemistry.
Let's
done thesis papers and I'm published in scientific journals.
All right, let's do Discord.
And we don't really like to use the word
Oh, Doug
proof.
got published and all that. Okay, Doug, I see you. I appreciate
I'd like to say
that.
It's provisional. So I'd like, but if you're using the word proof, just say evidence, empirical evidence.
Watch me. Text channels, community.
Mine Onion says if we do go to hell, will we
voice
lose pine
channels,
points?
mods,
No,
or
I think,
admin.
I think there's a few kiosks in hell that accept pine points.
Welcome, suggestions, help, and support.
Adam Kennedy asks, Pine Creek, if you somehow started believing in hell, would you worship God? Okay, great question, Adam Kennedy. In fact, that's such a great question. I'm going to give you 1,000 pine points. Let's say I became convinced that hell is real. Like there was zero doubt in my mind that the traditional view of hell was true. The question is, would you worship God, someone who drowned babies, to keep from going to hell? I think at that point I'm stuck because I would do everything in my power to force myself to believe just so I wouldn't spend eternity in pain. But then there's a part of my brain that would say, but you're worshiping an evil God because he drowned babies. Now, I'm assuming that's true as well, that he did drown babies. So that would be really tough. And now we have another problem. If this God is omniscient and knows my internal thoughts, and he knows that I don't really, really believe in him, and I don't really love him, I'm just trying to avoid this eternal pain, then I'm going to go to hell no matter what. But I think I would still try to convince myself and massage the texts like some Christians do to try to make it all fit and force myself to believe this stuff. So I'd at least give it a good shot. Because who wants to have a
That's where you discuss hot program.
Yeah,
and then
pretending
there's
to worship
another
wouldn't
one
work
that's going to
because
be
God knows your
called
inner heart.
Late
has thoughts, you know.
Night
It's your heart that
Counter-Apologetics.
A lot of people think that your heart pumps blood, but it does so much more. So much more. Yes, Susan, I understand that it would be very hard for me too, but it's like imagine your own child.
And then there's one called
is threatening to torture your own child if you
atheist.
But it won't torture your child if you believe certain. You'll at least try to force yourself to believe it for the sake of your child. Hey, Barbara.
And really, I kind of want these to be a little bit branded.
People who don't believe a God exists,
like this.
It's pretty hard to be mad at that God. However, you can be mad at a character.
ACBC.
So imagine a movie where a character you just hated. Now, every time you think about that character in the movie, those emotions might come back that you hate that character. I'm trying to think of an example.
Should be.
I don't know what movies you like.
LNCA.
But try to picture a movie where there's a character that just bothered you. You just hated that character. And whenever you're not thinking about the movie, that hate is gone, right? But whenever you're thinking about that movie or that scene, those emotions come back. Oh, what a prick, right? Right, Barbara? This is my way of explaining how some atheists talk about the God of the Old Testament, for example.
And then, actually, we should do this for all of them.
Oh, darken. 1,000 pine points too. It is a better, tougher question. Would you teach your kids to worship Yahweh so they wouldn't go to hell, assuming hell's true? Oh, that's a hard question. Okay, so I got to this is a great hypothetical. Hell is true. The traditional view of hell is true. And the question is, would I teach my kids? Oh, I think I have to. I think I have to force myself to teach my kids that they should become a Christian and worship vicarious redemption, blood sacrificing, baby drowning deity, because I don't want them to suffer for eternity. Ooh, I feel so dirty. Darken, you made me feel dirty. Oh, I'm going to take a shower after this. video. Braxton Hunter did a really good video called Can Time Do What God Can Do? Okay. I don't think I've ever seen that one. Barbara, do you love Jesus? Doug, why are you asking Barbara if she loves Jesus? You'll see.
All right.
But then your kids will miss all the Ricky Gervais jokes in hell. Maybe harder question, asked Adam. If you were real close to reconverting to being a Christian, would the guilt of this channel and your deconverts weigh too heavily on you? Okay, number one, Adam, it's not a better question. Darkin's question was really, really good, and the other guy's question was pretty good. If I became a Christian, would I feel guilt about this channel? No, I don't think I would. Because God knows my heart. If God's real, he would know my heart. And my intentions are good. I love people. I want the truth to be preached. I'm preaching the truth here. So if I became a Christian again, oh, I know that bothers Christians. If I profess Christianity again, I don't think I'd feel guilty about the Pine Creek channel, because I would say all things work for good to those who love God. That's a verse in the Bible. Jordan W., can hell be ultimate separation from God if God is omnipresent? Ooh, another 1,000 pine points, Jordan W. Great question. If hell is separation from God, how can God be omnipresent if he's not there? Excellent point, Jordan W. Oh, scrumptious. Barbara Hartley says, you know more people, hang on, I think this is good, let me see. You know more people fall on this one point, they don't believe hell is real. Would Jesus, God, suffer on the cross so much to save us if hell isn't real? And why don't you believe him when he says there is... Barbara, you didn't finish your thing, but I agree with you. Barbara, what you're saying is what I've been saying on this video for most of the... I don't know how many times, Barbara, I said, if hell is not real, there's no need for Jesus. And you're basically saying the same thing here. You're saying they don't believe hell is real. Would Jesus, God, suffer on the cross? Why would God suffer on the cross if hell's not real, right? Excellent point. In other words, Barbara, what you're saying is that the belief in hell supersedes, the existence of hell supersedes the need for Jesus. You got to have that first. Otherwise, why would Jesus even need to die on the cross and go through all that pain and agony? Excellent point, Barbara. Excellent. Salem says, would any amount of historical evidence convince you of a non-natural event? Any amount of evidence? I don't know, but I think I gave an example of, for Christianity, let's imagine that we unearthed in something buried in volcanic ash, a gospel that's very similar. Doesn't even have to be exact, but very, very similar to the Gospel of John. And we can carbon date it to 2,000 years ago. And it's found in Central America, somewhere in Central America. I'm telling you, that would be huge. That would be pretty amazing, because people didn't even sail from Europe or Middle East to Central America back then, 2,000 years ago. Hadn't been invented yet. And here we have a gospel, carbon dated, buried in volcanic ash to that date, that mentions Luke and John and Jesus and John the Baptist and Paul and all those things. That would be cool. That would be cool. That would increase my confidence a lot. And that's textual. Okay, I better play the music. Two minutes left to get pine points. How about a fundraiser for Christians to buy them shovels? How about a fundraiser so Pine Creek and Camille can get a PhD from a seminary? Viola, Braxton, yours will give you preference. I want to be the most famous atheist with a master's in divinity. Make it rain, Doug. Do I have to dance to get the money? Because I'm the best white dancer from Canada. I can dance. That's racist, Doug. Hey, welcome, Catherine N. We were talking back and forth today. Hey, Catherine, I'm glad that you're on my channel. I actually looked at your channel a little bit. Feel free to not watch me.
Book
I say that in sincerity.
Club, yes.
You seem like a great
Atheist Crew
person.
Book Club, I love that.
But if my
Hey Jay,
channel
there's a
causes you stress,
Saints row. How
I'm not
about
joking
a
around
Sinners
here.
row?
Please don't watch.
Yeah, well, tell me about Sinners Row. I like that. What could we use that for?
Salem, I know what you're getting at. I know you want me to go through inspiring philosophies, evidence for the Bible, but let me tell you, it's rubbish to me.
Hi, hello, all you newsketeers out there. Welcome to Cody's
Let me know if we get
show for
yanked.
winners. Today we'll be discussing news
For video game night?
so
All right,
news has been
I'm
terrible
with that.
and heartbreaking and angering and sexy, but mostly only those first three things. Possibly even more so than usual, from the constant background of the war.
Yeah,
in Ukraine,
I'm a big
the
fan.
formula shortages caused by corporate laziness and greed, hearings about the attempted coup on January 6th, the ramp up of hate against the LGBT.
All right, welcome to pool.
pesky
Yeah, don't
mass
care. All
murders
right.
that keep happening in this country. In May alone, black grocery shoppers were shot by a white supremacist in Buffalo. People at
I
churches
think I'm
were
good with
shot in
that
two
for now.
separate instances. And of course, the murder of 19 children and 2 teachers by a shooter at Robb Elementary School in Texas, coupled with the absolute incompetence and cowardice by the armed police who stood outside and let the shooting continue. And I'm sure that as I say this,
All right,
another
now
shooting is currently
let's,
happening. Oh, and the planet is angry. Can't forget that. So we've all been a bit consumed by rage and grief, or as we like to call
Let's
it
do
in
one more.
America, the news. When so many terrible things are happening all at once, it's hard to maintain focus. Something is banging on my walls from the outside. Not sure what that is, but let's just
Oh,
add
that was
to
really
the
him. I
list.
thought
It's
that was
hard
my
to
washer.
focus
I was
on
like,
a
I didn't
single terrible
remember
thing
that
right
my
now.
washer was on.
Court draft
That
overturning Roe v. Wade
freaked me
has kind of
the
slipped out of the
fuck
news,
out.
which is kind of wild,
Okay.
because roughly 50% of the country is about to lose a fundamental right to bodily autonomy, and 100% of the country is going to be deeply impacted. So we should probably talk about it. What is that? A moose?
Holy
Am I being
shit.
berated? Gonna power through this. Okay, stripping people of their bodily autonomy and medical rights is extremely bad. And it's even worse that the GOP is celebrating this massive loss of human rights in the name of saving children.
That's funny.
Because here's a secret. Well,
All right, well, we know the sound
more like a
works.
statement based on reality. But the GOP hates children, or at the very least couldn't give less of a shit about them when they're shot to death in schools, face poverty and hunger, or die due to a lack of medical care and resources. And we're just talking about the children in the United States. Children in other countries are worth less than dirt to conservatives. And honestly, also to establishment Democrats. Can't forget those useless Democrats. I'm going to talk more about how much the GOP and Dems hate children later, trust me. It'll be super fun. But first, we do need to talk about this whole overturning Roe v. Wade thing, because going back almost 5 decades in human rights, progress is kind of a big deal. Or according to some big-brained experts, it's totally not, actually.
Do you think that the states should have the right to be able to determine abortion laws? Because it won't change the laws in like, yeah, that's all Roe v. Wade overturning means that Colorado, can have abortion, like they have all the way up until 9 months, and Texas can have a heartbeat bill.
Yeah. So again, it's going to be let 1,000 flowers bloom. It's going to be each state gets to decide on its own specific abortion protocols, which is precisely what the Constitution suggested at the time.
Most abortions now, even when you go to a clinic, are done with the pill.
Yeah.
The pill. And pills are easy to get in America. We know that. So, for the people who say we're going back to 1973, we're not.
Yeah, gotcha, womb havers! It's no big deal after all. All of you folks upset about this news are just on your periods, you see. It's just that some states can choose not to allow abortions. What about their choice, huh? And like Bill Maher said, you can just get a pill now. How hard is it to get an extremely hard to get pill that the GOP is specifically restricting in their states and is very hard to get because of that? So just get that really hard to get pill. It's easy. Video over,
I know what I need
guess,
to do. I need to move the stream chat into here. Oh, it is in there.
Roll 'em. Come on.
All right.
Oh, wait. Sorry. Maybe Steven Crowder and Ben Shapiro and Bill Maher aren't the Roe v. Wade experts we all universally accept them to be.
Oh,
And
is that what it
perhaps I need
takes
to
to
look into
make
this
it like
further.
collapse?
Because once Roe v. Wade is overturned, millions of people will suddenly lose access to abortion
So
in their
general-
states. And that seems bad. In fact, 13
Oh,
states have
and
trigger
this is
laws, as in
here.
various bans on abortion access, that will go into effect once the Supreme Court overturns Roe v. Wade, which could be really darn soon. It could be the day we're filming this. A lot of clinics are already preparing by ceasing all appointments after this month, because overall it's predicted that at least 26 states would ultimately ban abortion once Roe is overturned. As of May 5th, 86 bills have been introduced in 31 states to restrict or ban abortion, and 8 states have enacted abortion bans, with 2 blocking
All
lower
right.
courts. But heck, I guess you're just supposed to go to a state where it's legal, which is, in many cases, what does happen.
All
After
right,
the Texas ban went into
so
effect,
then that can
Planned Parenthood in
collapse.
neighboring states
Good
saw an
videos.
800%
People are
increase in
putting
abortion
videos and
patients, and a
videos.
2,500%
Great.
increase specifically in Texan patients. So, problem
Live
totally
now,
solved. Of course, going to a
videos,
neighboring
social
state only works if
media,
you
self-program.
do it, which many people
Good.
can't. Accessing abortion from Texas
Text
now requires
channels,
people to travel over
general
250 miles
memes,
on average,
rolls
which,
and
by the
clips.
way, will become a much greater distance
Rolls
when Roe
should
v. Wade
be
is destroyed, as
in
you'll have whole clusters of states banning abortion.
welcome.
So you either need money for a plane ticket, a car, gas
Come
for
on.
that car, which, by the way, yeah, lodging and savings to cover your lost wages. Currently in Texas, the strict timing requirements
rules,
for people to
no, not
obtain
rules,
abortions may
rolls.
cost some people their jobs, since workers' rights are about as piss poor as reproductive rights. For those who live in poverty, who in 2014 accounted for half of everyone seeking abortions, this may be impossible or lead to being even deeper in poverty. But sure, not a big deal, says Bill Maher, TV show host. So it's ban on abortions for the poor for now, because even if you have the money to
All
go
right,
through
so
the
it should
ordeal of
be
traveling to get an abortion, anti-abortion states are looking into making
rules,
that illegal
rolls,
as well. Lawmakers in
intros.
Missouri are trying to pass a bill that would, in similar fashion to the Texas heartbeat law, allow individuals to sue anyone helping patients cross state lines for an abortion. Other bills being introduced include one that would simply make it illegal for people to obtain abortions out of state if any part of the abortion
Help and
counseling occurred within
support
Missouri, or if payment
digital
occurs from
evolution
within Missouri,
programming.
or if someone lives within Missouri, or, quote, the conduct of a person or entity creates a substantial connection with this state. Whatever that means. If you're in a Missouri state of mind, I suppose. It would even ban obtaining an abortion outside of Missouri if sexual intercourse occurred within this state and the child may have been conceived by that act of intercourse. Although they don't say whether it counts if you're having sex right on the border and the sperm kind of
shoots over into the vagina in another state. Is that allowed? Or would this count as sperm trafficking, spooge laundering, cum smuggling?
Cum smuggling.
Nice, I like that. Also batter baron, you know, baby juice bootlegging, the old knob slurry moonshine, a hot milk pirate, if you will. I have so many of these. Anyway, so they want to ban abortions and then ban leaving to get an abortion. Spunk sneakers. All right.
I don't know.
like
I can't like Bill Maher just irritates me.
Before I got distracted by the jizz jokes. And boy, they aren't stopping there. Shortly
I just think he insists on appealing to the right for some weird reason and trying to, you know, hold steady for the center that doesn't exist.
And would have defined abortion
and
as
using that to like
according to Paul Weiland, the Republican
shame
state
people
senator
on the
who led
left.
Missouri effort to stop Medicaid from covering contraceptives like IUDs and Plan B, quote, "The bottom line is there is only one time something definitively happens, and that's the moment of conception. Once that happens, anything that happens should not be state funded." So basically, as soon as the sperm bonks into the egg, you're literally and figuratively also claiming that there is only one time something definitively happens is just like weird and wrong.
All right, let's check
There
these
are
out.
many
Watch me, stream chat, channel updates, and links.
declare that I believe life begins when the sperm gets peed out of the balls. I can just say that, and I do frequently on public transport, but it doesn't make my opinion the definitive fact. But even
And matter of
though
fact,
this
I think
Missouri
I
effort
want
failed,
the actual
repealing of Roe v. Wade would
stream
likely encourage further efforts
channel
to
to
reduce
be
access
in
to
here.
illegalize contraceptives. So the argument that we
which
shouldn't
would
worry that
be-
it'll still be legal in some states, or that since most of the country supports abortion, then it'll be protected, is completely dishonest and frankly cowardly, and can be
I
summed
think
up
probably
with
the
this exchange.
streaming.
And we know that most Americans,
Let's see.
including conservatives, do not believe that. They're not on that page.
They voted it in Texas not that long ago.
Right. Acting like this will blow over really seems to ignore the fact that conservative lawmakers are already passing these laws despite what the majority wants, because their end goal is to ban
What is
abortion
this stage
everywhere,
like?
and always has been. After all, people like Crowder pretending this is no big deal are the same people who think abortion is murder. So what exactly do you think their end game is? This isn't some kind of
Let's call
polite
it,
display of restraint like someone daintily
pocket
eating a few chips at a
stage.
wedding. They aim to shove the entire nacho spread in their maws, no matter how much it embarrasses my parents. My fault for nacho.
What is this?
But maybe the reason Crowder and other pregnancy crusaders are being so adorably coy is that they know, as I've already pointed out, that the right to an abortion is wildly popular. 61% of Americans believe abortion should be legal in all or most cases, while only 37% believe it should be illegal in all or most cases. That said, it's a highly polarized issue, with about 80% of Democrats saying abortion should be legal in all or most cases, and only about 40% of Republicans believing it should be legal in all or most cases. Still, 40% of Republican-leaning people is a healthy chunk of the party. So maybe that's why they're so focused on the technicality of Roe v. Wade not banning
All right,
abortion,
let's
even though it
not
will
do this.
directly
I don't think
result
that's
in
the
it
way
being
we want
banned
to do
in many
this.
states.
All
And
right,
it's
I think
also probably
we should
why
get
they're
rid of
groping their
this.
pearls
Exit
over
quietly.
Why don't we begin with the leak itself?
We
It
should
is
get rid of
unprecedented for a
that.
full draft decision to leak this way. You've heard of sort of the outcomes of decisions leaking before. That happened with Roe itself, but the actual draft
delete the
decision for that to leak
channel.
into full public view is insane.
This, coupled with the leak, demonstrates how the left is so obsessed with this issue that they're willing to delegitimize one of the most
streaming
revered institutions in our system
and
of government.
recording.
An institution that, despite its flaws, warts and all, has served our country well.
Sorry, interrupting the montage to point out how cool it is for Republican Senator Mike Lee to say the left is obsessed with abortion and not his own party, who are making laws to do bounty hunting on anyone helping someone get an abortion. Anyway, continue the montage of very
All right,
serious people.
streaming.
Oh, can we actually get like some really dramatic music over it too?
Institution that I'm a part of.
Let's
if
go to
someone
voice
said
and video for now.
one line of one opinion would be leaked by anyone, and you would say that, oh, that's impossible. No one would ever do that. There's such a belief in the rule of law, a belief in the court, a belief in what we were doing, that was verboten. It was beyond anyone's understanding.
Sorry, interrupting the montage again to point out that this dude's wife tried to privately pressure lawmakers into overturning Biden's presidential victory in favor of Trump. And when the Supreme Court ruled they would not take the case of Pennsylvania Republicans who wanted to challenge the election results, Clarence Thomas dissented. And it's hard to know how much of this is because he's a conservative shill or a shill for his wife. Anyway, continue the montage, which I get it's not technically a montage anymore. Continue and then conclude the series of regularly interrupted clips, please.
Let me explain this. Not a big fan of the leak. I'm glad to hear what we've heard. But let me give you a guess. I'm pretty sure the leak is from a leftist. Why? This is an intimidation tactic.
Oh, my stars and garters, not the sanctity of the Supreme Court. Or wait, counterpoint. Who gives a pebble of a shit if we're talking about the sanctity of the Supreme Court like it's some holy resting place? Well, hey, have you guys looked at the Supreme Court lately? It's kind of a hot mess, and not the fun kind you'd smuggle across state lines. Like, for starters,
actually, I don't even
Court
do
has
this
very
on this
little
computer. What am I
oversight.
talking about?
Also, the judges are not governed by any code of ethical conduct.
Right, because
and
I
are
gotta
only
use the
judges in
OBS
entire US exempt from
output
such.
camera or whatever.
That's odd, huh? Justice John Roberts was looking into developing an ethical code, but I guess they just kind of gave up. So I don't know.
I don't know why.
With the Supreme Court sanctity could look into that. There's also the growing issue of the shadow docket, which is an emergency procedure where the court can issue summary decisions without oral arguments. It's meant to only be used when not issuing an immediate order would cause irreparable harm. For that reason, it used to be
I'm trying to think of what could be using my
since
camera.
2017, it's become routine. To quote Associate Justice Elena Kagan, the court's use of it has become more unreasonable, inconsistent, and impossible to defend. That was from her dissent to the Whole Woman's Health versus Jackson case, which challenged the Texas's Heartbeat Act that outlaws abortions after a heartbeat is detected and allows people to sue anyone who helps women seek abortions. It's that bounty hunting anti-abortion law in Texas you might have heard about. And this challenge to the law brought to the Supreme Court was relegated to the shadow docket before getting dismissed with no oral argument, no hearing,
I'm so
no
responsible.
transparency. Just womp womp shrug.
Loading
the lack
screen.
of transparency and oversight is especially concerning.
Yeah, that's what I expect. Speed.
Thomas, as I mentioned earlier, his wife Katie Thomas texted Trump's chief staff Mark Meadows, pleading with him to help overturn the election. And yet Clarence Thomas hasn't accused himself from any cases regarding the election, despite the possible interest. Very good integrity and sanctity, guys. You're nailing it.
Are there literally like no black dudes? Okay, I see how it is. Let's go with this girl.
So it sure seems like they don't actually give it.
And her name Zaza.
And speaking of sanctity, I should really look into what's threatening the sanctity of my walls. So I'm gonna cut to an ad break. To investigate.
Alright, you drag this to aim.
Yo, check it, cool pants. People are always asking, hey Cody, how did you learn to jump so high? Well, friend, my natural talent for disrupting vertical spaces, an ancient trick.
Okay, I don't have
and of course, AG1 by Athletic Greens.
You know what?
Category
It's funny, like
convenient daily nutrition to everyone, even low jumpers like you. AG1 replaces all of your vitamins and crams them all into a single delicious green liquid drink.
yeah, I want to leave BlueStacks open. I want to put this game in.
75 vitamins, minerals, and whole food source ingredients in
Game
one convenient daily
pause.
serving. Here, watch me do the thing where I drink it.
Yes. Alright, and let's see how to...
Yum tum tummies! Dumb screen in my
Oh, that's how
mouth.
to go full screen.
This is how I
Ooh.
jump so high. Combined.
Ooh, that's nice.
Bygone City of Ottawa kind of. Not only does AG1 fill in your nutritional
Nice.
gaps, because we don't always have time
Nice.
but their recipe is ever changing based on the latest nutritional news. We love news.
Alright, I
It's
gotta
designed
figure
for any
out
lifestyle,
how to
like
connect,
vegan
like...
or paleo
my tablet. Either because either I should do it so that I connect with my tablet on there,
athletes,
or
lazies,
so that I have a
or
touch
the
screen,
no-fleets,
or I got to connect like a controller.
You know, all the things. So try it, why don't you? To make it easy, Athletic Greens is going to give you an immune-supporting free
I'll look
1-year
into it.
supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase if you visit athleticgreens.com/more-news today. Again, simply visit athleticgreens.com/more-news to take control of your health and give AG1 a try. And then
Oh yeah, I wasn't really trying to do this shit right
I'll
now.
demonstrate. See? Real hot. Hey, we're back! Forgot to check outside my walls. I just sort of stared off for a while, trying to think of more sperm smuggling jokes, but
Alright, YouTube punk.
I mean, the banging is getting louder, and some of the drywall is beginning to crumble. But again, probably nothing. So we've talked about the conservative response to the Roe v. Wade news, and their assurances that it's totally fine, which means it's probably time to discuss the
Alright,
actual
so I
human
think that
as well as the medical science and
we're good.
reality of it all. Because while all
Let me
pundits
just
in the world
check
know pie in the
these.
abstract
We've got
or broad points,
streaming
we should
in
probably
here.
ask what overturning Roe v. Wade
Underwatch
means
me.
for people with wombs. And no better way to do that than have me talk about it. Because as somebody without a womb, I can confidently say that oh my god! You're the moose?
Oh yeah,
my
the
shirt?
recording do not disturb should be up there too.
Yeah,
Shoot.
Shooing.
Shoot.
What the?
It's my turn. I'm the show captain now.
Tore through my wall with your hands. I have a door. You could.
Yep, yeah, I'll call you if I need anything. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, folks. Katie Stoll here, representing and speaking for every single person on the planet who has a uterus.
Yeah, I don't know if that's true.
Oh, it is. Group text. Okay, so for starters, don't get me wrong, access to reproductive health affects everyone. In fact, even people who can't get pregnant are often able to cause pregnancies through this technique called and most well-adjusted people, when engaged in this actually care about their partners and their health and their rights and so on. That said, the most severe consequences will, of course, fall on those whose uteruses are being meddled with, especially when it comes to their health and especially when it comes to the most vulnerable people. Because you know America's slogan, kick 'em
Oh, there
while
it
they're
is.
down and then piss on 'em, home of the brave, or something like that. The Texas abortion ban, for example, is going to disproportionately affect low-income, immigrant, Black, and Hispanic people. Black women are also disproportionately likely to die as a result of pregnancy. But of course, the health risks of restricting abortion will impact everyone with a uterus. Being denied access to abortion is linked to worse health outcomes because the risks of childbirth are far greater than any risk associated with abortion. In the worst case scenarios, people die giving birth. One study predicted a 21% increase in pregnancy-related deaths following a national abortion ban, and hundreds more women dying per year. And that would be even greater among the Black population, where pregnancy-related death would increase by over 30%. And we have known this since 1976, when the CDC found that restricting access to abortion increases the risk of death for the patient. And not only does the U.S. have the worst maternal mortality rate compared to other rich countries, this rate goes up even higher in states where there are restrictions on abortions. In fact, it's over 50% higher than in less restrictive states. Not to mention that the states most likely to ban abortion already have higher rates of maternal mortality than the rest of the United States to begin with. In the 12 states in which abortions are restricted and are likely to be restricted further or banned outright, maternal mortality went up 38% due to those restrictions. And states that lack Planned Parenthood clinics saw an increase of mortality by 8%. All of that is to say, it seems like if you actually valued life, you would be concerned about those numbers and wonder why some states seem to be killing mothers way faster than other states. And this isn't exclusive to the United States either. Pretty much every country with abortion bans regularly kill women because of those bans. The WHO estimates that of the 67,800 women who die from abortion complications each year, 67,500 of those are in developing countries with restrictive abortion laws. And even when we're not talking about people seeking abortions, these laws tend to kill women who are experiencing complications during pregnancy. There are just so many heartbreaking stories about women dying because doctors didn't want to break a law to save them. Stories which, buckle up, I'm about to tell you right now, and warning, it might piss you off. It should piss you off. In Ireland, fetal heartbeat laws prevent doctors from performing abortions or inducing miscarriages unless they could prove that there was a threat to the mother's life. 31-year-old Savita Halapanavar died from a wanted pregnancy because, while doctors determined miscarriage was inevitable, they were too afraid of breaking the law to induce the miscarriage. Savita died of septic shock and multiple organ failure. In Nicaragua, 22-year-old Olga Reyes died after languishing in pain at the hospital for hours due to an ectopic pregnancy. Ectopic pregnancies, by the way, never viable. But the ban on abortion and potential prison sentences they faced made doctors fearful to treat her. In El Salvador, 33-year-old Manuela didn't have an abortion. She fell ill, went to the hospital, and miscarried. Instead of receiving care after her traumatic experience, she was handcuffed to her hospital bed and charged with homicide, despite the fact that it is typically impossible to tell the difference between an induced miscarriage and a natural miscarriage. Manuela died 2 years later of cancer while in prison. In Poland, 30-year-old Isabella died after her water broke early at 22 weeks. Despite it being legal in Poland to conduct an abortion in cases where the mother's life is in danger, doctors feared they wouldn't be able to prove this and wanted to wait for the baby's heart to stop inside of Isabella. Despite her pleas for help, Isabella died, and she left behind her 9-year-old daughter. Poland, like the US, once allowed for abortion, but in 2021 enacted basically a total ban. As we learned from Isabella's story, even though it has exceptions for the life of the mother, when doctors can face severe legal repercussions, they may delay treatment until it is too late. And now, they have a pregnancy registry, which can be used to track women who are pregnant and potentially investigate or even imprison women whose pregnancies end in miscarriage, much like the case of Manuela in El Salvador. In Brazil, abortion is illegal, and while, yes, there are exceptions for rape or risk to the mother's life, the far-right Bolsonaro government has introduced a regulation that requires doctors to gather evidence and report to the police anyone who comes to them for an abortion after being raped. Human Rights Watch points out that this is clearly meant to discourage rape survivors from seeking abortion, fearing arrest if the investigation finds that they weren't really raped. Anywho, that's just a few of the stories. And now you probably understand why I felt the deep, burning need to punch my way through Cody's wall. Abortion bans mean that pregnant people will be regarded as potential murder suspects if they miscarry, or at the very least, as disposable incubators, whose lives come third, after the fetus and then the hospital's liability. But pregnancy cultists argue that it's okay for people's bodies to not belong to them, for them to suffer, maybe even die, because this is in the name of saving an innocent life. So, okay, so let's break it down. What is this life that is worth stripping people of their rights and even their own lives? Ooh, should we make this a segment? I never get to do segments. Perfect. Hey, Cody! Cody, guess what? I got my own segment title.
Did you tip over my car too?
Okay, well, first of all, the abortion debate isn't really about life, it's about human life. We're okay with killing life, even vegans, since plants are alive, even the bad plants, like the chayote. Just look at that piece of plant. It looks like Shrek's ball sack. F you, chayote, I hate you. Anyway, the non-religious moral issue is killing a person. So, what's a person? Is it an egg that the uterus sheds and lets die naturally all the time? Is it the sperm that most often ends up dying in a sock, or, if there's time, a slightly heated gourd? Is it the moment the sperm grazes against the egg zona peculidae? Or is it when the sperm is halfway nestled into the egg's membrane? Is it before or after the acrosome reaction when the sperm's head melts and releases its genetic information? Is it the zygote, a single cell full of the sperm and egg's DNA? Is it turning the first stage of meiosis? Or is it when the cell begins mitosis? Is it when the blastocyst forms, this charming little cutie? Or is it when the embryo develops a mouth hole at 4 weeks? Or maybe it's when it starts to look like this instead, which is a dog fetus at 4 weeks. But hey now, maybe we shouldn't base this on looks, but rather on whether it's got a human brain. The brain, by week 6, can start to have electrical activity, but it's less complicated than a shrimp's brain. By week 10, the cerebrum has started to develop, which begins very, very smooth, similar to a reptile's dumb, delicious brain. But at this point, the fetus remains unresponsive to stimuli. So, okay then, I don't know. Is it a person by week 13 when the fetus can start to move, but its brain is smaller and less developed than a rabbit's brain, continues to lack sentience or respond to anything in a purposeful way, and has activity similar to a sea slug? By now, we've actually moved past the point of when 92% of abortions take place. At 14 to 20 weeks, only 6% of abortions are performed. At 23 weeks, the fetus's brain is considered viable and the fetus can respond to stimuli, but by 21 weeks, fewer than 1% of abortions are performed, and surveys of people who have had these performed either report discovering a fetal health anomaly, discovering a health risk to themselves, or were unable to access abortion before 21 weeks, either due to financial or legal barriers, or minors being afraid of their parents, or victims of domestic violence afraid of their partners. So, is the 21-week-old fetus a person? Should we force women to give birth to their 21-week-old fetus, even if it threatens their life? Should we force people to give birth if their fetus has severe health issues that would quickly kill the fetus, or if they would be born without a brain? Do we force children to give birth because they hid it from their parents for too long? But hey now, these are all very realistic, heartbreaking hypothetical questions. Maybe we should get a little wackier with it. A little fun, a little funky. Do we have an example of some kind of impossible, outlandish situation? Something that doesn't happen, maybe. Maybe we can create some kind of dip AI to perfectly craft the single worst take on... Oh boy. Okay, never mind. That's perfect. Thank you, Tim, you scabby little ingrown hair, you.
And I'm just going to say it. Look, first and foremost, you guys, you know that I lean pro-choice on this issue. And I'll explain in great detail as we get into all this stuff. But I certainly don't lean in the direction of where the modern left has gone because they're outright pro-abortion. But I can say this definitively. The pro-life stance is a strong moral stance. The pro-choice stance is not.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I didn't realize you were pro-choice. Unlike the left, who you claim is pro-abortion. I mean, you're right. We do love abortion. That's our thing, babe. That's what we're doing out there, constantly protesting in front of OBGYN clinics. I personally push on every baby bump I see hard. We hate babies.
The congregants are back. The ushers are here.
That he claims there's no strong moral stance.
I'm trying to figure out how to get you guys access to the right channels.
Besides the health.
I took a quick sugar break.
I guess that doesn't count, Tim. Tim is so pro-choice that when the Roe v. Wade news first broke, his entire studio exploded in celebration like they were watching the moon landing.
Oh my goodness. Supreme Court has voted to overturn Roe v. Wade. We hold that Roe and Casey must be overruled. Justice Alito writes, initial majority draft circulated inside the court. Oh my, whoa, this is nuts.
Anyway, back to Tim's tweet.
Yeah, it is fucking nuts.
What happens if a woman is on the way to get an abortion at 8 months but goes into labor in the lobby of the abortion clinic and accidentally delivers the baby before it could be terminated? Oh gosh, I don't know.
Fuck out of here.
I guess the doctors could take a legally acquired AR-15 and shoot the baby, because our country loves shooting babies. But the actual answer to this,
All
not
right,
that
here we go.
is actually interested, is that as soon as it has left her body, she can't terminate it because the fetus is no longer in her body. And hey, also, this never happens. The only situation even remotely close to this is if the pregnancy has to be induced early due to a deadly situation for the mother, such as preeclampsia. If the fetus is born alive, doctors do not kill it, but it is up to the family if they should try to resuscitate the extremely premature baby or give the premature baby palliative care until it dies naturally. Now, this is often a very painful decision for the parents who may have to choose between limiting the premature baby's pain or trying to resuscitate it, even if it's unlikely or impossible that it will survive. There are bills called Born Alive Abortion Survivors that would force doctors to continually resuscitate babies born prematurely, even those with abnormalities that are incompatible until you have victory. Will not survive. Even if it's against the
No, you did a Taylor Rebecca video?
doomed baby.
Let me see it. Let me see it. Let me see it. Let me see it. Let me see it.
There are whole ethics debates in neonatology about whether persistently resuscitating likely unviable newborns is actually moral, given the high chance of death and potential suffering. It's controversial, so maybe it should be left up to the doctors and patients, just like we leave end-of-life decisions up to doctors and next of kin. Should
You put them all in the Discord. All right, I'm gonna check them out. I'm gonna check them out. I gotta get this going so I can log into my email here.
You know? But in this country, we have decided that your right to your own body always supersedes someone else's right to use your body, except for pregnancy. That's kind of weird, right? We don't require forced blood and organ donations.
Two-step
even
verification. Pop it up. Send it
but
in.
If babies are going to be the one exception, why is it only uterus havers who have to give up their bodily autonomy if they have sex? Because currently, we don't even force actual parents to donate blood or bone marrow to their already born children if they need it to survive. But a pregnant person has an obligation to the fetus that we don't require of anyone else. Mandatory organ donation isn't a thing. We also don't ban men from having sex after a certain age, even though men over 40 years old are 23% more likely to cause a miscarriage. And sperm of men over 45 are 74% more likely than younger men to cause a miscarriage. Also, it has that old sperm vibe, you know, like a dusty car. So, should old sperm be illegal? Should we sterilize old testicles? If that sounds like a grotesque violation of our men's bodily autonomy, you are correct! Just like what we're doing now to women.
All right.
And
got my monitor going.
Conception, as so many Republicans suggest,
All
should
right.
we make it illegal for people to drink or smoke or eat sushi after sex, just in case? But even things like working long hours or accidental falls can cause a miscarriage. So, if a company overworks someone who's pregnant,
We organize all of your channels on your server. So we're going to make a couple different categories real quick. And to make a category, it's super simple. Simply right click in any of the empty space over here and click create category. And then you can name it whatever you want. I'm going to make one called welcome and create category. So now you can see I have a brand new category down here. And what I'm going to do for the
I'm just figuring out how to use Discord. I figured out after all that time that it was those things weren't collapsing down because I had unread messages or whatever.
Oh, if I could drag it down there, right? The welcome channel will be there. The rules channel will be in the welcome category. I can't seem to drag these down here for some reason. There we go. We're also going to put the updates channel down there. And I believe that is all we will put there for now. For some reason, I accidentally made 2 update channels, but I'll use it to show you guys how to delete a channel. If you ever want to delete a channel, you can come into
You want to do more on
settings,
Taylor
click
Rebecca?
delete.
Let's get
Or
it.
to do it a little bit quicker, right click, delete channel. That easy. So next up, I'm going to make
JP1 and tell her Swift.
Channels for my mods.
All
and
right,
my
I'll check it
admins.
out.
These are going to be the private channels that I don't want everyone in the community to see, like regular members. I only want the people that are my mods and admins to be able to see. So we're going to right click, create category. We're going to name it mod admin. Click enter. And we're going to drag the admin's text channel in there and the mods text channel in there as well. So again, I don't want to bore you guys with this. It's super easy.
Are we gonna watch?
Go ahead and finish setting up my categories, and then we'll pick it up in just a second. Okay, so I've got all the categories.
Yeah, we're gonna watch it. I'm gonna.
It already looks super organized and way neater than it was.
I'll probably add it to my thing too, and also now that I got Taylor's contact information, Rodrigo and I are gonna be rewatching Taylor's debates and stuff. I don't know how much, but we're gonna be rewatching them a little bit more closely to prepare to interview her.
All together. Now, if you want to organize it a little bit more, you can actually drag everything in the category by just grabbing the category name, and you can pull it all the way down, and you can drag the entire category down, and it'll pull everything down for you. So I'm gonna keep the voice channels at the bottom. I'm gonna move this up underneath the welcome. I'm actually gonna put the welcome on top and put the gesture category, which is like my stuff, right? My content. Everything's gonna go in these two channels here. So we got the welcome, my content category, my regular general text channels, the private channels, voice channels, and the private voice channels. So next up, before we jump into permissions on these categories, what we're gonna do is make a couple roles so we can actually give those roles permissions. So to make a new role, you're going to come up here to the top left, click the drop down arrow, click server settings, and the second option is gonna be roles.
Let me do the roles, and then I'll pull that up after the
roles.
roles.
Click create role, and on the left side as well, you can also see all of your roles. So we're not going to mess with any of the permissions because I'm going to show you guys an easy way to do that through the categories.
Let me do the role. Let me do a couple roles and then I'll do
every single permission on every individual role. That'll take you forever. So we're just going to make a couple test roles here.
See that part?
Permission on, as you can also see all of your roles. And we're going to click create role, and on the left side as well, you can also see all of your roles. So we're not going to mess with any of the permissions because I'm going to show you guys an easy way to do that through the categories, so you don't have to come in and change every single permission on every individual role. That'll take you forever. So we're just going to make a couple test roles here. Again, you guys can set up as many as you want. I'm just going to do a few so I can keep this nice, short, and sweet. We're going to make a member role, and then right here you can actually select the color you want for the role. You can quick select a color, or you can click custom color, and you can actually change it to whatever color you want. We'll do a light blue for this one.
All right, let's just do a couple of these just to test them out. We'll go boom, Pocketlocker86. Roles. Create a role. This one will be called. Yeah, let's do a member role. That's fine. Let's do purple for the color. The role icon. No, we'll leave that alone for now. And save the changes.
And we're going to come down here and display role members separately from online members. I'll show you guys what that's going to do in just a little bit once we actually get the bots in here. But for now, just make sure you check that on all of your roles when you make them. We're going to click Save Changes, and we're actually going to make a couple more roles. So we're going to click back, we're going to click Create Role, and we're going to make a moderator role. We're going to make the moderators purple, and we're going to display them separately from online members, and we're going to save. We're going to create, oh yeah, I'm sorry, you don't have to click back. You can actually create role right here. So create role, we're going to make admin. We're going to make that pinkish red, display separately, save changes. We're going to create a owner role that's going to be for me. We're going to make it a seafoam green and display separately, save changes. And lastly, we're going to make a role called bot. That is going to be for all the bots in the server, and we are going to make that yellow. Display separately and save changes. So basically what these roles are going to do, if I come back to the main screen of my server and over here on the member list, I can right click my name, click roles, bot. That is, we're going to make it a
member, mod, admin, owner. Let's see, mod. Admin. Owner. And then bot. Yeah, I don't see why not. Yeah, for now, leave this. You'll make the bots red. All right.
Liable for murder charges? If a woman trips and falls and it ends in a miscarriage, is she tried for involuntary manslaughter?
And display
Do we want to
save changes. And lastly, we're going to make a role called bot.
Yep, we did that.
And over here on the member changes. So basically what these roles are going to do, if I come back to the main screen of my server and over here on the member list, I can right click my name, click roles, and I can actually select owner, give myself the owner role. Now you can see instead of it saying online, it now gives me the role title, and it actually changed the color of my name to green. So if I type a message in here, it's actually going to be green, and you can click on me and you can see all of my roles right there on the screen. If you come back into your role settings, you can actually drag these however you want. So you're going to want to keep the members at the bottom, obviously. You're going to want to be at the top. You're going to want your moderators to be right there and your admins to be right under you. We're going to click save changes. Now we've got all that set up. And now we're going to set up the permissions. The permissions are going to let you decide what members are going to be able to do what and see what in your server. So obviously we don't want everyone to be able to see these mods.
All right. Let's go check out this video. Hi, Jay. What up, Otangelo? Hi, Jay. There is no God because what? Because the universe operates as though there is no God. Which is probably not quite the best way to say that. But Occam's razor, basically. That's a claim. Yeah, that's my claim. Back it up. I mean, honestly, I don't think it's. I mean, I think all the empirical evidence that we have, none of it's been necessary. A God has not been necessary to explain any of it. So that's what I would do. You know, that's where I would go. I would go to, yeah, that's the claim. And again, I would again say I'm on the side of I'm not. The burden of proof isn't on me. The burden of proof is on these people who say that there is in fact more to the model. All we're doing is saying I accept the evidence as it is best presented. It's the theist who comes along and says, no, you need this other thing to explain it. So my evidence then in effect becomes all the evidence, which is effectively all the evidence we've gathered. All of the evidence literally is evidence we've been able to gather without necessitating any sort of supernatural mechanism. And it isn't your God that I'm putting in, you know, as in this category. You asked me why, but your God fits into that category the same way every other God fits in that category, and any other supernatural phenomena fits in that category. Have I studied physics? No, nor do I care to. I think it's boring. I don't think it's about study. You know? What I think is, I think that you guys have a tough time accepting that the biggest questions are just, you know, the God thing isn't really helping us. I feel kind of bad. Because I wonder what it is. But for me, it's just like, it's not interesting anymore. Fine tuning requires a fine tuner. No, it doesn't. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't. Fine tuning does not require a fine tuner. And I don't think there's fine tuning. You know what I mean? And this is the stuff what I mean. This is easy peasy for us. Thanks, Cameron. Because yeah, I don't know. All right, so let me pop up this Discord over here. Nano, I don't know which chat you put the thing in. I'll find it. Maybe it's in general. No, the last one was child mothership. So let's go community. Self-promo. Nope. Videos. Yeah. Yeah. All right, Jordan Peterson's song was great. What's you guys put the stuff in the right place, by the way. Thank you.
It's interesting how Atheists act like they know more science than actual scientists. So tell them to come debate me.
Taylor
Swift. Oh, yeah.
Taylor Swift.
I think believe.
Wait, hang on.
Believing in God is step one. If you don't even believe in a God, then why would we start debating like
Wait, let
which
me
God
move
is
myself.
the right one? I think believing in God is step one.
Yeah, I don't really get to the Christian God through science idea of God.
Oh my goodness.
Do you want to talk about that on this?
But I don't have, like, I haven't looked into that very much.
Okay,
I read the Bible.
Jerome wants to know, can we ask your guest where she's currently sitting?
Sitting in a lab. I
Oh.
work here every day.
Yes, yes, yes. Oh my goodness.
Taylor Swift.
Oh, this is great. This is another banger.
It's interesting how atheists act like they know more science than actual scientists. Tell them to come debate me.
Taylor Swift.
Come debate me, bruh. Debate me, bruh.
Taylor Swift.
I think believing in God is step one. If you don't even believe in a God, then why would we start debating like which God is the right one? I think believing in God is step one.
Yeah, I don't really think you can get to the Christian God through science idea of God you believe in. Do you want to talk about that on this?
But I don't have, like, I haven't.
Oh man,
Okay,
this was such a train
Jerome
wreck.
wants to know, can we ask your guest where she's currently sitting?
Oh, they just spilled all the beans.
I work here every day.
Here every day. Yeah, do you?
No, impressed.
Taylor Swift.
I love it. I love it. Oh, and it's so easy now. Like I just have to download them, and then I can add them into the scene, the Be Right Back scene, and I can pick and choose whether or not I'm there with it. Oh, it's just great. It's just great. It's just really great. No, I didn't want YouTube. Let's go with the YouTube downloader. All right, let me get a couple people in a couple of roles real quick. Let's see who's online. All right, let's say you're moved to, oh yeah, owner, admin, mod, member. I am not a bot. I love that. I actually like. I want you to like make me like a tutorial, so I can do this for some of my stuff, or send me a tutorial. All right.
And admin text channels, right? So what we're gonna do is instead of updating the permissions for each individual channel, you can actually right click on the category itself, and you can go to edit category, permissions, and you can actually edit the permissions for that entire category. And anytime you put a new text channel or voice channel in that category, it'll automatically update the permissions of that voice or text channel to the permissions for that category. So a super easy way to keep everything organized and neat without having to go through individually and set up permissions for every single one, because that would take you forever. So we are currently editing the permissions for everyone in the server, hence the name @everyone. And basically, since we don't want anyone to see these servers, you can do this really easy. View channels, just click the X on it, and boom, it'll tell you it makes it a private channel. So basically, we don't have to sit here and go, if you have OCD and you want to X every single thing, you can, but by clicking the X on view channels, you can click save, and no one's gonna be able to see those channels, anything in that category. But you don't wanna stop there. As you can see up here, the only people that can see this channel is me, and no roles can see it. The only person that can see it is me. But we want our mods and admins to be able to see these channels. So we're gonna click the plus button, and we're going to add our moderator in there. And we're
Well,
going
I'm about
make
to
it
get
where our
my. I'm about to get it. We're gonna get it. We're gonna get it right. We're gonna make it straight, and then it's gonna be. And then it's gonna be fun.
can see the channel. And that
Actually,
will
it's
allow
really
them
just
to
getting
do
these permissions
anything they
set
want on
up,
the
and
channel. If you
there's
wanna come
kind of
through and make it
a
where they can only do certain stuff.
there's a hierarchy to them. Like basically, like channel permissions override category permissions, so that you can I could give people it's actually pretty. It's meant to be really powerful, so you can get it to work how you want it to. But yeah, there's just so much to configure.
Like, yes, they can send messages in threads. Maybe you don't want them to manage the channels. You don't want them to edit the channel names or anything. You can disable that. Feel free to go through, read all of these permissions, and set it up how you want your server to be set up, right? You might want your mods to have less power than I want my mods to have, you know? So I'm not going to waste time and go through and change every single permission for you guys. I'll let you do that on your own. It's pretty self-explanatory, but that is how you change it. And you can see now up here who can access this category. Anyone with the moderator role can now access that category. We want to add one more role to this, so we're going to click the plus button again. We're going to click admin, and we're going to make it where admins can view the channels. So we're going to click save changes. Our admins and our moderators can now view these mod and admin channels. As you can see, they are private channels because everyone cannot see them. So you're going to have a little bitty lock symbol on the top left corner of the channels. So I'll walk through a couple more with you guys. We're going to jump into the permissions for the text channels. Text channels, edit category, permissions. So these are going to be a little more in-depth than the others. So we obviously want people to be able to view these channels.
All right, let me see this. All right, let me do a little bit of this real quick. Let's see, permissions. Let's try some category permissions. Let's do mods and admins like he did. Edit category, permissions, roles, owner, mod, admin, bot. That was like a terrible order to do that in. All right, the mods. Yep. No. Yeah, I can do all this. I wish there was like one setting up top that did all of this. Manage channels that? No. Yeah, I think I just want them to mostly be able to do everything. All right. Do I have to go through this for all the categories? This is crazy. I guess not, because you don't need to do all these things. Most things you just need to like talk. The admins can view the channel, manage the channel. Oh, you know what? I know what to do. I'm just gonna make one mod role that can do like the mod stuff, and then I'll make an admin role that just does the admin stuff. Manage the channels, and then I'll make the necessary people both mods and admins. I'll give the bots permission to view channels, manage channels, and then manage all of this stuff. So I'll have to give the bot permission in every category and the mod. And I'll actually, I think all this stuff, I don't care about any of this stuff. They can do all this stuff. Yeah, priority speaker, definitely. Mute members, yeah. Deafen members, move members, yep. Request to speak, yep. Manage events, yep. The bot and the mods, the bot and the mods, bot and the mods. Yep. But the mods won't be able to manage some of this stuff. All right. Mods won't be able to manage. And actually, yeah, I don't care if mods manage the channel. But not in the category of the mod. Yeah. All right. No, not in the mod channels. But yeah, you can send messages, create public threads and private threads, embed links. You can do pretty much everything in here. Except for the admin stuff. And this the admins can do. Owner can do everything. In all the channels. And members can't do anything. All right, let me play this.
Live in a society of forced organ donation, treating every pregnant person as a potential criminal if they run too fast or eat sushi before they know they're pregnant, and chopping everyone's balls off after 45 years of age, because I'm ready, folks. I am ready. I got my organ harvesters and clamps and castration wrenches good to go. Bought them years ago, and they're just collecting dust. Or option 2. Maybe we should be in charge of our own bodies. Seems like that's a pretty clear moral stance.
Oh wait, I think I could just use this
Hey,
for
Cody!
overall for permission
what?
for the server.
I did the rainbow hand thing.
Oh, cool. That's great. Hey, listen, my deposit is not going to cover this hole, so maybe you could spot me or, like, pay for it since you did it.
Which wouldn't be bad because I would want to make them a little bit different for this admin
But the real
channels.
question is, why aren't you so angry
All right,
that you're
save
also
channels.
punching
Let's do
holes in the
that.
walls? It feels great, Cody.
Let's go
Cathartic.
here.
And since both genders are equally against abortion bans, it's really frustrating that this always seems to fall on women. I mean, maybe you should be hosting your own show instead of making me do it.
Server settings.
Okay, I'll take over. I was hosting before.
Great. I'm gonna go shopping for ball clamps.
What? Oh, she just jumped right through my window, head first. Just dove. I might need to call my landlord.
Yeah, default permissions. Here we go.
So, as Katie explained before she leapt out of my window and then flipped my car back over and then stole my car and from the sounds of it immediately totaled my car and walked away unscathed, is that in terms of the medical and
All right,
practical and scientific
members can by
access to abortion
default
is safer as well as fits
view
with our country's
channels.
general moral principle of bodily autonomy. Nor is the concept of life and when it starts anything but simple. And so ultimately, it seems like people should just have access to safe abortions and be allowed to make their own choices. Like America, the free place for freedom stuff. But
Can
ultimately,
members
if you morally believe
invite
all these
new
scientific,
people?
medical, and ethical issues are moot, because as soon as
No.
the sperm bonks into the egg, there's a soul, we're not going to try to change your mind. And so we need to talk about abortion as it relates to religion
Only
as well,
mods
even
can
though we
invite new
shouldn't have
members, I think.
the belief in when or whether a soul comes into being, well, that's your religion. We can't disprove a religion because religion
Yeah,
is based
because
on
I
belief,
can't
not
have
science.
I can't have a dick
Personally,
bomber
I think
slip in
we
here
know
and
the
start
soul the first
inviting
time
other
we look into
people or
David
inviting
Blake's
other
eyes,
identities.
For that is when we only truly become alive. So it's subjective and
So
often
members
religious.
can't
And like,
invite
isn't this
people.
country all about
They
not
really should only be able to
others
view
based on your
channels,
personal
excluding
religion?
private
I thought
channels,
that was the main thing about America's founding, other than slavery and syphilis. So
and
why would we
send
dictate
like
our abortion
messages
laws
and
based on
stuff.
Christians? After all, other religions
Change their
actually
own
include the
nickname.
right to an abortion in their beliefs.
A
as
custom
many sects of
name
Judaism
for
do.
just this
This is actually the
server.
reason behind a synagogue's lawsuit against a new Florida law that bans
Yeah,
abortions
you
after
can have a
15
custom
weeks.
name.
The Jewish congregation in the complaint states that according to their religion, they believe abortion is required if necessary to protect the health, mental, or physical
Can't
well-being
kick,
of the woman.
ban, or time out
so,
members.
what about their religious beliefs?
Can
Seems
send
weird that people pushing
messages.
religious freedom don't seem to care about
Send
this.
messages
Almost
and
like
threads.
they secretly want some kind of Christian
You can
theocracy.
create
But
public
it certainly
threads.
can't be that, can it? So again, this is why you see Crowder and Shapiro whining about the leak or trying to convince people that Roe v. Wade getting killed is no big deal. And
Can
you
create
just hop
private
over to
threads. I'm okay
California.
with that.
This is why Tim Pool has to pose impossible make-em-ups where someone gives birth in an abortion clinic. These logical facts before feelings, dudes,
No,
have to find
links are
ways
gonna
not to
be
actually
for
argue their
mods,
position
just
because
like
it just
on
comes down to their religion and feelings. So they say, you know,
YouTube.
dumb shit like the Nazis had abortions, which, by the way, isn't true. Nazi Germany banned abortion and demanded the
No, actually, you
death
can drop
penalty
links in the
for
Discord.
those who sought
We like
abortions
for members
in
to drop
cases where
links.
the vitality of the German people is threatened. The only time abortion was allowed was if it had a
Because I don't want people to have to be
eugenics
mods to have to
justification,
drop
aka
links in the Discord.
disabilities, or big air quotes, undesirable races. The Nazis also banned doctors from providing information about abortions, something Germany has amazingly only recently changed. Seems weird to have any Nazi-era rules on the books over there. Like, even if they were innocuous laws, I'd still, like, abolish the Nazi laws and then reinstate any that are just regular laws, just to get that Nazi stink off of them. So banning abortions because you think that a sperm and egg cocktail makes a
Attach
soul
files,
isn't exactly a
yeah,
logical
that's
argument.
fine.
Luckily, Ben Shapiro is very good at making an emotional stance seem logical.
Yeah,
Where do you
yeah,
draw
it's
the line? So you're going to draw the
fine.
line at the heartbeat, because it's very hard to draw the line at the heartbeat. There are people who are adults who are alive because of a pacemaker. They need some sort of outside force generating their heartbeat. Okay, are you going to do it based on brain function? Okay, well, what about people who are in a coma? Should we just kill them? Right? The problem is anytime you draw any line other than the inception of the child, you end up drawing a false line that can also be applied to people who are adults. So either human life has intrinsic value or it doesn't. I think we both agree that adult human life has intrinsic value.
Yeah, members should be able to mention all roles.
Is what gives something moral value, not
Okay, so-
necessarily being a human alone.
Okay,
Because
so when you're asleep, can I stab you?
I'm still considered sentient.
You can't delete or pin
Okay, if you are in a coma
messages.
from which you may awake, can I stab you?
Well then, no, I guess not. I mean, like,
I'm glad you answered that because I have no interest in actually murdering you.
But that's still potential sentience, and it's still a potential. Like,
I agree,
like
it is
going to be
potential
sentient.
sentience. You know what else is potential sentience? Being a fetus.
Got him! Roasted! Life begins at
Yeah.
inception. Bwam! That baby fetus is just like you in a coma. So, like, his yummy logical argument is
Can
that
read
we can't
message
kill potential
history.
sentience. But, like, jizz is potential sentience down the line. That's why I name
Can
my
send
jizz
text-to-speech
every time.
messages.
So are the eggs that come out during menses. Should people have to save their menstruation and take it to an IVF clinic to get it inseminated? Should everyone who jerks off into their favorite
Use
body
application
Lola Bunny get
commands.
sent to jail? I mean, maybe, but not because of this. But that would be like basically 100%
Sure.
of the country in jail for Lola Bunny jizz crimes. Look it up. The stats are
Voice
out there.
channel.
But it's
from,
especially
yeah,
interesting
you can connect to the voice channels to hear others.
because
You
we
can
actually
speak,
don't
talk
force
in the
family
voice
members to keep
channels.
people alive on life support machines, even in the case of children. Yes, we don't literally let strangers stab them, but as Katie mentioned earlier, this country is
You
big
can
on
share
letting people choose
video.
what happens to their body or the bodies of their loved ones. If you were sentient in the 90s,
Use
you might
activity,
recognize
sure.
this as a
Use voice
whole exhaustive
activity.
thing we
Not
went
priority
through with
speaker,
Terry
not
Schiavo
mute
case. The court
members.
ultimately deciding it was unconstitutional
Not deafen
for the government to force
members.
a comatose patient to be kept on a feeding tube. Although in Ben's defense, I don't think he's ever been sentient. Or maybe weirdos like Ben disagree with the Schiavo case and would like to force families to keep their loved ones in a persistent vegetative state forever, despite their wishes. Even in this case, his argument still doesn't work. Notice a bit of word sleight of hand he does when he compares removing an embryo or fetus from your body to stabbing someone who is not a part of your body or using your body. But if, say, Morbius grabbed onto you and started sucking your blood, you'd actually be able to stab them in self-defense because they have suddenly robbed you of your bodily autonomy. I'm pretty sure that's why it's legal to tase Jared Leto on sight. Or, well, one of the reasons why. One of 15 reasons. Feel free to Google Jared Leto 15 to find out more. So, if embryos and fetuses grew in science fiction jars, or if humans laid eggs, we wouldn't be having this argument, mostly because we'd be too busy having delicious human egg omelets. The problem isn't that the embryo or fetus exists, it's that they are growing and using someone else's body. And so once again, by every other medical standard we have, everyone should be allowed to decide if their body should be used for this purpose. Not counting all the bull that comes with raising a child, pregnancy alone has a serious medical impact. It's not a person in a coma, Ben. But again, I think he knows that. But he can't just say that he feels like abortion is wrong. Also, just a thought, but maybe some of these guys have a bit of deep-seated sexism issues to work out.
Well, that's what I have a theory. It's always really, really
Alright,
unattractive
the
women who, for
mods
example,
by
they bitch
default
about
can view
catcalling, they bitch about
channels. Yeah.
abortion. And here's the thing: women who are attracted. This is just a theory. Just to be clear, this is just conjecture. Okay, I'm not a doctor on ugly chicks. No. These often women want to be like, look, so everybody wants to catcall me, and I'm having so much sex that I have to have all these abortion, you guys. And everyone's like, right.
Sure.
Yeah, there it is. Great tight 5 holster boy. So other than Crowder and Shapiro and basically every Republican lawmaker, maybe there are people out there who do believe in equal bodily autonomy for everyone, are pro-choice, and would be okay with abortion. But those people also see a morally gray area with late-term abortions, which is not a medical term but a political one, by the way. That's worth talking about. because those are people who might easily be swayed into banning abortions completely. I think it's also what Tim Pool thinks he is. There are a lot of people who often say stuff like, I'm all for choice, but we need to draw a line. So logically, facts before feelings, etc., if you don't want late-term abortions, the best way to do that is to allow access to abortion early and remove any barrier to early intervention, which again is what 92% of abortions already are. Like we mentioned earlier, the reasons for that small percentage of later abortions, other than saving the mother's life or conditions for the fetus incompatible with life, is the person simply not having access to an abortion earlier. So, if we want all non-medical abortions to happen early, shouldn't we make it easier to have abortions right away? If it's really about that gray area of later abortions, the Tim Pools of the world should be really invested in making sure people have access to abortions as early and easily as possible. And shit, if you're really against abortion altogether, shouldn't you also be screaming from the rooftops for more access to sex education? Abstinence-only education actually raises teen pregnancies, while comprehensive sex education decreases them. Teens who got comprehensive sex education were 60% less likely to report becoming pregnant or impregnating someone than teens who did not receive sex education, and 50% less likely than teens who received abstinence-only education. Another study found that an increase in funding for comprehensive sex education lowered the
I guess I'm trying to think of what I'm going to use to distinguish mods and admins. I do want there to be a distinction between them.
Reduced unintended pregnancies. You know, that thing anti-choice people hate. I don't really support meeting these ghouls at their level, but it's worth pointing out that abortion in
Well, I guess I'll give admins more of these administrative privilege.
Increase in the number of abortions and then a steady decline. This is a trend seen in other countries around the world with legal abortion. In fact, nations studied that had more restrictive abortion laws actually saw an increase in the rates of abortion. This doesn't necessarily mean that abortion restrictions directly cause abortions, or a lack of those laws directly causes the rates to go down, but it could be that societies with more restrictions may also limit other aspects of reproductive education, health, and control, which would then result in more unintended pregnancies and more abortions. And so if you actually wanted fewer abortions, or really valued all life,
manage
it's
the
actually
channels,
against your goal to eliminate places like Planned Parenthood.
allow
It's
members
against
to
your goal
create, edit,
to support the
delete
GOP's agenda
channels.
on healthcare in general. For example, the Affordable Care Act may have led to greater access to contraceptives, which has, according to the Guttmacher Institute, driven the long-term decline in adolescent pregnancies and births. But since providing people health care, contraceptives, and education is too communist, it's apparently much easier to blame women or anyone who can get pregnant. Ooh, and also
let's do this
immigrants.
for
We
admin
love blaming
stuff.
immigrants for junk and stuff.
Admins can create,
Because
edit, or
maybe, just
delete
maybe,
channels.
for some of these people, it's
They can
not
manage
actually about preserving
roles.
life at all, so much as preserving
They
a
can do
population.
all this stuff.
The white population, to be specific. As you might have already heard, there's this thing going around called the Great Replacement Theory. It's a white nationalist belief that white people are being replaced by brown people.
Yeah, they can do
which
this
is
stuff
espoused by a
too.
right-wing terrorist and Tucker Carlson. The "and" there being optional. And this flaccid Nazi hogwash is also often used as a justification to ban abortion.
They can
To quote
create
the head of the
invites.
Conservative Political Action Conference, Matt Schlapp, if you say there is a population problem in a country, but you're killing millions of your own people through legalized abortion every year, if that were to be reduced, some of that problem is solved. If you're worried about this quote-unquote replacement, why don't we start there? Start with allowing our own people to live. This is where we get into that Handmaid's Tale. The people casually pitching we turn American women, white American women, into baby factories to keep those damn immigrants from living here somehow. Now, I'm not here to call every anti-choice person a white supremacist. Just
All right.
Tucker Carlson.
Yeah, and I want these
But I do
roles
think
to
that
be
this
kind of
anti-abortion
exclusive.
stuff, combined with
Like,
GOP's total willingness to
change
support
nickname shouldn't
contraception or actual
matter.
sex education,
Like, in
combined
other
with the
words,
absolutely up views and
only
policies on
only
rape
the
and incest,
admin should
feels
have
like
this
it's
admin
purposefully
stuff.
designed to force women to have
And
babies
then
they don't
anything that overlaps with
either because of
mods
some
should be
religious
put on the
tradition
mod
view,
role. And then
what a woman
if you're an
should
admin and a
be,
mod, you'll
secretly
get
to
it.
control women, or yeah, maybe some of them are white supremacists. What they certainly aren't worried about.
So
is
matter of
actually
fact, I'm gonna
protecting
take
children. And in fact, They might hate children. It sounds
all
harsh,
of this
but
stuff
I'm
off
just
of
going by every
mods.
single one of their legislative actions when it comes to children. Remember when I said we'd
And
talk
I'm
about
not even
how
gonna
the
give
GOP
mods or
condemns
admins
shooting
view,
children? This
maybe I'll
is
give them
that
like view
part.
channel.
And as a disclaimer, nothing against people who hate children. I hate children all the time. Just this morning, I threw a brick at a school bus. But it's pretty darn hypocritical of these people
Maybe
claiming
view
to be
channel will be
pro-life
the
to ignore
only
all of
one
the actual
they'll
health problems that kids in this
overlap.
country face every day. Like I mentioned earlier, our infant mortality rates are
Nah, I
a
shouldn't
joke,
have
but
to.
not like a ha-ha joke.
Let me try it.
Compared to other rich and even much less rich countries. We're worse than Latvia, whose per capita GDP
So you
is less
can
than
do the
a fourth
manage
of that
stuff
of
if
the
you're an
US.
admin.
Research has shown that the disparity between our infant mortality rates and other countries actually increases after birth and in the first few months. It seems like prenatal death of babies is not as
And then
significantly different
mods
than the postnatal death of babies, especially
can
once
create
they reach a month of
invite.
age. So we are failing babies once they're born and trying to
And
survive
actually, only
their
mods
first
can
few
change
months.
their nicknames.
Socioeconomic factors seem to be driving this almost entirely. According to this study,
Members
why
can't
is
change their
infant mortality
nicknames.
higher in the United States than in Europe? Higher U.S. post-neonatal mortality
And
relative
then
to Europe is due
mods
entirely, or almost
can
entirely, to higher mortality among disadvantaged groups. So if you care about these babies' lives, you should support spending on welfare for parents, such as child tax credits, which Republicans and pseudo-Republicans oppose. Sad trombone noise, or maybe sad baby noise? Sad baby playing a sad trombone noise.
Mods can kick people, ban
Hey, aside,
people,
it's actually really
time
hard to work
people
jokes in a
out.
video about dead kids and abortion, but we're doing it.
And then they don't get any of
Anywho,
this.
School children can get bent and go hungry, says Mitch McConnell, who wants to, big air quotes, defend innocent
This
human
stuff,
life.
because all this stuff
And don't get me
members can
started on
do.
children who weren't lucky enough to be born on America brand
Actually,
dirt.
except for the
If
external
conservatives love
stuff.
children, they should be opposing sanctions in Afghanistan, which are predicted to kill 1 million children due to starvation if they're not stopped. But Republicans are, of course, in favor of sanctions, as is the Biden administration who imposed them. Republicans, as well as establishment Democrats, also oppose the proposal by Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal that would assess the sanctions to see where they could be eased to save children's lives. So, kind of seems like they hate children, or maybe it's cold indifference. But they sure are.
Yeah, I think, and I think we're gonna
embryos,
structure this
because
like
when it
our
comes right
church
down
too.
to it, they like the embryos, fetuses, heck, even the blastocysts more than fully realized children.
So that it's
Probably
easy to go with that. So that we'll have
don't
a
need
we'll
money
have
for
guest
schools
and
or
then
medical
member.
care. The fetus
And
can't
then
protest climate change or have opinions or come out as gay or trans and
go
get
up
sent to
from
conversion
there.
torture camps. A blastocyst is a
All
model
right, so
citizen because it has no
members.
free will. It's just the vague concept of a person without any complex details.
Yeah, okay,
Like
so
a crash
members can
test
do
dummy or
external
Gwyneth
stuff,
Paltrow.
but guest
So
won't be able
maybe
to.
that's why there's so much more concern with fighting for the zygote's right than for children to be able to go to school without getting murdered. We've had many instances of mass murder of children, even though it sure seems like one is too many. But even after Columbine, Sandy Hook, Stoneman Douglas High, and now the Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, the only answer Republicans have to, hey, are children dying in their own schools, is proposing dumb like invading schools with former military members. Yeah, just put the military in schools. It'll be a great learning tool to teach children about imperialism. Other solutions include Ted Cruz's get rid of all the doors except one door in
connect.
schools, which is a good way to turn a school into a death cube in the case of a fire,
They
or
can
just a regular
speak.
prison. Or like the other solution is
They
arming
can
teachers,
video.
which is weird given that Republicans now think teachers are brainwashing
They can do
and grooming
activities,
children. So
voice
they obviously want to
activities.
give those teachers guns. Not to mention, now you have a school full of
And
guns
that's
for kids
it.
to find. Like the world's worst scavenger hunt. Ooh boy.
All
But
right.
you don't even have to agree with banning guns to realize no more doors
However,
or put the military in
mods
schools
can
aren't serious
do
solutions to
more
the
than
problem.
that.
There are
Mods
tons of gun safety
can.
regulations and laws that lie between total ban and give all the teachers and kids and the class hamster guns. But the reason these pro-life Republicans are uninterested in any serious conversation about gun safety is that it's hard. It means the NRA stops paying their campaigns millions and millions of dollars. It means they have to face their own gun culture.
Create
and maybe
invite,
change it.
change their nicknames.
Hard. Making sure that children are well taken care of, fed, safe, and happy is hard. But It's just much easier simply to put all of that responsibility on pregnant people, force them to give birth, give them no financial support, and then blame them if they're too poor to care for their child, all while pretending
manage
to care about children.
nicknames.
But at least there are people who do actually care
Kick,
about other
ban,
people, about children,
timeout.
and anyone who might be forced through a pregnancy. And guess what? I'm looking at them right now. Literally, my pigeon army sees all. So if you want to help out, you can donate to the Gulf Coast Planned Parenthood that is helping people in Louisiana and Texas. You can also be compassionate towards people who are being held hostage in their own states by anti-abortion laws. You can donate to the National Network of Abortion Funds, which helps people seeking abortions. And if you care about children's lives, maybe consider donating to the World Food Program, which provides food to children and schools and people all over the world. But you don't need money to
Mods
help.
can use
You can just,
external emojis
talk
and
to people.
stickers.
Talk to your friends and family. Offer comfort to anyone who's scared.
I think members
Make
can
sure
use
you can
external
be that
emojis and
person
stickers
that
too,
someone
right?
can come to if they're in trouble and need medical help. And if you have kids, make sure you're the
So
kind
if
of
members
parent
can
whose
use
child
then
can come to them
mods
if they're
don't
pregnant and
need
scared,
to have that
and they know you'll
ability.
offer them reproductive choice and help without judgment. You know, the human-y, people-y things that people do when they're being people and not just embryo worshippers. Because this is about everyone. It's not gender specific.
Yep,
It's a
manage
fight for
threads
basic
if you're a
bodily
mod.
autonomy and the choice to be a parent for everyone. And if we don't push back, it's not going to stop at abortion. It's not even going to stop at contraception. It's going to keep going for as long as we let a minority of conservatives continue to push their religious beliefs on the rest of the population.
Benji, Squid,
I'm
what's
gonna
up?
go
What's up? Appreciate you. How you doing?
punch a
How
hole
you
through my
doing?
is what
Appreciate you for the
lesson here
follow.
is today, apparently. Ooh. She was absolutely right. This feels great. See you later.
Squid, Benji.
I need a new house.
Yeah, I could add you.
It with my fists.
I could add you
But-
back. Hang on.
That's therapy.
Hey folks, thank you so much for watching that completely uplifting episode. You can hit like, you can hit subscribe.
You gotta send me a
You can go to our
friend
Patreon
request on
for
Discord.
exclusive content. You can listen to our podcast, even more news.
Hang on a sec.
And those are the things I'm supposed to say. Cody, you're making me very uncomfortable. He hates when I host.
No, I like it. It's good.
Welcome to The Late Show. I'm your host, Stephen Colbert. Ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to you just hours after the January 6th committee shocked the world with a hearing that can only be described as cuckoo, ooga, psh, hala, hachi-machi. And nobody saw this
All right,
coming.
let me
They were
see.
scheduled to be in recess until the week of July 11th. They hauled everybody back in from vacation. Congressman Benny Thompson was still wearing his floaties.
Yeah, let me see. 5, 6.
Why the urgency?
Let me
The committee could
see
not
the
wait to share some
Discord.
hot new deets about what was going on in the White House on
All
January
right,
6th.
let's see.
courtesy
You
of
should be
former
able to
Mark
join
Meadows' top
me
aide
in
and future
the.
Oscar-winning role for
Well, I
Jennifer
gotta send him
Lawrence.
an invite.
Cassidy Hutchinson. Now, we've seen Hutchinson before in video testimony from last Thursday's hearings where she spilled the tea on the seditionist congressman who begged for pardons.
Mr. Gates and Mr. Brooks, I know, have both advocated for there to be a blanket pardon for members involved in that meeting. Mr. Gomer asked for one
All
as
right,
well.
you can join me in.
Mr. Biggs did.
Wait, I thought Mr. Biggs died on that Peloton. Somebody tell Carrie these hearings are full
Streaming.
of bombshells. Now, today's surprise hearings did not disappoint. It was loaded with shocking eyewitness testimony about
All right,
the
let me see.
behavior on January 6th of former President Fraudy Kruger. Hutchinson made it clear that everyone in the
Check,
former
check,
president's
check.
inner circle
Gotta
knew that
unmute
bad
this.
stuff
Check,
was
check,
gonna
check.
go down on the 6th.
Check, check,
I
check.
went back up to our
Muted.
office, and I found Mr. Meadows in his office on the couch. He was scrolling through
Check,
his
check,
phone.
check. All right.
Remember leaning against the
So you should have
doorway
me
and
in this
saying,
voice
"Some interesting
chat.
conversation with Rudy, Mark. Sounds like we're going to go to the Capitol." He didn't
Benji,
look up
I'm
from
in
his phone and said
the
something to the effect
streaming
of,
voice chat.
"There's a lot going on, Cass.
Oh no, I'm in
but
pulpit.
I don't
Hang on
know.
a sec.
Things might get real bad on
All right, now
January
I'm in the
6th."
streaming voice chat.
The president's chief of staff knew
But
there
actually,
could be
all
terrible
right. So
consequences
you could
and
join me.
went ahead with it anyway. Huh? What?
But
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think this rash might be an STD, but
I'm doing default permissions. I actually realized I should make these all nested. That way I can assign people one role, and they'll get everything that goes with it. So my role should be
Did not want that to happen.
the administrator, where I get
I
everything.
saw Mr. Cipollone right before I walked out onto West Exec that morning.
I could be OCD and just make
Mr.
them all
Cipollone said something to the effect of,
green.
"Please
I
make
only
sure
got to
we
do it
don't go up to
once.
the Capitol, Cassidy. Keep in touch with me. We're going to get charged with every crime imaginable if we make that movement happen."
Every crime imaginable.
Ooh,
talking treason,
yeah.
Conspiracy.
James Apperson sent me a friend request.
Obstructing a federal process, attempted murder, fish fondling, grand theft centaur,
Wait,
assault
I gotta
and
stop
peppery,
this
ripping
because
the
this is gonna
tag
get
off
it.
of
This will get the stream pulled. I watch Stephen Colbert's stuff, but I can't watch it on stream. That'll get me. It probably already got me pulled. Let me know if they pull the stream. That'll get you pulled for sure.
Continuing the fight isn't it for everybody, especially if you're the targeted group. I have people close to me who are in targeted groups.
James, I'll
who are
accept your thing in 1
almost done
second.
fighting. Like, fuck it. We just keep going backwards. We just don't make progress.
And don't
I'd
tell me
rather
this
see
was
the people
stupid. I know
who
this
are
was
worn down and
stupid. I
frustrated
know I did the
take a
administrator
break
thing. I know
and
I
start
didn't
coming
have
up
to
with
do
bad
this.
arguments, because when atheists say there is no God, they've made a claim that adopts a burden of proof. And so now, instead of the burden of proof being where it should be on the theists who are claiming there's a God, they have
All right,
willingly shifted it to
admins can
themselves, and they may
do
not be able to meet it.
Everything.
And
They
so
can view
now,
channels. They can do
the side that's
pretty
supposed
much
to be doing all the work
everything.
doesn't have to do any work. We did it for them the second we go and say, oh, there is no God. Okay, how do you prove that? And the same thing is true if we start taking the arguments that are good arguments about what's
they
happened
can do pretty much
and
everything.
replacing them out of frustration with bad ones. That's the only point.
But they can't see the private
and by
channels
the way,
that I don't want them to see, so
you
I'm
can
not going to
completely
give them
ignore
the
all this
administrator role.
and go out and say whatever you want, express your frustration. Like, there's going to be a lot of screaming.
What would you say are good arguments then? I mean, honestly, I don't listen to your show. I called on the ask of a friend. So by all means, what are the good arguments then?
So right now, is there a legal reason that one person would be allowed to use another person's body without their consent? No, there's not. I mean, there are circumstances, like if you're in a guardianship situation or if the person's unconscious and you've been granted it, but that's still with consent or implied consent. Whether a fetus is a person or not is irrelevant, because even if it's a person sitting in the womb, writing poetry and curing cancer, to quote someone that I used to hang out with, it doesn't have the right to use somebody else's body without that person's consent. And by what right do we as a society get to say, no,
James,
you there who do not want to remain pregnant, we are going to force you to remain pregnant under threat of criminal penalties? What is the justification for that? They haven't justified why it should be illegal. Well, it's a person. Yes, but a person doesn't have the right to use that. Well, it's alive. Right. Yes, we already established that with a person. Well,
all right, Benji and James, go ahead. You guys can join me in this streaming
and
chat.
Personhood doesn't matter. Well, okay, at what point should we allow it? Well, abortion isn't the right to kill a fetus. Abortion is the right to terminate a pregnancy. And depending on where you are in the stage of that pregnancy, it can result in a
I want to
fetus
test
being
this out to
discarded
make
dead,
sure it's working.
or it can result in basically a birth.
So if they don't join me in about 5 or 10 minutes, can somebody else come join me in this voice chat so I can make sure the Discord voice chat is working, because a lot of times it'd be better to use Discord than to use Restream, or if I don't feel like setting up the Restream. I mean, we're setting it up so we could do both, right? We want to be able to do both. And I want to be able to pick and choose when I use Restream and when I use Discord. For the most part, during the shows, I'll use Restream. I'll also use Restream if I set up call-ins. But if I'm just working and chilling or just streaming, a lot of times I'd prefer people to use Discord. We want our community to eventually migrate over to Discord, so we only feel the need to use Restream to interact with the noobs.
All we're saying that, you know, when you explain to people what's actually going on, I don't know what argument there is that's better than bodily autonomy. But when we start talking about what rights someone should have and whether or not you can be forced to carry a child to term, we also need to remind people that consent to sex isn't consent to pregnancy. Consent to pregnancy isn't consent to remaining pregnant. And consent is an ongoing process that can be withdrawn, including not just with regard to a baby, but with regard to sex.
Right.
If you meet
We
somebody at a
set
club
up what a member
and
can
you
do.
say,
I think,
hey, yeah, let's
already.
go home and have sex, you can be midway through the sex, no matter how good
And
it is for everybody.
now-
And you can say, stop, we're done, I'm
I
done
think
with
we
this.
mostly
And
did
they
the
have to
mod
stop.
stuff.
And that goes both ways, always. I don't care if there's 10 people in bed. Anybody who wants out at any time gets out. We need to teach people the nature
Public,
of consent
private,
and how this is
attached.
being violated. And while your example of forced organ donation
Yeah, they can do any of this
is
stuff.
on the ridiculous end of it, it is about whether or not you have control over your body. It's just that nothing in the laws, there's no slippery slope from Roe to forced organ donation, but there is from Roe to contraception and same-sex marriage and all these other things. That's it.
Understood. And I appreciate that argument. That's a very valid argument that I can use.
Yeah, I'll tell you this, Sherry. If you'd like to dig into this, I'd recommend, there's an essay from the early
Mods are
70s by
priority
an ethicist named
speakers, they
Judith
can
Jarvis
mute, they
Thompson
can
called In Defense of
deafen,
Abortion. And
they
in it,
can
there's this
move
famous violinist
you.
analogy that's very, very close to
They
what Matt
can
and I have been
manage
talking
events.
about.
They're not administrators.
Discussion about this
Just do
has
it.
been
Just do it while we
ongoing.
got her on the phone.
They can do pretty much
give her
everything
a
except
version of the
manage
name
the
again?
server, the webhooks,
So the violinist
and
analogy
the audit
is-
log stuff.
Yeah, I just did this with somebody the other day. So and I use
They
this
can't manage
primarily on
roles
men.
or channels or
For some reason, they seem to be the ones who want to argue that you shouldn't have your rights, Sherry. So I'll
They
say,
can view
imagine
channels.
that there's a violinist, and not just any violinist, a very, very famous and prolific violinist. Let's say
Admins
she's
can
the
do
greatest
pretty much
violinist on the
everything.
planet. And turns out she has a rare and incurable kidney disease. And a group of classical
Except they don't
music loving
have the
fanatics
role
have combed
administrator.
the databases and figured out that only you have this super rare blood type, and you can save this violinist. So they
I
kidnap you
have
and you wake up
everything,
in a hospital,
including
and your
administrator.
circulatory system is now connected to the violinist's, and your
Bots
kidneys are being
can
used to cleanse her
do
blood, and you're
pretty
keeping
much
her alive.
everything.
And the director of the hospital comes to you and says, hey, look, sorry, we never would have allowed this to happen if we would have known, but they kidnapped you and here you are. But good news, this is only going to go on for 9 months. And then after that, they'll be fine. You can disconnect. If you were to disconnect before then, she'll die. And you have rights to what goes, in and out of your body, how your body is used. But obviously, a violinist is a person, and a person has a right to life, and their right trumps your, rights to bodily autonomy. And so you present them with this scenario and go, okay, so are you obligated to
Bots can
consent
pretty
to this?
much
Do you
do
need to stay
everything, but
connected to
they're
this
not
person? What are your moral
administrators.
obligations in this scenario? What if it was 9 days? What if it was 9 years? What if the director of the hospital comes to you and says, this is just your life now. You just have to stay connected to this person or they'll die, and they have a right to life. Do you have to go along with this? It might be nice of you to go along with it, but should anyone have the ability to compel you to? Should anyone have the ability to force
Actually, I
you
think we want
to
bots in the
sustain
private
this
channels.
other person's life with your body? And see what they have to say.
Let's say for now the bots can be administrators.
Understood. No, that's a very valid argument.
Yeah, Judith Jarvis Thomas is critical.
Owner, admin,
Yeah, just the boss.
mod, member.
All right, guys. Well, I appreciate it.
All right,
It's
everyone.
late
What
here
can
in South
everyone
Carolina.
do?
You got a little bit more time ahead of me, so
By
I
default,
appreciate your time.
everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jerry, and
Have a
thanks
good one.
for being good even when I get hot. So much appreciated.
Can view the
All right.
channels.
Yes, that's the last call for today. Judith Jarvis Thomas, a philosopher. I posted a link to the Wikipedia article on her. She is still alive. She's 91 years old. And her writing helped change the way a lot of people talked and thought about
Everyone
abortion.
can't view the channels. You can't view the
One
channels.
of the things
through
about
your
bad
guests.
arguments is that it's very hard to sometimes to spot how bad they are if they're the best
Definitely
you've
can't
got.
create invites.
And for most,
Or
even up
change
to
your
today, for most
nickname.
people, the issue of abortion
We basically want to make sure you
seems to
don't
center
have
around
any
personhood.
messages. You can't send messages.
When does the fetus become a person, and at what point should it have the rights that a person does? And this is why I
don't
keep
know, I
pointing
saved
out
every time,
Judith
sorry.
Jarvis Thomas got it correct in that personhood is completely irrelevant. And her violinist example shows it wonderfully. In the same way that, you know, if your 2-year-old needs a kidney donation and you are a match, I think the overwhelming majority of parents, barring some obstacle, would donate a kidney to save their kid's life. And I think most people on the planet would look at that as a very unimpressive, normal act of parenthood. And any parent that refused to donate a kidney to save the life of their 2-year-old, when it wasn't going to be particularly risky for them, if there wasn't some, you know, extenuating medical
I
circumstance.
think maybe viewing channels is
I
probably
think most people would
okay,
look at that person as if they were a
if
monster,
that's all you can do.
or at least deeply flawed. And yet,
All right, and now
the
we're
issue
going to
here
add another one.
is not about what you think about somebody else's character.
for
And what they
guests.
think about somebody else's character when they're pregnant is, it comes up all the time, and it's dudes. It's absolutely, instead of saying cis white males, we should just say fucking dudes, because dudes are awful. And they'll be like, well, she agreed to sex. Well, that's not always the case. Well, maybe we'll make exceptions in the case of rape and incest. Oh, so life doesn't have value in the cases of rape and incest? Now you've got an inconsistent position? Well, you know, it gets to like, she shouldn't have been wearing that. Or once you consented to sex, you consented to following it through all the way. They don't know that those things aren't options. It is absolutely a train wreck to try to talk to people who don't understand what abortion is, don't understand the bodily process behind it, but don't understand the philosophy behind bodily autonomy. Oh, well, it's a person, it's a person, it's a person. It has human DNA. Well, so do the skin flakes that fall off of me. Oh, yes, but those will never be a person. If you leave it alone, it's a person. I heard a comedian make a joke that I'm not going to repeat. But I will give you the gist of it, which is for the people who are like, oh, if you leave that fetus alone, it'll become a person. Well, it might not. But he mentioned that, and he did it as a joke. I'm going to do it as a thought experiment. With that reasoning, why wouldn't any pederast say, you say that the person that I had sex with was a child, but they're going to be an adult someday.
When you hear
And
guest
you leave them alone, they're
versus
gonna be an
visitor,
adult.
which one comes more regularly?
Okay, the point of the joke, which made it funny, even though I don't think it's appropriate for this, is that you're trying to say that something will become something, and therefore it has the same value, same rights, and everything else. That already falls apart. But as we pointed out earlier, and then I'll move on to the super chats. Even if it was a person, it wouldn't have the right to use somebody else's body. That's the key thing there. But yeah, that's how bad some of those arguments are of, oh, well, if you leave it alone, it'll become a person. Okay.
Yeah.
And that's why they're not opposed to masturbation, because no matter how much seed you waste, or it's not going to become a person, because it has to be united with an egg. We have super chats, Kenneth. Now that I've scarred your brain with that absolutely garbage joke thing.
I just think about walking up to people with an acorn and being like, hey, check out my tree. And anybody who goes, wait, that's not a tree. It's like, oh yeah, you get it.
Yeah. There was a TikTok I saw that did that and 2 other things and ended with like flour and mozzarella on a plate and said, look, I made you pizza.
Right.
But the problem is, The problem is that the pizza one's bad because if you leave the flour and mozzarella alone, it's not going to become a pizza. And if you leave that acorn alone, it has to be in the right spot for it to become a pizza, or not a pizza. The acorn's not going to become a pizza.
It really has to be in the right spot for that.
All right, we've been going forever. I got to get through these super chats. There's really good long calls. I hope that one of the lessons that people take away from this is that it's entirely possible to have a heated discussion where you're calling out that the argument the other person's making is shit or bad or whatever, and still get some progress, because at no point was Sherry a bad person.
Guest,
at no point did I attack who Sherry is.
And you can.
And the problem that happens quite often when discussing with theists, and it's going to happen on TikTok because that's where I get blocked, is that when I attack someone's arguments about a god, they view it as if I've attacked them personally. Sherry didn't do that. Sherry's like, okay, I get it. I mean, we're not communicating particularly well, and that's on both of us probably. But it was like, at least, this guy's respecting the process and me and my rights and wants us all to have better arguments. But here we go.
Yeah, I think you can send messages once you're a guest.
I'll start. 1999, and it doesn't. Oh, it's from Greg.
That's
Murkowski.
it.
Wow, we've changed the formatting so that it looks funny to me. Thanks,
And
Matt.
threads,
Kenneth, we're in depressing
sure.
times. Yes, we are. But I remind myself that in my lifetime, both the GOP and Dems have been declared dead many times. It's never the case. We just have to keep working on it and should swing back. Well, let me point out the fallacious part of that argument.
No, not text to speech.
And that is that every time somebody's been declared
you can connect
dead,
to voice channels.
For the last time, it was true.
You can speak in voice channels.
The fact that you might have been declared multiple times doesn't mean that the next time you're declared dead, you're not going to be dead. But as a matter of fact, as time goes on, since everything dies, the more times you've been declared dead, the more likely the next instance is to be correct.
Yeah, it'll stick eventually.
For all logic fucking is so depressing sometimes, because there are things, and I love this. I mean, I like the fact, hey, there's still some reasons to be optimistic. But I haven't thrown in the towel yet, not completely.
So yeah, I think I'm going to make it so when you're a guest, you can speak in a voice channel. You can connect to the voice channel so you can hear others.
Yeah, Mr. Monster saying $10. First of all, thank you for the super chat. Laws that make abortion illegal are unconstitutional by the 14th Amendment. Without Roe v. Wade protection, is there any way to unfuck this situation? Well, read Clarence Thomas's concurrence, and that's exactly what they're going after. It's due process rights, it's privacy rights. They've sort of wedged the door open, and now it looks like the court's going to see how much further they can fuck this situation, to use your phrasing.
Yeah, tune in next week, and Andrew will have more information.
Yeah, I guess at this point I would want
I hate
you
to say this.
No, I think you still can't
wrong.
share your video.
And
that way you can become a guest.
Laws that make abortion
you can
legal
do
are
the voice
unconstitutional
thing.
by the 14th Amendment.
You can talk to me.
Literally what.
But you cannot share your video or screen. That way you can't be a lurker jerker.
The current Supreme Court position
when you're
is that it is not a violation of the 14th Amendment.
You can do video and connect
abortion
and speak and all that good stuff.
Or at least that's my understanding. That's why
when
I
you're
say tune
a
in
guest.
Would you and I, Mr. Monster, agree that it should be the other way? Yes. But at this point, we're going to need. We're probably never going to get another amendment.
When you're just anyone,
that you could never get the vote to pass any amendment, probably unless it
you
was
can view the
absolutely
channels,
dire straits for everything.
And you can hear. I guess you can hear the voice channels.
I agree with you that that's the way it should be. What has to happen now is the Congress of the United States needs to pass legislation that essentially codifies what Roe did. But I'll tell you, and I think we're probably going to talk about this next week.
So you can connect to the voice channel
if they were
here.
to do that, like if there's a massive blue wave here.
But this will keep us pretty safe, right?
And
that way, if you're just joined and you're new to the game, you can see the channels.
Dems control everything, and they can then codify Roe and all this other stuff.
Maybe I'll even make it so you can see the
work.
channel history.
And this is what some of us tried to tell the world in 2016.
So you can read a
My
conversation
ex-wife
and get
made
some
a Facebook
context.
post that just said it's the goddamn motherfucking Supreme Court. Because Congress could pass a law codifying Roe. It will
Read
then be
message
challenged,
history.
and it will have to go right up to the same Supreme Court, who can
Guests
say,
can
you know
also
what?
read message history.
It's not legal.
Of course, the
for Congress
bot, the
to
owner,
grant
the
this right.
admin, the mod,
The only
and the
thing they could do it
members.
would be an amendment to the Constitution. Supreme Court justices are appointed for life. They stole a seat that Obama was going to put up Merrick Garland, and they got more seats after that. I want to know, I know that I think it's Breyer is stepping down on Tuesday or whatever else. I want to know if anybody's asked Ketanji Brown Jackson, Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, if she still wants the job. Does the Supreme Court position still have enough gravitas after this that you would want it? I'm not so sure, but I think I would still want it if I were on. Anyway, I don't know how many we've got. Super chats we got, but we got to crank them. Boop. $20 from Nat Thompson. May I give a shout out to Walter Report on Twitter Spaces? Live news about the situation in Ukraine has been on live since February 4, 24/7 a day. Well, I guess technically you just did. It's just that nobody here could possibly endorse that, as I'm not familiar with that hashtag. But you know, if you find it useful, cool. If it turns out it's a scam,
I don't want the mods to be able to view
that.
private threads. Maybe only admins.
I was wondering why everybody had the hang up logo as their icon, but I remember that something broke earlier and David scrambled to fix it.
This is the same message from a different
All
person.
right, a guest can connect to a voice
USD
channel
$20, may
and
give a shout out to
speak.
Walter Report.
Because we're not worried about the things people say
Yeah, that one
so
last one was
much.
Nat
It is
Thompson, this
annoying.
was
You do
Julian.
get
So
people
now I
who
don't
like
know who to
yell
ban
at
if it's
you
a
at
scam.
first, but it's easy
can
to
do this
mute them.
All right, here we go. USD 1999. Michio Kaku uses the phrase "God particle," which bugs me. From John Kennel, I would say take it up with him. You know, there's not much.
Yeah.
I can't do anything about it. Hey,
It bugs
Michio,
me
cut
too.
it out.
A lot of the things he said have bugged me. But yep, I don't have anything else on that. But thank you, John.
I can add a secondary output to the board eventually, so that I can talk to a person privately. Or actually, you know what? On Discord, I can pull them up on the other. I can pull them up on the other computer and talk to them. And then, if they're good, patch them through to the to this one.
$17 from Julian. There we go.
That'll
Hello, Matt
actually
Kevin.
be
How
really
much of an
slick.
influence did the German
That'll be
philosopher
really
Friedrich
slick.
Nietzsche
That'll
have
keep
on
us
your
really
beliefs and your
secure.
thinking? Directly, for me, almost none. Indirectly,
right.
of course, he's had an influence on everything.
I'm kind of happy
directly,
with the way these are set up so far. When you come in, you can read message history.
I have some serious
view
beefs
channels,
with Nietzsche's ideas.
and you can
The philosopher that had the most impact on
connect
me
to a voice channel and
it
listen.
was David Hume. And
All right, now
there's a lot of good stuff from Nietzsche and others too. But it's just
this role is managed
I don't
by an
think I read much
integration
Nietzsche
restream. It cannot be manually assigned to members.
I found my way out of religion. And
You can
I don't
remove
think
the
that what he said,
integration to
apart from
remove this role.
like thought experiments, hey, the decisions he made, figuring out
No,
how and
I
why I
like
disagree with
restream
him, that was
integration.
important. But I mean, that happens on every call.
I just want you to be able to do everything.
Yeah, send out love to our mods. There were some spammers trying to get through and other stuff, so much appreciated. This one's you.
All right, here we go. 20, is that Australian? Morning, guys. Good morning. According to the 2021 census poll, 40% of Australia's population claim to have no religion, which is 10% up on the last census. What a great place to live in. From Heisenberg.
I'm just giving it all these
He's
permissions in
bragging.
case it
That's cool. I
integrates
get it,
any
but,
of this
you know,
stuff.
we actually just talked about this the other day on the ACA. We were talking about how there's a new Gallup poll that's indicating that non-belief in the U.S. could be around 20%, which is cool, but it didn't have there was no analysis of why people seem to be leaving religion. There's no tying this to more critical thinking. It's just, apparently disillusionment
Yeah,
with
like you
churches
should be able to
was
embed
the most
links,
likely
all this type of stuff.
explanation there.
And I'm not legitimately, I'm not beating you up for this, Heisenberg, but as long as you're going to brag about how awesome it is to live in Australia, I'm going to go back to an old joke, which is in America, they teach us not to end a sentence with a preposition. So instead of saying, what a great place to live in, you should have said, what a great place to live in, asshole. And then you didn't end it with it's one of my all-time favorite jokes of somebody being overly pedantic about language. And so when you ended your sentence there with "in," I was like, oh, that's my joke. Not my joke, but the joke. Thanks so much, Heisenberg.
All right, bot, same thing.
$10. Do you think that the Dems bear some responsibility for allowing the fall of Roe? I'm a Dem, but how could they have let this happen?
Sorry, guys. I should have put the screen up.
Yeah, everybody bears some responsibility for it. We've been so many lines on that it's hard to say, oh, where's the bulk of the responsibility go in most cases? But in this case, the bulk of the responsibility goes with the conservative right who've spent the last 50 years playing the long game and setting this up. And the fault of the Dems was to see, and maybe not even, who knows whether, I think the people in Congress may have known and been aware, but it's like somebody earlier, and it's like 3 or 4 times I've seen somebody do this, like, well, don't count on the Dems because Pelosi endorsed a pro-life Democrat. Yeah, she endorsed a Democrat, the viable Democrat in that area whose views on abortion didn't affect anything and wouldn't have ever affected anything, as a preferable choice to a Republican whose views on abortion is the same. Or that a Democrat who had worse positions on 25 other things. If you think that, if you are a one issue voter, the issue better be the Supreme Court. Because if you're a one issue voter on anything else, you're always going to be disappointed. Because you'll either never get what you want, or you'll get what you want, but at a cost that's so high that it's a Pyrrhic victory. The Dems, I will say, try to play fair.
Where did Benji go?
They stole a Supreme Court seat. And during the hearings, you had Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins both convinced that none of those judges are going to overturn Roe. That would never, there's no way that could happen. And Susan Collins, the fucking genius who thought I'm pretty sure that Trump has learned his lesson and we wouldn't have to impeach him again right before he goes out and starts an insurrection. Susan Collins is an idiot. This falls squarely in the lap of Susan Collins and her cohorts, and she needs to fix it and then resign. Because, but I think that for a lot of people, so I'm not just going to pick on her.
Did you see the statement from Joe Manchin where he's like, I'm very troubled that they lied to us in the Senate hearings about Roe being settled law. It's like, are you troubled? Think about how everybody else feels. God damn it.
About all the people who knew they were lying and told you they were lying and tried to give you their playbook, and yet you still went with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's not that I want, so I'm not saying Democrats should start playing unfair. I'm saying we should stop the other side from playing unfair. That's what needs to happen. It's not like if they're using bad arguments, we just come up with worse arguments. We should point out that they're using bad arguments. And we have to get people to care. Oh, well, I don't understand the filibuster and I don't know what's going on there. And gosh, I don't understand this. And I'm just tired. I just want to get on with my life and I'll just vote. I get it. Yeah. But you got to make people care. And I don't think Democrats have done much to make people care. And as much as I used to like Joe Biden doesn't make people care. He's who we got.
Well, and it's worth pointing out, I think, that nothing that ideologues on the right have done to get power, to secure power, is like some sort of supernatural wizard shit. It's grassroots organizing. It's getting the base energized. It's work. It's entirely possible for anybody to do what's been done here. So yeah, I blame the Dems a lot because I think that like the right's playbook, I mean, from gerrymandering on down, I mean, it's out in the open. You can see it. So yeah, organize better, work harder, do better is what we need to do, I think.
I was just corrected, by the way. I misread Judith Jarvis Thompson's bio. She died in 2020 at the age of 91. I just saw age 91 and my microphone blocked the word died. So I was like, oh, her birthday is November 20th and she's 91. Nope, she died November 20th of 2020 and was 91. So yeah. All right. Thanks so much, Nelson. Continuing on. And if you got corrections like that, tag me. I'm not going to see everything in chat, but I do try to keep up with a little bit of chat.
All right, we got USD 20 from I Got Cookies. My doctor friend is having My doctor friend is having anxiety over the Roe v. Wade reversal. He's afraid of helplessly watching women die due to pregnancy complications that he could prevent. It violates his oath to do no harm. There's a lot of that I've been seeing today. Stories coming out of ERs. I personally, I think it's great that the people in the medical community are rallying and are sharing these stories and trying to share the reality of what abortion is and what the consequences of this decision are with people who are ignorant about it. So yeah, a lot of doctor friends out there feel it the same way.
Yeah, I've actually had healthcare providers contacting me, and some of them asked to come on the show to talk about this from their perspective. That will almost certainly be happening. I would have booked it. I had Kenneth this week. I have Andrew next week. I don't think I've booked anybody for the week after that. So we may be having healthcare workers on to talk about this because
at everyone, we don't want them to manage the channels. We don't want them to be able to change the channel's names or descriptions. We don't want them to be able to change permissions, and we don't want them to be able to manage webhooks. I personally do want them to be able to create invites. I want them to be able to send messages in threads, create public threads, create private threads. They can embed links. I will let them attach files. I will let them add reactions. I'll let them use external emojis, and I'll let them use external stickers. But I do not want them to be able to mention at everyone, at here, or all roles. That basically means that anyone that joins your server would be able to type at everyone, and they can send a mass ping out to everyone in your server. Obviously, you don't want them to do that, so we're gonna disable that setting for them. We don't want them to be able to manage messages, not manage threads. We do want them to be able to read message history. We don't want them to be able to send text-to-speech messages. Those can get extremely annoying. And we don't want them to use application commands. Next up, for any voice channels inside this category, we do want them to be able to connect voice channels to this category. We'll allow them to speak in these channels. We'll allow them to share their face cam, screen share, or stream a game in these channels. We're not going to let them start activities. We're going to limit that to the moderators. We'll let them use voice activity. Priority speaker, I'm not really even sure what that is. Keep that, you can just keep that like that. Mute members, we don't want them to have the power to mute other people, nor deafen, nor should they have the power to move other members. So now we've got all the permissions set up for the at everyone in this category. So we're going to save changes. Now, another way to make this a little easier on yourself, if you don't want to come through on every single category and set up the permissions for your moderators, what you can actually do is come back to your server settings and go to roles, click on your moderators, and you can actually set up permissions inside your moderator. This will bypass all the category permissions because the role itself has these different permissions. Like if you want your moderators to be able to manage roles, you can check that. If you want them to be able to, all this stuff up here is basically managing stuff inside your server. So go through and set those up how you want. But if you want them to be able to do things like manage messages.
Yo, YouTube Punk, what up, bro?
So you're gonna want them to manage
we're getting our Discord set up
in every single text channel across the board. So what you can do is you're in your role permissions, you can actually come in and set up all of that inside of your role permissions. That way you don't have to go through, and obviously we want them to be able to mute members.
All right, can you drop this in the Discord under live streams, please?
That way you don't have to go through and set those up on each category because the role itself has it. Hopefully that makes sense. I hope I explained that kind of well. And then your admins, a really easy thing for your admins, it's a one-click fix. Your admins, obviously, you're going to want them to be able to do every single thing that you can do. These are your most trusted individuals. The only thing they cannot do is delete the server. Only you can do that.
And so I will
if you
say
go to the permissions for your admin role and you come all the way to the bottom, you can check that box, and that'll give them every single permission in the server. You can even see this is a dangerous.
I gotta pause it, right? I gotta mute it from time to time just so I can hear this tutorial I'm listening to.
Be an administrator. I trust all my admins, so I'm going to save changes. That has it. Hopefully that makes sense. I hope I explained that kind of well. And then your admins, a really easy thing for your admins. It's a one-click fix. Your admins, obviously, you're going to want them to be able to do every single thing that you can do. These are your most trusted individuals. The only thing they cannot do is delete the server. Only you can do that. So if you go to the permissions for your admin role and you come all the way to the bottom, you can check that box, and that'll give them every single permission in the server. You can even see this is a dangerous permission to grant. So you want to make sure you only give people the administrator role that you trust to be an administrator. I trust all my admins, so I'm going to save changes. The admins can now do every single thing. They can bypass every single thing in the server. So once again, kind of self-explanatory, right? A little bit complicated, but self-explanatory. I'm not going to go through and set up every single one of these with you guys because I'm going to let you guys set them up how you wish. I walked through 2 of them with you. I'm going to go ahead and set up the permissions for the rest of my channels, or the rest of my categories, I'm sorry. And we'll get, as soon as I'm done with that, we'll jump into the last segment of the video, bots. All right, so I've got all the categories set up. Just go, I'll show you guys one more time what I did for like the welcome category. I wanted to allow everyone to view the channels, but that's all I wanted them to do is see the content in the channels, but I didn't want them to do anything else. I did allow them to add reactions or use external emojis and read message history so they can read messages before they join the server, but I don't want them to be able to do anything else besides just read the messages. So I X'd everything besides those 4 or 5 settings there. So just wanted to show you guys what that looks like. Now let's jump into the bots. So as far as the bots go, I'm going to give you guys maybe 2 to 3 different options for bots. But as far as the tutorial goes, I'm only going to walk you guys through the main bot that the only bot that I use in my server, which is Me6. So all you're going to want to do is come to me6.xyz. You can just type in, which is Me6. I'm only going to walk you guys through the main bot that the only bot that I use in my server, which is Me6. So all you're going to want to do is come to me6.xyz. You can just type in Me6 on Google and it'll take you straight here. If you're not logged in already, then log in up here on the top right, and then you can go to My Servers, and you should see your server here. You want to set up your server, and it's going to pop up a box for you to add the bot, add Me6 into your server. It's basically inviting him. You click continue. We want Me6 to do a lot of things, so we're going to give it permission to everything in our server, and we're going to click authorize. Confirm that you are not a robot. Oh my God, I actually have to do this. Hold on. Train. Next. Train. Next. Oh no, I missed one. Oh, I did. Okay. I don't know what's happened. Anyways, so then you're going to be brought to this screen. If you come back to Discord, you're going to see over here on the right that Me6 is in your server, and you can see a welcome message that Discord put in there. Now we're going to go.
All right, let's get up to this point.
This is not a standard way of understanding libertarian freedom, right? The idea was that libertarian freedom is just in tension with determinism. But if it's in tension with determinism, it's in tension with the Molinist story about creation that's determined by the counterfactuals of creaturely freedom as well. So I do worry that it's not coherent.
And this brings me to a question I had that, and it's related to our how do we construe God as an agent? The question, the randomness objection to libertarianism, why do you do A rather than B? They don't have. There's going to be a question where they can provide a contrastive reason to that question on libertarianism, but when you So God actualized a world where we had this conversation rather than a world where we chose not to have this conversation. Is there going to be a reason for that? And So you have a little bit of a dilemma. If God does have a reason for actualizing this rather than a non-conversation world, then since he's omnibenevolent or perfectly rational, rather, there isn't that other option. God's not going to bring about a world that he has less reason to actualize, right? But if there's no contrastive reason, then it just seems like every one of God's decisions it's just going to be a matter of chance that, well, why did God actualize this world as opposed to another? So I guess this is a little bit of a response to what you were saying. If God chooses one possible world over another, there can't be a reason, it seems like, why he would choose one over the other. And maybe that is a response to you in terms of whether the actual world is sort of the only possible world that God would actualize, or at least these scenarios. What do you think?
So one view that some theists have taken, so Leibniz took this view, was that there really is only one possible world. Right? So, I mean, to say it in a way that's not exactly coherent, the only possible world that God could make is the best possible world. Right? And this is it. Right? But really, I think the other worlds, given that it's God, and God couldn't make any of the others, and we're thinking that God's necessary and there couldn't be any worlds that weren't made by God, that just means that there are no other possible worlds. So that's one view that you could have. On that view, everything turns out to be necessary. And the way that I think about causation, that means that causation just kind of disappears. There's no genuine dependence of anything on anything else because there's no alternatives for anything. So suppose that we don't go that way, the kind of there's only one possible world. Suppose we think that there are different possible worlds. And we're imagining we're theists, so we're thinking that God makes a universe. Perhaps that we can vary that later, but let's suppose across the possible worlds, God's making a universe. If there are differences in God across the possible worlds, then there'll be different possible universes that God can make, but only because there's this variation in God. Now, if we're thinking about that variation as being variation in creative intentions, and we think that they're there from the beginning, then there's nothing chancy about this. It's not that the variation in God's creative intentions across the worlds is a matter of chance. It's just that something that has no explanation. It turns out to be kind of brute fact about God, that in this world God has these creative intentions, and then in other possible worlds God has different creative intentions and so makes different worlds. It's not clear that that's problematic. It doesn't mean that God doesn't have reasons, right? Because we're supposing that they're kind of baked in, right?
Yeah, I guess I have to, with what you just said there, you want to differentiate chance and then there not being an explanation that, say, a brute contingent fact. I have a very hard time distinguishing, let's say, a brute contingent event from a random event.
Okay, so you distinguish between, just think about causal reality as a kind of big network. And distinguish, and let's suppose that it's finite in the past, so there's an initial boundary, right? Stuff that happens that's not initial, where it's brute, is just going to be chance. The two things are the same. But what's there in the initial state isn't, right? Because the notion of chance is going to get no hold there, right? Because I don't think. It's not like there's some process that delivers you the initial state. The initial state just is, right? And so there you can have bruteness, but you can't have chance, right? That's what I'm thinking.
I see.
That's where I'm thinking the distinction lies.
So you're construing chance in terms of like something given by a process where it's contingent.
There's a range of outcomes. So you have indeterminism. Right, indeterminism and chance go together, but the initial states are not produced indeterministically. they're not produced at all. They can't be because they're initial. So that means there's nothing before them that could be, right, the generator. So the notion of indeterminism has no hold there. And that's why the notion of chance has no hold there either.
Okay, well, I'll have to think about that. I'm convinced that, I mean, I think it's a terminological thing for me. I accept what you're saying given your construal of chance. I guess I just analytically tied random facts to brute contingencies. But I see what you're saying. I'll have to think about it a little bit more. Moving on from, I guess, the problem of evil. Unless you, was there anything? Did you miss out on saying anything about the problem of evil before we move on? Because we went kind of into the Molinist rabbit hole.
So not really. Okay. I mean, I do think that there's quite a lot to say about differences between logical arguments and what are called evidential arguments, but maybe we can just skip over that.
Okay. I'm fine with that. I wanted to ask you about what it, and I don't really get.
All right, guys, I got to take a quick little potty break. I'm just gonna pee real fast. I'll be right back. I also wanted to.
God.
YouTube Punk, no worries. We're getting it straight. Hopefully, we'll get you over here when you're ready or whatever. Let me know. It doesn't matter.
If we're taking God,
we have ways of getting in touch. But yeah, I love Discord. I really like it, and I think once we get it set up, people will enjoy it.
God.
It just makes it easy for us all to stay in touch, even when I'm not on the air. I'll be right back. What I want to get set up next is I basically want to get it set up so that hopefully the bot will handle permissions, so that when people come in, the @everyone role that you'll get assigned to automatically can't really do anything other than view channels and view channel history, so that a person can come to the Discord, they can read what's going on, they can see the channels, they can see the conversations. If they want to get into a voice channel, they can join the voice channel, they can hear what's being said, but they won't be able to speak. This way we won't have anybody who jumps in a channel and just starts, nigger bombing the stream or saying weird stuff, which we've had people try to do, so it'll avoid that. They also won't be able to send any messages or share their screen or drop any links. And then what'll happen is, hopefully after a period of time, or if I need somebody to call into a show or something, we'll upgrade them to guest. They'll be able to send text messages in a chat. And I'll probably only limit this to a couple of chats. Like, I'll only limit it to where they need to actually have access. And then they'll be able to do that, but they still won't be able to share their camera or share any links or share their screen or do anything where, we can get penis bombed. And then myself or a mod will have to actually elevate someone up to member of the server. And then once you're a member of the server, it'd almost be like becoming a member of the Church of the Flying Man, but that's when you'll get your full privileges to send messages and share your screen and share your voice and drop links and do all that other stuff. And so if somebody in the community comes through, like James Apperson or somebody like that, myself or one of the mods can go ahead and make them a member. They can go ahead and do whatever they need to do right away. Otherwise, after a certain amount of time, they'll become a guest. They can send messages and stuff. They can request membership or whatever if they need to. We can handle it from there. But it'll stop us from getting, sort of penis bombed in the middle of a stream. And it also starts to make it safe for me to share the link to make it easier for people to join the Discord, so they can just join from the link.
People in all kinds of circumstances. They're all arising from the Christian God, even though the people who have the experiences think that they're coming from the rainbow serpent or, whatever else. Right. So I think the kind of most important thing to say in response to your question is that people don't think that they're just reading off the properties of the thing that they take is causing the experiences in them from the experience alone.
Yeah, that does seem fair. And this brings us to a little bit of your epistemology. And I wanted to also bring up the work of Gregory Dawes. So let's just start with your epistemology. Is it that you kind of invoke this sense of, well, common sense, a kind of common sense epistemology? I'm reading here that, like, I guess we could start with this question. What do you think about phenomenal conservatism, or
all right, I'm cutting 3, 2, 1.
Intuitions as counting as justifiers? What do you think about those ideas and how they relate to theism?
So those are tricky questions, and I'm very skeptical about the notion of intuition. And I think people have beliefs of various kinds, and I don't think that those beliefs should be thought of as evidence, at least straight off. And so I'm not inclined to think of intuitions as evidence for anything much, right? The intuitions are just part of your theory. And I'm skeptical about the kinds of views that want to make use of appeals to intuition in order to kind of justify theories. So maybe I'll leave that there.
All right. And I guess how do you, and and this is a little bit of a tangent, but I wanted to get your views on this. How does your epistemology relate to certain Cartesian scenarios? For instance, does your common sense epistemology sort of lends itself to getting out of these skeptical Cartesian scenarios, like brain in a vat, evil demon, that kind of stuff? And maybe your answer I might have a question follow up.
Okay, so I guess so this is tricky. I have thought at different times of different ways of responding to skepticism. So what I tend to think is something like this, that the right way to think about your total view is that it's the one that you judge is the best total view in comparison with other kind of total, well worked out views. And amongst the competitors to the view, so my view, I mean, roughly, if we ignore complications, I think that there's a universe, and I think that we're part of it. And I think that that universe has a history that goes back 13.82 billion years roughly. And I mean, and you fill in lots of other stuff. Now, there are skeptics who will want to say that, it would be, so Mike Humer said this to me in our discussion a couple of weeks ago. Wouldn't it be a better theory if you thought that the universe began 35 years ago? Because it'd be much simpler, right? It'd be a much simpler view. And I think that the right response to Humer is that the idea that the universe began 35 years ago would be an absurd view to have, because if you attempted to make that move, you could see that there would be better views, that it was made 5 years ago or 5 minutes ago, or that it's just been made right now. And the problem with that last move is that that's a move that, as time goes by, you're going to keep revising what the theory is. There's a kind of instability there. So none of the skeptical views actually make it to the table to be assessed in terms of other theoretical virtues. They kind of get ruled out at the stage when you're thinking about the kind of internal coherence of the view. That's for that one. Now, what about views that think that the kind of people who want to say there isn't a universe, there's just a bunch of perceptions in your mind? What I think about that view is that it ends up with way more sort of brute things in it than a view that thinks that there's a universe that's evolved over time, because every one of the perceptions, what's the explanation for any perception that you've got now? It's just going to, on the most straightforward version of that skeptical view, it's just a brute occurrence. So you've got all this stuff, at least in your own mind, that has no explanation, right? And that's a terrible view compared to the view which explains your perceptions in terms of the existence of
Nano, what do you mean? What do you mean?
Of the objects that radiates into your eyes.
Oh, you can't post under videos now? Okay, let me fix that. That's just because of the new permissions and stuff. Let me get that worked out. Don't worry about it. Just drop the link on YouTube. I realized
skepticism. I just want to argue straightforwardly that there.
So the advantage of me saying to drop it on Discord was that Discord is like more permanent. Like it creates a link that it kind of lasts. It doesn't go away with the stream. But then I realized because of the Restream bot, it should send it both places anyway. So it shouldn't really matter. So that's kind of my bad. But yeah, I'll also get the Discord permissions taken care of. Let's keep an eye on that because, but that's because I'm just working on them right now. So let me get them worked on and get everybody's roles assigned, and that should take care of it.
And
thanks for bearing with me. I realized I asked you to drop something on Discord in the middle of working on the Discord permissions and not having them set up. So I kind of sent you on a fool's errand there. I apologize.
Part is you have to say what the theories are. You have to elaborate them. At the second stage, you have to work out whether they're kind of.
Thanks for sending this over. Thanks for the link.
And then if they survive that second step, then you start comparing the best versions. So I think some.
And tell me what you mean by you were
stage, and some of it gets knocked out.
Strawmanned or whatever.
So that was the contrast between the.
What happened?
The world was made 5 minutes ago versus kind of external world skepticism. I thought that.
Oh, did you ask a super chat or something? Let me see what he's talking about real quick.
The world was made 5 minutes.
Babble, a collection of facts, to reach to the heights of truth and wisdom from below. But truth is only attained by bowing down.
Yeah, this is what I need. I need some good old people to go up against that I'm like not friends with.
At bare minimum. But the idea that you can separate that you do not need.
He's interesting, though.
You do not need the coherent knowledge of God. His pre-interpretation of things. To know things in and of themselves as they truly are. How they began.
I like his overlay and stuff. I'm going to be working on my stuff when I move over to OBS and stuff.
All of these different things.
We'll be doing a lot of different things. I really like his setup.
You're now at a place where you're narrative constructing. That's
it. I really do.
And it's all based on what?
Good camera, good camera view.
Individual claim. It's always left to this dramatic uncertainty. That is the cause of that. I get flack. People give me flack and they say, you know, you're always emphasizing the limitedness of man. And I say, because we live in a day and age where that's denied, where the limitedness at all is denied. And in fact, the limitedness is infused in such a way with a certain hope and a certain faith
and also
in what it can accomplish that you no longer need those things that are truly.
The other thing that's really smart about you guys scouring the internet at these hours and finding these channels is that you're finding the people that broadcast late night, right? So these are the channels that I'll have an easier time scheduling, because you got to remember, for something like late night, for something like Hot Program, I can schedule a lot of people for that because it happens at 3:30 on the afternoon on Sunday, and you know, it's a pretty reasonable time. But one of the reasons I was really excited to see Rebecca streaming so late last night was I didn't know she really stayed up this late. But yeah, it's nice when we find people that are up late like this, because I can have them on Late-Night Counter-Apologetics or some of the late night shows that we do because they're actually up at this hour. It's also one of the reasons that I moved Late-Night Counter-Apologetics from 1 a.m. to 11 p.m. was just to make it that much easier. And I was happy to see that some people caught it live this week that normally, aren't able to stay up that late. So I think that move from 1 to 11 combined with finding some of these other late night channels is really going to serve us well in the long run. Also, I know that it's a little bit annoying when the bots throw up those walls of text. We're going to try to fix that up a little bit by making them cleaner and then trying to offset the timers a little bit. Although one thing I see is that it only puts it on the one channel. So if you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, you only see it once. So that's pretty good.
Which is why
we'll make it even nicer.
Whether it's the Book of Wisdom, whether it's the Book of Romans, the idea is that it boils down not so much to what they can see around them, because we live, move, and have our being within this. And it's constantly testifying about the divinity, the power, and the attributes of God. It's about the will. Not wishing to give glory and honor and thanksgiving where it's due. And we'll do an entire episode about the reasons why and the logic behind self-deception from a Christian perspective. Up to this point, however, we have failed properly to distinguish the second stage of nihilism from its first. Most liberals, too, accept science as exclusive truth. Wherein does the realist differ from them? The difference is not so much one of doctrine. Realism is, in a sense, merely disillusioned and systematized liberalism. As one of emphasis and motivation, the liberal is indifferent to absolute truth, an attitude resulting from excessive attachment to this world. With the realist, on the other hand, indifference to truth becomes hostility, and mere attachment to the word becomes fanatical devotion to it. I think this is one of those things that we can see in the advent of secular age. That it didn't just happen overnight. It's not like we just, one day we weren't secular age, the next thing, bada boom, bada bing, there we are. It all happened like flipping on a switch or something.
Let's go down.
And then instead,
let's
you
say
can
we've
see
got
that all of these different schools, all these phases are operative at the exact same time to varying degrees in different people and in different cultures, right? Different individuals and peoples. So you have this all together. At the same time, you can see microcosm, macrocosm, this, right? Again, looking at
Actually, I guess I don't need to make an edit mod.
After Zeitgeist, after the Four Horsemen, atheism went through this crazy thing. Ask any person who's still a principled agnostic and emphasizes their agnosticism and they've got a beef with atheism, and ask them what made that change. What is it in the modern circumstance that we're in that made them re-emphasize the agnostic dynamic of even classical atheism?
Rodrigo.
And why is it that they're not nearly as angry? Why is it that they're not nearly as militant in their activism? Atheism is notorious for it. It's notorious for its activism. It's notorious for these things because it's a complete detachment. It's not just saying that we can't know.
Members should pretty much be everybody else.
Okay, functionally, an agnostic is going to have no reference point to the divine in dictating their lives. Okay, so society, individually, doesn't matter. Family, school, employment, all of that is secular. All of that is atheistic. No connection whatsoever in their espoused view to theism. The atheist, on the other hand, is the same, right? Same idea. They have no reference point to that. It's purely exclusively humanistic. On the other hand,
it's pretty cool, man. I think you'll like it.
Say something that's different.
I'll send you my info, and you can send me a request when you get to it. I'll make you a mod.
Right. So they're gonna say that sort of thing. They're gonna to emphasize the graveyards of the gods.
Snow,
They're going to emphasize not
Jeffrey,
just that we can't know and be open to the debate on what's possible or not possible. No,
James.
they think it's over. There's a guy
Boom.
I knew named Bob Goodrich. Bob Goodrich is a super wealthy dude, hardcore Democrat guy.
Let's
right?
remove MASH
And hardcore
from there.
atheist guy. He used to own the station
Let's
that I worked for, the radio
remove.
station. Okay? And he was militant. This guy was a radical. He was utopian. He wanted to start a third party for ladies that he was the leader of.
Jimmy
The symbol
Tux.
was like a mountain lion or something. You know what I mean? This dude is like, yeah, he ran for office, and his main mission was just getting the women to vote for him. And the optics in his videos, he's pointing these girls up on a bench, and they're looking up at him like this, and he's pointing down at them, talking to them. Rah, 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 rah. Listen to my ideas, ladies. And they're like, okay. You know, it's like optics. This guy was aloof, but he was also militant. He was sick and tired of the conversation that we needed to be okay with the theist at the table. We needed to no longer be okay with the priest or the bishop who's at the table. Sounds a lot like Richard Dawkins. The kind of guy that's like, what is that guy doing here? Well, Richard, he's a bishop. Richard's like, it doesn't matter. Right? He wants that guy out. That is what we're talking about here, that you get to a point where even psychologically you're just done with it. And now it's not something to coexist. You want it gone. It's the reason why it was so significant. The question that was asked by Douglas Wilson in the movie Collision. And in fact, I may stream that. We may stream it tomorrow. Okay, so if you're not at the Wolfpack, make sure to go to the Wolfpack. We do live streaming videos and stuff regularly. I've been wanting to do that for a while. But in that movie, Douglas Wilson and Christopher Hitchens, they're going around and they're debating. And there's a lot of fascinating things in there, including the moment that Christopher Hitchens became aware, in fact, schooled in a bar on preterism. He had no clue. He was used to using arguments against dispensational
shouldn't be
premillennial.
any overlaps. All right.
But the question came up: would you something along the lines
Yes,
of,
but-
do you look forward to the day and age where there'd be no Christian? If there was one more Christian in the world, what would you hope? Did he deconvert? You'll learn more about what he said tomorrow. But the people watching, right? They're the zeitgeist generation. They may have actually, they're the mythicist zeitgeist generation. They may have abandoned mythicism. They may have never entirely embraced it. But it's part of that milieu within atheism, within the world as a whole, the cosmos generation. It says, look, religion bad. Look at all the scary religious people and all the terrible
we have
things that they
11
did to the
members.
sciences.
6 mods,
We need to
2
get rid of
admins,
that. We only need to trust the
and
science.
me
It's
as
the
an
only way
owner.
we can know anything at
We
all.
should have another admin. I got to get
garbage. But it's a mood.
couple people in here.
It's a mood.
Lucid.
It's become a hostility. Anti-theism. Anti-theism became a thing. It wasn't just you're an atheist. You're
also
an anti-theist.
Cliff.
And there's a fanatical devotion to it.
And Harley.
The atheist community or the atheist movement, okay, that sort of a thing.
I think Titan's
It's an
already in here,
activist
but
community.
let's invite him in case
Whether
he's not.
it's schools, whether it's Hollywood or mass media, whether it's social media, right, with your Twitter and Facebook and everything else, whether it's politics in particular. So politics, education, Hollywood, lawfare, all of that sort of direct activism, that sort of thing, that is consuming. In part because once you get to this place, there is not even the possibility of what's on the other side. You're exclusively humanistic. The best you've got is that you are going to
probably
return to dust.
invite Trucker
And you're
in
supposed to be
here.
quite proud of that. Makes you a star, because you are one already. You're a stardust. And that's all it is. And you go back to Stardust. What a beautiful fairy tale.
He can
You
help
go
me
back.
find people
And now
to,
you're Stardust for feeding the feeding all of the creatures of the earth. But in that
to
world,
play
it
ATS
becomes
with.
self-interest
Where's
is
Hero
it.
Trucker?
That's all. Self-interest in it, whether you want to say self-interest in humanity or self-interest in your group or whatever. But the idea is it doesn't transcend. You can be in something bigger than yourself, but it's not transcendent. There's no otherworldly dynamic to that. So insofar as they conclude that and believe that that's true, everybody else is just someone believing in fairy tales.
How is it an invalid invite?
You've probably heard that before. The realist himself would say that this is the cause, right? Or this cause is the love of truth itself, which forbids belief in higher truth or fairy tales. That's no more than fantasy. Nietzsche said it this way, in fact, while believing this, saw in it a Christian quality that had turned against Christianity. Quote, the sense of truth, highly developed through Christianity, ultimately revolts against the falsehood of fictitiousness of all Christian interpretations of the world.
All right, I think my my rolls are pretty good. Let's get the welcome.
It rebels
things.
against it. You can feel that. Anybody watching, if you were ever an atheist and you walked away from the faith, did you go through a feeling that maybe even your political views, everything was just infected by this fantastical fairy tale logic of Christianity, and that maybe Marx was right all along? Did you? Did you ever wonder if maybe I was wrong about all that socialism, communism stuff? Maybe that's the real way forward. I did for like half a second. I did. I remember I was like, maybe that's what it's about. Maybe the gender stuff. I don't know. Maybe that's just me being some patriarchal Christian, and it's a hangover. And you start acting almost like a Baptist in some ways, in the early Anabaptists who were critical of the hangovers that many of the Protestants maintained from Catholicism after they revolted. Both Christian and realist are possessed of a love of truth, a will not to be deceived, a passion for getting to the root of things and finding their ultimate cause. Both reject as unsatisfying any arguments that do not refer to some absolute that itself needs no justification. Both are the passionate enemies of the frivolity of a liberalism that refuses to take ultimate things seriously and will not see human life as the solemn undertaking that it is. It's precisely this love of truth that will frustrate the attempt of liberals to preserve ideas and institutions in which they do not believe,
don't worry about that. Don't worry about that.
Which have no foundation in absolute truth.
Just use this information.
And so they're gonna, it's an interesting thing, in fact, paradoxical, right? That a group that believes that there is no purpose, that there's no meaning, that everything is ultimately for naught, that everything is vanity, vanity is sweet, sweet, bitter vanity.
Use that to send me a friend request, and then I'll add you to I'll send you an invite to the server.
About the truth. That they would oppose being deceived. That they would have an ultimate meaning. That they would say, this is the ultimate. This is the ultimate. But that's because the ultimate has a wild effect.
All right, let's get this bot set up.
If you don't care about the ultimate,
let's
and
get
you
going
like to
with
shut
this
your
bot
eyes,
so we can get this link
play
going.
monkey no see, monkey no do. Me no hear you, me no hear you, me no see you. You want to do that?
This guy at least he tries to bring that entertainment value. I'll give him that.
Go ahead and give Me6 the bot role. You guys don't have to do this, but we did make a bot role earlier. It's just something I like to do to help recognize what are bots, especially if you have a lot of them. Just right click on Me6, go down to roles.
Yeah, I might use more than one bot
check
too.
the bot box. So now you will see his name is in yellow, and he now has the bot role. And for this message, if this message popped up in another chat for you guys, like general or something, if you come up here to the top left and go to server settings, the first option right here, system messages channel, you can actually change that to your welcome channel that we made, and it'll do all of these things for you, right? So it'll when someone joins the server, it'll automatically put a message letting you know, hey, someone joined the server, and you can pick whatever channel you want that message to go to. Anyways, back to setting up the actual Me6 bot here on the dashboard.
Oh, I should set that up.
The reason I'm going to give you guys a couple different bot options that you can use in tangent with Me6 is that some of the features you guys may want, like social connections down here, basically it'll notify people when you go live on Twitch or when you post a YouTube video or anything. These are premium features, and it looks like these are the only 5 premium features, right? But when you actually start getting into it, like click on the levels, almost every feature in the levels plugin is a premium feature, right? So from the outside looking in, it doesn't look like there's a lot of premiums, but a lot of stuff is hidden and deep inside the actual plugin. So as I set this bot up, if you guys run into something, like if you want these social connections, I'm pretty sure either CarlBot or DinoBot offers these features for free. So you can go get CarlBot. I'll have the link in the description. You can get CarlBot and DinoBot, and you can add those into your server and use that feature for free. Just use those bots for that feature specifically. But I'm not gonna walk you guys through everything on here. There's a ton of features in the Mi 6, as you can see. I'm gonna walk you guys through a few that are the most important just to get your server set up and running. And then later on, you guys can come through and check out all these other cool features that it offers. So to kick things off, let's start up here at the top with server management. We're going to mess around with the welcome. The main thing that we're going to use here is give a role to new users. I think some of you guys might like this feature. Basically what this is gonna do is as soon as someone joins your server, Mi 6 can automatically go ahead and give them a role or multiple roles. So if you want someone to join your server and instantly get the member role, you can do that right there. And as soon as you
this is kind of what I was hoping we would get, is so we could join by default. If it doesn't work, they'll get to add everyone. But
that's all I'm going to.
I can control what role they get to start. That's kind of what I created the guest role to be for. Something that after, like either by default or after a while, you would get the guest role. That way, you have like limited permissions, but you can do whatever we want. So this is really good. But we're doing this all with a different bot. So we'll let him do his, and then we'll check out our bot.
Here in this section, we're going to go back to the dashboard up here. And we're going to set up reaction roles real quick. What this basically is, if you don't know what reactions are on Discord, if someone sends a message, right? If I just send a message like that and I right click on the message, you can actually add a reaction, basically add an emoji to the message, right? So I could do 100, and that's what a reaction is on Discord, right? So what a reaction role does, I went ahead and joined my server, my main server on this alt account. I actually have reaction roles here in the roles channel. We have a Halloween theme going on, sorry. But basically what it does is these are the reaction roles right here, right? So you can react with a red circle to get the live stream ping role. And basically I use that role instead of adding everyone whenever I do a live stream. I'll just come in here on my live stream channel. I'll send out a @livestream_ping. Basically, if you want to, you can do this for anything you want, but this is what I use them for, is live streams and my videos also with the camera flash. So you can come in here, react to that and react to that. And if I scrolled all the way down to find my name on this list, it would be right here. You can now see I have the live stream ping and video ping role. So those are what reaction roles are. To set them up, it's really simple. You're just going to select
I gotta
the
look
channel
into
that
those.
you want the reaction role message to be in. So we're going to do, we didn't set up a roles channel. So ideally you would want to set up a roles channel for this. We'll just put it in the roles channel for now, because why not? You can type in whatever you want, message you want here. React to this message to get a special role. You can change the color of the little embedded part of the message that Mi 6 is gonna see right here. We'll just do purple. And now you can add a reaction. So let's do a thumbs up, and the thumbs up will give you the, for now, let's just do a bot roll. And we're gonna get this error because what we're gonna have to do is come back to Discord. What that message is telling you is that Mi 6 is too low on your role tier list to be able to give out the bot roll. So we're gonna come into our server settings. We're going to go to our roles, and you're gonna see you have a new Mi 6 role in here now, right? So what you're going to do is drag this above every role that you want Mi 6 to control. In this case, I want it to be able to control me as well. I use that for like level features and stuff. So we're going to drag it to the top, and we're going to click Save Changes. Now we're going to come back over to Mi 6, and you can see that message is gone. If someone reacts
there's no sound?
The message with a thumbs up, then they will get the bot roll. I think you can set up, you can set up to 2 in one message. So you could also set up the smiley face and member, and that would give you up to 2. You can get up to technically 2 reaction rolls per message.
YouTube Punk, why'd you send me a bunch of mute? Oh, because of the
dashboard, and we're gonna set up
because of the debate sound. Yeah, I muted him.
What
so
this
I
is
could
going
hear
to
this
do
thing.
is basically give you
It's a neat little construct.
an auto
It seems to
moderator
explain a
Mi 6
handful of
will
things in
actually
your little world.
automatically do stuff for you,
Right,
like
that's
delete
about it.
bad words. And
I
then down
muted
here,
him
you've
real
also
quick
got
so I could hear,
commands,
just
like
so I could
easy,
hear this
quick
video while he's
commands
talking
that
about the
your
bot.
moderators can
I didn't
use.
want to pause it
So if you
though,
scroll back
because
up to
when
the
I
top,
pause it, you
we're going
lose
to
the
select
live
a
feed.
role for the moderator role. We're going to do our moderator. You can do your admin as well, but if you gave your administrator role that administrator privilege at the bottom, then you don't have to worry about that at all. So the moderators can now be able to use all of these commands down here. And you can come in and edit the commands, disable commands you don't want. And it also allows you to set up a audit logging channel.
Let me put him in
what
quietly
audit
in the
logging,
back.
what an audit logging channel
look,
is
Discord
Discord actually has one built in. If you come up
So, yeah.
here, you can go to
So
your audit log.
why talk about atheism?
And if we turn
because
off
we live in a
streamer
secular
mode,
age.
It's just basically a list of events that happen in your server, right? So you can see I updated the roles for Me6. I added Me6 to the server.
And the way
basically, it'll give you this, but inside a text channel. So if you want to add that, feel free to. If not, it's not a big a deal. You already have one built into Discord. So pretty self-explanatory so far, right? Let's go back to the dashboard.
Reason why?
And
In the
there's,
long
like I
run,
said,
though,
there's a ton of
your
things you
kind
can
are
do in
going
here.
away.
Utilities, you can add
And the reason why
statistic
your kind are
channels.
going away is 'cause you guys
You can
abort
search
yourself
things
out
on
of
Google. If
abort
you have
yourself
premium,
out,
you can do all these
contracept
social
yourself
connection
out.
plugins.
You guys,
what we're gonna do now is set up the
everything else under
music
the sun
channel.
yourself out.
Now, this is
You
pretty
guys also
self-explanatory.
get
What it lets you
yourself
do
out by
is
stupid
listen to
things like,
music directly on Discord.
There's a big
So
problem
it's really
with
easy
white
to use.
privilege.
You have all these
So
lists
if
of
you're
commands
white,
right
you
here,
shouldn't
and
be
you can go in
having
and edit them if you want.
You know, or
Some of
the
them are
kind of way that
premium,
contraceptive
but
culture
you
has
can
made
still
it
use the
so that
basic
people aren't
features. So if
getting
we
married,
join the
much less
music channel that we
raising
set
kids.
up, so if you come in here and
Much
type
less
in
raising kids.
exclamation
Why
point
people like
play
you in your
and the
universe
name of a
have to get to
song
the place where
and
you're
click
talking
enter,
about
it'll
downloading your
join
brain
whatever
to a
music channel
robot.
or whatever voice channel you are currently in,
Also
and
why
it'll
the
start playing music
hyper-emphasis
for you right there,
on
and it'll give you a
politics,
now
lawfare,
playing message.
stuff like
And
that.
if you want to,
Cut it out.
and when you're ready for it to stop playing music, just do exclamation point stop, and it'll automatically leave the
Plus,
channel
it's the
and stop
chapter.
playing the music. So pretty easy to
It's the
set up,
chapter.
right? Not too bad.
I go
so
through
now
just so
you've got
you
all
know.
that set up. That's
Right.
the
I mean, maybe
most
you saw this
basic
in that
features
magic
on
crystal
Me6
ball of
right?
yours.
Just
That's
to get
pretty
you
cool.
started.
Maybe, I don't
Come in
know.
here and
Seems
feel
pretty
free
fancy.
to
You know,
mess
a lot
with
of
any
stuff.
of these
A
settings.
lot of
There's
stuff
tons
is
of
garbage,
things you
poopy
can
trash.
do.
But you apparently
Inside
know it.
each different
So maybe you
plugin,
should've
there's
known. It's a
literally
chapter even.
so much different stuff in the plugin. So definitely experiment, see what you can come up with.
Yeah,
and
they're
whatever
both
makes your
playing
server the
now.
most fun. So the last thing I'll show you guys is a way, something I use to kind of spice up the look of your server, right? It's a website called coolsymbol.com. And it's got a ton of different symbols that you can use at the beginning of your text channels. For instance, I already copied one. So if we go to edit channel, I can paste that symbol at the beginning of the channel name and click save. Now you can use emojis to do this if you want, but if you want something that's a little more simplistic to make your server look really neat, then I definitely recommend checking out this website because there's so many different, and then obviously it's got all the actual emojis, right? But as far as just random symbols and characters, it's got so many cool ones that you can pick from.
Coolsymbol.com. All right, let's leave that. What else did he go over? An outro. Yeah, we don't need to worry about that.
Wow. Yeah.